Good morning. This meeting is now resumed. Members, I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to address City Council at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Just two things I wanted to update councillors on. The first was to say that we have met yesterday and again this morning, and we will meet again tomorrow morning and every morning through the weekend and into next week in response to a tall order that's been sent our way, but quite properly so, which is the urgency of ramping up our efforts to get people a booster vaccination. And I should just say that thanks to the fact that we left in place the sort of foundational elements of a really great effort that we've undertaken to get people vaccinated generally, with results we've posted which have been exemplary, I think, by any standard. We're in a position where we can ramp capacity back up. It's not easy to do, but I will just say, and Councillor Cressy is very much a part of this effort every single day, that no option is off the table in terms of what we're going to do and the options we're going to explore to make sure that we make these booster shots accessible to people, and that we do our very best to get them delivered to people as quickly as we can, knowing that all of a sudden a very large number of people have been made eligible as of today and Monday for that. But that's not a complaint. That's just a statement of the reality that lies in front of us. But we're going to be meeting every day, and the great news is we have an excellent core team. I mean, our team Toronto, which is both the core team at Toronto Public Health and the city government and so on, and also the broader team of people in hospitals and clinics and community health organizations and pharmacies, put us in a position where we can build on that and do what we've done well to build that capacity back up to this kind of wartime footing that we're going to be on. The second thing I wanted to just mention is this is very important as well. I will introduce a motion later today, and I wanted to just have councillors know this, because I think that the matter that the motion will concern is of something that is of concern to all of us. And we've previously spoken twice as a council, and I'm so glad that we have, on the matter of Bill 21 in the province of Quebec. I mean, we should make no mistake, and we didn't. I mean, we spoke twice as a council, and I'm proud of that. We all should be proud of that. But this is a law that diminished the rights contained in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms from day one. And we said so, and it's still true. And this council wasn't afraid to say so, not once, but twice. And so I'll be introducing a motion that now says that we should reiterate our position on that and make a financial contribution to this cause, because I don't think this is a Quebec issue. It's not a local issue there. It is a national issue, and it affects the rights of all Canadians. And it is something that I think very much affects the values of Torontonians that we protect and advance every single day in this chamber, and that you speak about all the time when it comes to things you worry about in our city. And so I just wanted to let people know that I will introduce a motion in that regard and make a proposal with respect to our support for this campaign that commendably has been launched by Mayor Patrick Brown of Brampton. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 87 items left on the agenda, including 42 member motions. Council has started but not completed consideration of item EX 28.14 on Ontario Line downtown stations and temporary road closures. Item EX 28.12 on the Metrolink subway program will be considered after item EX 28.14. The member motion run through will be considered at 2 p.m. today. Item T 29.17 will be the first item after member motions. I will now take the release of holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Perks.
Good morning, Speaker. I can release EX 28.10, the capital variance report for 9 months ended September 30.
Okay, Councillor Perks is releasing EX 28.10. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Do you have any others?
Not at this time, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further releases from members? Councillor McKelvey.
Madam Speaker, it's not a release, but I had put in a request to make something timed.
Which item?
IE 26.4 snow.
You want to put that in now for a timed item?
I was hoping it could be the first item considered today after the Ontario line is complete.
Well, after the Ontario line we have the Metrolink subway program, and then we have the members' motion, and following the T2917.
Oh, I didn't see the T29 was put in there. Okay, great. Sorry, that I tried to get this in yesterday and clerks had I prepared it. Okay, never mind.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release EX 28.8, 2022 rate supported budgets for Toronto Parking Authority. Just want to quickly thank the entire team and staff over at the Toronto Parking Authority for, of course, as we know, a challenging year. And of course, they will next year. They'll be coming back at this point back in profit. So I just want to thank the entire team over there for the work they've been doing over the last year and a half.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'd like to hold that. Councillor Ainsley.
I'll continue holding it then.
Okay. Are there any further releases? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay,
Sorry.
just one sec. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, CC 38.4, 2200 to 2206 Eglinton Avenue East, 1020 to 1030 Birchmont Road, 75 Thermos Road, official plan amendment. I know we were waiting for a supplementary report to come forward. My understanding that has come forward, and if so, I could basically release that item.
Okay, so you're moving the supplementary report as well. CC.
That's correct.
CC 38.4. It's on the screen, and the amendment, all in favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Speaker, I have another one as well.
Okay.
And similar, CC 38.5, 20 and 50 Astonby Road, 1920, 1940 Eglinton Avenue East, 880, 890, and 900 Warden Avenue, the official plan amendment. Similarly, in terms of moving the supplementary report, if that's ready.
Councillor Thompson, apparently that one's not ready yet.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Speaker. Those are all the ones I had at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, IE 26.8, construction staging area 100 Broadway. I only held that down because you told me that the clerk may not have had the motion yesterday. So if it is ready, on behalf of Councillor Robinson and myself, I'm happy to release it with the amendment. Oh, and actually, I should bring this to Mayor Tory's attention. I don't know if he can hear us, but he may have declared an interest on this.
I actually did, Speaker, and I was just about to turn off my camera so that we could have you vote on that, and I can absent myself. So I'll go ahead and do that, Speaker.
Okay, so Councillor Matlow is releasing IE 26.8. We'll have a recorded vote. Okay, there is an amendment, so we'll put the amendment on the screen first. Okay, there's the amendment on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Oh, sorry. Yes, we're recording it. A recorded vote. Thank you.
I'm not on CMP. It's not working. Speaker, I'll have to vote by voice.
Just stand by, Councillor, and I'll call for your vote in 1 sec. Councillor Perks and McKelvey, can you use the system to vote, please?
Oh, there we go.
Councillor Perruzza, it appears to us you haven't received the vote. Can you state your vote, please?
In favor.
Thank you. Speaker, the amendment carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Sorry, I don't think my vote registered, and I want to definitely vote in the affirmative. Could you just check?
Madam Speaker, we will record Councillor Robinson in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you.
The motion carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. Item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative?
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, sir?
In favor.
Thank you. Speaker, the item as amended carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. Are there any further releases?
Speaker, my name's up there now, I think. Was able to get back on CMP.
Councillor Fletcher, do you have a release?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I have a release of EC 26.13. It is the spotlight on Toronto. It's the updated strategic plan from the film board that the city will adopt. And I just wanted to make note of our new member on the board. That would be Councillor Pasternak, and welcome him onto the film board with his big film zone up there. And so this is a great plan that is receiving a number of updates, including greening, workforce development, in bringing people in that have not had access to the industry before, and maintaining the infrastructure for the industry. And as well, I'm looking forward to this group, I'll just say before we vote, being able to do what they've done in the past and look over big city pieces like downtown core, Teal core. And so the parking strategy in January, I'm hoping that the film board can be very helpful with their input to make sure the industry is stays strong in the biggest location in the world, which is downtown Toronto. Thanks very much, Speaker. And with that, I'll move acceptance.
Okay, on EC 26.13, all in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any further releases? Okay, all those in favor of adopting the order paper, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. So we will now go to, if we can put the screen back up from EX 28.14. Okay, so we're at the questions. Do we have any further questions? Okay, speakers. Any speakers? If you can please put your name on the screen.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Carroll. I haven't got my CMP open yet. I wonder if you could read what the item is.
EX 28.14, which is the Ontario Line downtown stations, which we started yesterday for questions, and now we're going into speakers.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a series of motions I'd like to place on the screen. Thank you, clerks, for doing so on my behalf. These further motions are largely focused around Vision Zero, road safety, and making sure that the construction is going to have as little impact as possible. The requests of using shipping containers for actual transportation of pedestrians, so it is a nice clean look. It could also be decorated. It's about ensuring that we have consultation and communication with the arts and culture sector, because downtown Toronto hosts a large number of these festivals every year, and they are all going to have to make alternative plans after 2 years of being on hiatus. Also to work directly further with the TTC to ensure that if there is going to be any diversion, it's going to be as efficient as possible, and we're not going to see any service reductions. And the balance of those motions, sorry, I know it's very long, folks, but at TYCC, I move a series of motions all the time about trying to reduce the impact when it comes to road occupancy of developers. And I don't think that Metrolinx should, of course, be treated any differently, especially considering this is such a very long construction period. We struggle, as we all do, I know, councillors, we struggle when we have a request before us at the different community councils to reduce, to take over sidewalks and laneways for construction. And that's for private development and for other institutional development. And usually it's about 3 to 5 years, and we struggle with those requests. This one is 7 years, 3 months at minimum. And I'm pretty confident that we're probably looking at about a decade plus of construction impacts in the downtown core. This is layered on top of what is already in the development pipeline, which is sitting with about 15 to 16,000 units to still be built in the downtown core. We're going to see over 135 new, very large, heavy industrial trucks carrying refuge and contaminated soil out of the downtown. And I'm not sure where it's going because that information was not provided, or the route that they're going to be traveling on. All that being said, this is going to literally shut us down. And I think for those who were at the executive committee, I want to thank you for supporting the mayor's motion. And thank you to the mayor himself. I provided 3 pages of amendments to him at that time. He was very gracious at advancing it for me. I know that I've got another series of motions before you just to speak to the seriousness of this matter. And there's no guarantees, zero whatsoever, that Metrolinx is going to really comply. To be quite honest, I've spoken to councillors who represented Eglinton. Thank you for your advice. You have been working so hard to protect and defend your communities, and I know that there are lessons learned. I also heard from city staff is that they plan to take those lessons learned, Metrolinx, and convert them into actions that will mitigate impact. What I heard from them was that they plan to do it. Metrolinx plans to mitigate, plan to consult, plan to create a community benefits agreement and a framework. They plan to do some consultation. They plan to provide detailed consultation. They plan to give us detailed construction schedules. All of this is still in the making. None of this is guaranteed. And what I'm hearing is that there is no business strategy for the impacted entrepreneurs and businesses in the core. I know this council has heard from me on numerous occasions about the need for the downtown economic renewal, especially after a punishing pandemic period, which seems to not be easing up. And I'm just very nervous, extremely nervous, as that all these good intentions that I'm hearing about has not materialized in any commitments, which means I don't have financial incentives to make sure my businesses stay alive and afloat during this decade of construction and impact. I don't have any compensation plans or any type of remediation plans for my residents in the downtown core who will be sleepless during this decade of construction, and not to mention just the moving of goods and services through the downtown core, which you know is critical to the GDP and the contributions of Toronto. If you want to see the property taxes stay low in Toronto, then you need to have a strong and vibrant downtown. I don't have any of those commitments, despite the fact that I know I have been asking. Councillors who have the other sections of the Ontario line have been asking, and none of that has been forthcoming. And so for those reasons, I cannot support this request for the road closure. I would be very happy if they came to us and said, this is the strategy on how we're going to make you folks whole. with a community benefits agreement, with a detailed consultation. This is our construction strategy with further details to come. I can appreciate that, but also here's the financial arrangement to keep the businesses and the residents up and running. We all know that construction around major transit is going to be impactful. I know that we get this. There's not a single member of council who doesn't understand that there will be construction impact. But I have seen what has happened on Eglinton. We have heard Eglinton businesses, BIAs, and stakeholders come to council asking for some support. You have done the very best. I believe the councillors have done the very best they can to fight against a provincial agency that doesn't always listen. And I think what I want what the message I need to send to Metrolinx is that it can't be so easy. And I'll give you the final reason. First Parliament site was expropriated and they own it and control it as of August. We never saw a red penny. All that is still to be determined. We've lost control. They're already drilling. It's 3 acres large and they still want the roadway and they still want the sidewalk.
10 seconds.
Now, Moss Park is the same thing. They're taking over half the park and they still don't think it's enough. So I say no at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the councillor, number 3 talks about where a sidewalk closure is requested. City Council direct, emphasis on the word direct, the General Manager Transportation Services to require that the applicant install shipping containers to protect the sidewalk. And in principle, I agree that this can make very good pedestrian environments, but is the councillor's intention to absolutely require this no matter what, or is there some flexibility? So if the sidewalk is really narrow and it comes down to closing a lane of traffic, this doesn't give the staff much wiggle room. Is there a provision for reasonableness or adaptation based on site condition?
Absolutely, Deputy Mayor. I thank you for that question. It's an excellent question. I would expect that the staff will use some of their discretion. The minimum requirement for sidewalk widths, as we know it, is 2.1 meters. That was determined after much consultation with the community, BIAs, businesses, accessibility advocates, and so forth. Even by the standards that we see being put forward in this report, we see that there is going to be some pinch points that are sitting about 1.8 meters. And that's before we install the street furniture with respect to other pedestrians and obstacles in the way. So I would leave that to some discretion of staff, but where they absolutely can and put down shipping containers, I think that they should. And Metrolinx has already signaled that they are willing to consider it. The only problem is that we just don't know where.
Okay, and that's very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. And the same would hold true in the principle for number 14, which also directs staff to maintain bike lanes. Again, there could be a situation for despite best efforts in all practicality, it just can't be done. Is there some reasonable room for discretion in knowing that the spirit of council would be, keep these things wherever you can? Would you agree to that as well?
Sadly, Councillor Deputy Mayor Holliday, that already exists. So although we direct all the time at TYCC for staff to keep the cycle tracks open, all the time they make decisions to close them because they cannot keep them open, which is why if you ever take a look at what happens on Twitter, is there are all sorts of folks tweeting at each and every single one of us about what happened to their bike lane. That was at the discretion of the work zone coordinator, and I suspect that he will continue to make those decisions.
Okay, so I really appreciate the clarity that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I want to speak as somebody who's kind of been down this journey before. And I can only hope that the journey that Councillor Wong Tam is about to go on, along with our colleagues who share the Ontario Line route, will have a better experience than I have. And I know Councillor Cole will most likely speak to his and others who share Eglinton as well. Eglinton was touted actually to be a project that was going to be completed in 2020. And we are going into 2022 and it's still not done. It was very clear throughout this experience that the businesses, while there were token gestures and certain efforts to help them along the way by Metrolinx, so many businesses became collateral damage throughout this experience. In other words, the transit is the dream, but the construction is the nightmare. And in many cases, for businesses, it shut them down completely. They were hidden from sight behind hoarding, or in some cases, they were impossible to find or get to or be seen. And while there were, certain efforts to help them with like circulating advertisements or putting open for business signs up and stuff like that, it was clear that there was no real plan baked into the entire strategy to ensure that they had the means to stay open, whether it be financial support by the government or even the city perhaps looking at ways to forgive things that they won't be able to use, like if they have patio license fees or things like that we could be thoughtfully exploring. I know that there have been motions in the past to do so, but we haven't really done it. And so one lesson learned that I could advise you is demand now that there be a funded, resourced plan in place with a strategy to ensure that those dollars actually reach the business owners and operators. Metrolinx admittedly is still trying to figure out how they even get new grants, limited grants, but new grants even to those businesses. Do you do it through ECDEV? Do you do it directly with the BIA? What do you do? What if there are issues between some of the members in the BIA? So they're still trying to formulate that. To their credit, they're trying to figure it out. But I mean, this is 10 years on, right? That should have been done a decade ago. And for residents, you're going to get blamed for things that you didn't do. Every time that there is drilling at 2 a.m, they will call you and they will say, "Why did you allow this?" Every time that there is, a crack found on a neighboring building and they're worried about the integrity of their home because of the vibrations next door that's boring through a tunnel, they're going to blame you and they're going to say, "Why did you do this?" It's going to be hard, and you're going to have thousands and thousands of calls, as I have with lots of people who are justifiably worried and distressed. And you're going to have to explain over and over and over and over again just the reality of it all, and what's happening and who's doing it and why and how. And in some cases, admittedly, you're going to have to vote for things that are going to be unpopular, because if you don't, transit won't get built. And you're going to have to wear that vote. And it's going to be recorded and it's going to be on your record. But you did it because pragmatically, if you don't, there will be no transit. And that's not acceptable either. A major lesson that I've learned is that Metrolinx is not really in control of this anyway. They take very clear cues from the Minister of Transportation. And if we want Metrolinx to be effective and be able to actually resource strategies to support residents and businesses, the provincial government also needs to provide them with the resources and funds to be able to then execute those strategies proficiently. I am convinced, I've been frustrated and angry at Metrolinx for about a decade. I am convinced that Phil Verster is genuinely trying to make amends and heal wounds, and he is reaching out to us and saying, "Can you sit with me and work through this?" And I appreciate that.
10
so I also encourage my
seconds.
colleagues to reach out to him and sit down and have a coffee or a virtual coffee and just say, how do we work as partners? Because it's going to be a difficult decade ahead, and we need to get this done well. And by the way, speaking of coffees, if any of you want any more advice from specific lessons, I am there for you, because I want to support you in any possible way, because it's been
Thank you.
challenging, although necessary.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, thank you. I want to totally support Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Fletcher on this. I mean, I can't believe there's hardly any debate about this. I mean, this is going to tear apart the middle of the city, downtown. They say 7 years. I would double that. For 14 years, you're probably going to be facing construction hell. The impact of that construction hell, not only going to be felt on businesses, but everybody who lives in the downtown. Let's not forget the residents who have to suffer with cement trucks, with backhoes, with noise, 24-hour construction, 7 days a week. This ain't gonna be a picnic, and it won't take more than a cup of coffee with Phil Borster to fix anything. This is a disaster that's gonna happen unless you put in protections against the looming disaster. Metrolinx improved, what a crock. They have basically gotten away with, now it's going to be 13 years of construction devastation because there's no checks and balances. And I hear there's going to be a management team, a construction, well, they already have. Nobody understands how it works. It's Metrolinx that is directed by the province Minister of Transportation. Then you have Crosslinks, a consortium made up of companies in Spain and everywhere else that are basically running the show. And then, so they're going to call you as the city representative to fix these problems. You try dealing with Crosslinks, Ferrovial from Spain. You try and deal with Alice Dawn, and it is going to be a nightmare unless you put in protection and unless there's a dedicated amount of money to resource the communities that are going to be impacted for a decade plus, including the small businesses. And there's got, because once you give this free pass to Metrolinx here today on this motion, you're done. Because there's no way of controlling what's going to be happening. And sure, right now you think, well, that's far away. Well, you're basically giving up any rights to basically control what the construction is going to be like. And we all want investment in transit. I mean, I fought like hell for 20 years to get the subway in Eglinton built, which they stopped halfway through and then filled in again and then started again. So don't tell me about fighting for public transit. You can fight for public transit, but you can't do it without putting in some new protections, because these are not infrastructure projects that last 6 months, a year. This is, again, going to be a 10-year plus infrastructure project in the middle of the city. And there's no protections in place for the community, for the city. And you're going to take the flack because people don't know what Crosslinks is. They don't know what Metrolinx is. They don't know who to call. They'll call you and expect you to fix it after the fact. So there's got to be a dedicated amount of money that flows to the communities affected for this, by this for 10 years. The community benefits program that's in place is great. I know the unions have done a great job of bringing in vulnerable workers to be employed, but the community benefits program is very limited. There has to be a resource benefits plan for the residents who are going to endure this for a decade. And especially if small businesses are going to endure this for a decade. So I'm not going to support this because there's no way I want to be repeating the mistakes we made on the Eglinton and continue to make on the Crosstown. You know, just as recently, I had to fight Metrolinx and Crosslinks and city transportation to get them to stop blocking entrance to the arena at Forest Hill Arena. They had put all their construction garbage in front of the entrance to the arena. It took me 2 months of about 20 meetings to get them to move their garbage so people could get in and out of the arena safely.
10 seconds.
And they did that without getting any approval from anybody. And then the construction subcontractors, try and control them. They've been in the parking lot, filling up all the public parking lot for the last 2 years.
Thank
Can't
you.
get them out.
Thank you, Councillor Cole.
Anyways, other than that, it's great.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Cole, other than that, it's great. Doesn't seem to be much great about that. And really value the lessons of the councillors who are on Eglinton and the issues that they've had with this construction, and have met business owners who have had to go out of business there because they have small businesses in other parts of the city as well. And I think that's why you have a pickup truck, Councillor Cole, so you can go to the Eglinton Arena and get some of that stuff out of there and let your constituents get in and play hockey.
Yeah, and I have to do it myself with my truck. You're right, Councillor Fletcher.
I know you do that. I know you do that. I just want to say that what Councillor Matlow said really struck me. Transit is the dream. Construction is the nightmare. And we always, oh, it's going to be great. There's going to be a station. It's going to be this. And the BIAs, it starts to dawn on them that it might be a dream, but it will be their nightmare. And anybody living along the tracks on the Ontario line, above ground, that will be a nightmare. Absolutely. I know I've told you before that the plans have changed so many times that the tracks have been moved all to one side, that the entire track bed has to be reconfigured for 2 kilometers, that the entire track bed has to be raised by 5 feet. That's a fairly significant raise. That 6 bridges have to be taken out and reconstructed. And last week, Councillor Bradford and I had a joint meeting about the Gardner takedown, and it was pretty well attended. There was 450 people came to that online meeting because of the issues with getting out of the East End. There's a river. There's only certain ways you can cross that river, and there's railroad tracks, and there's only certain ways you can cross those tracks. So there's a tremendous amount of infrastructure that will be impacted by the above ground Ontario line. And really and truly, with add on to that, the closure of Logan, everything I just talked about there, the 7 years of construction, this is truly the war on the car. There was no war on the car with the bike lane. This is the war on the car, that people are just not going to be able to move around. They're not going to be able to get out of the East End, across a bridge, under a bridge, up Logan, along the Gardner, along the lakeshore. So I know that we know about the concern for cars, but there doesn't appear to be any concern for cars at this point because the whole city looks like it's going to be shut down. Putting that Ontario line below ground would end that in the East End, and putting it below ground the way it was from the relief line with that environmental assessment, starting on the west side of the Don and not coming up in the middle of a parking lot. So I just want to also say that one of the things that I learned from the Leslie Barnes construction, which was very difficult, and Leslie Street tracks, is that PricewaterhouseCoopers actually offers a service, important service to businesses where they assist them to aggregate their losses in order to make a claim, because there is a business claim option. I don't think, and I'm not making a motion here, but I think our BIA office needs to look into that. And I hope that Councillors Cole and Matlow are hearing this part, because they start and they track the losses, and then there is an actual method under transit to get back some of your money that you've lost if you are tracking. So that's really the only way to do that. Other than that, you are under the bus, you are under the car, you are in the shaft of the station. You're done. You're not getting any money back. There's nothing for losses. And I agree, a couple of signs that say open for business when you can't actually get to any of those businesses is probably the biggest slap in the face going. And I'm not sure we've spent enough time from the city side really looking at how we protect our business districts under these circumstances. We know what we've had to do under COVID. We know we've gone the extra mile because we know how important small businesses
10
are. And
seconds.
these are all in areas of that. But that's the one lesson that I think we have yet to really put into action, support of small business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, I have a question of the previous speaker.
No, the previous speaker did not move a motion.
Oh, I thought she did.
No,
About putting the
no, she
the
didn't.
Ontario line underground.
She
Is
did
that a
not.
motion?
Councillor Cole, she did not move a motion.
I've moved that many times, Councillor, just not this time.
Councillor
Sorry.
Pasternak to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief, and I made some of these remarks at executive, but I think they're worthy of repeating. My office and other local councillors were involved in 2 applications for major street closures. One was at Finch and Keel for the Finch West LRT, and the other one was Bathurst and Eglinton. Full closures for construction of high-level transit projects. In both cases, those requests were denied. We did not issue permits for full closure. The world did not come to an end. The project continued, the construction continued, and businesses were able to function as best they could under the circumstances. So it's important for local councillors to understand that every request does not have to be granted. Every request will not shut down the construction of these projects, and every request must be examined very closely to see whether it's really necessary. The other thing I would mention is I've heard a lot of negativity in this discussion, and everyone appreciates the fact that the city is probably 30 years behind in building high-level transit. But many of the voices I've heard are the ones who are the biggest cheerleaders for the downtown relief line. And they were the ones saying the province is not stepping up to the table to help build infrastructure that provides high-level transit. And we all know that major construction projects are noisy, they're messy, they're disruptive, they're a big headache. But at the end of the day, you have a better city. You have people who are able to get from A to B. You have people who are within walking distance of a transit station. And I heard the battle cry as soon as I arrived at City Council for a downtown relief line. And now you've got it, and now it comes with some consequences. So I urge you to appreciate the good things of this project, that we're finally getting a federal and provincial government that understands the urban infrastructure needed to make a city work. And that's really what we're discussing today. Thank you very much.
A point of order, Speaker, on this. Point of personal privilege, I guess, with Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Fletcher.
I would like him to clarify that I've always been a cheerleader for the downtown relief line underground, and not to give the impression that I'm not in favor of a relief line. I'm in favor of the other one, and I'd like him to clarify. Please.
Thank you.
I'd like him to clarify, please.
I'm sure, I have no doubt that council spent numerous hours debating above ground, below ground in Scarborough and downtown.
No.
Can I remember what each councillor's position on? Councillor Fletcher, if you're offended by my remarks, then I apologize. But the debate of transit has been going on for a generation.
Sorry, Speaker, that's not good enough. He's still impugned that somehow I don't want a relief line and I'm not willing to take transit. I've got so much transit infrastructure in my ward.
Well,
very willing to do that, but I don't feel that's sufficient.
Okay, hold on,
sorry.
Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Pasternak, you did apologize for your comments.
Yes, no, Councillor Fletcher, I apologize.
Yeah.
There was no offense intended. And I know you've been a strong advocate of transit. And all I said was major transit infrastructure comes with mess and noise.
Okay,
And
thank
Sorry,
you.
Speaker, he did not just, he prefaced that by basically saying he doesn't understand which one I wanted. The fact is, and everybody knows it, there was an EA through the city for a relief line that I championed, that's still there. And what is opposed is the above ground section. And I don't want to be put in a position that somehow I'm whining about transit. I'm very offended by it, and I don't think that apology suffices. I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, this is Councillor Wong-Tam. I also want to raise a point of personal privilege to the remarks from Councillor Pasternak. I've also been very supportive of transit, the downtown relief line. What my motions specifically say is that we need to get a better outcome. We need to mitigate the construction impacts. We need a community benefits framework intact and ready to go. We need to have more information, more consultation, and none of that is before us. And we also need, most importantly, and I've been very clear, is I need a financial strategy for my businesses.
Councillor Wong-Tam, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, point of order.
Councillor Cole.
Yes, I also feel offended by Councillor Pasternak's remarks.
Oh, okay, Councillor Cole.
Well, wait a minute.
Sorry,
the right.
Speaker, you're the speaker, you can't do that.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Councillor Pasternak has apologized. Sorry,
this is
Mayor
a bad
Tory.
start to the day. Yeah, this is a bad start to the day, Speaker, and I believe that we should just get Councillor Pasternak. I did hear him apologize with qualification the first time, but without qualification the second time. But if he wants to maybe reiterate that a third time, just to make it clear, so we can move forward, because people seem to have been offended by what he said, and we should just move forward. It's a bad start to the day. We have a lot to do today, and we can't afford to spend an hour, picking over. But maybe if Councillor Pasternak could just reiterate the second apology, which I certainly heard as being unqualified. If he offended anybody, then we can move forward.
Right, and Councillor Pasternak has apologized, so please, let's move on. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to offend any particular member of council, but I do want to speak and talk about some of the things that, and I'm glad Councillor Pasternak did speak. So this is not directed to any particular council, but I would say that there seems to be a tone of unhappiness here with what's being built. As Councillor Pasternak said, and I felt compelled to put my name down before I heard Councillor Pasternak, this is transit we've been asking for decades. And here we are trying to find some things that are wrong with it. And the tone of this debate really saddens me. We should be thanking the provincial government for building this transit line. We should be celebrating it. We shouldn't be, it seems that we have this great project and we can only find problems with it. This provincial government made a huge commitment to build the very transit line we all wanted. Now people are complaining about how long the projects will take. All these projects, these large infrastructure projects, take a long time. And I don't need to remind councillors of how we've dealt with some of these projects. I just need to say Union Station to understand how we've dealt with some of these projects. And with, the other one I'll say is TYSSE. How far over budget did we go? How far over time did we go? But in this case, we won't go over, the provincial government won't go over budget because there's a public-private partnership, and there will be an arrangement made where the expenses will be capped. I am sympathetic to dealing with Metrolinx. I don't think that they're the best partner to have, but when they give their contracts out to Metrolinx, they're under a budget, so they have to meet their budgets. So, they aren't particularly as responsive as we'd like. And I just did want this tone of paying out for losses. If we're paying out for losses, if Metrolinx is paying out for losses, they should also share in the benefits that a new transit line brings. Some of these businesses will certainly take a financial sacrifice. But when this subway line is finished, the economic benefit that they will receive over time will far outstrip the losses that they will have to absorb because of the construction that's taking place. So there has to be a balance here and a fair consideration of both the pluses and the minuses. But I'm glad this line is getting built. I remember when the Young Line was built and there was disruption then. And when you're building in a downtown, it's inevitable. So I think that we should work with Metrolinx, but I think we should remain grateful for the project that they've approved to address transit issues in the city of Toronto. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a few comments, and I do understand the concerns that the councillors have downtown on the Ontario line, but I just, and I've heard from a couple councillors on Eglinton, but I also represent Eglinton, the Eglinton line as well. And in the past few years, I've had 2 transit expansions in my ward. And my experience with Metrolinx, and especially the Eglinton line, to Eglinton and Weston Road, is that we had monthly meetings with Metrolinx, and Metrolinx had monthly meetings with the residents and the businesses. There was one case where residents had a difficult time getting into their driveway, and actually Metrolinx paid for a hotel room for all the residents on the street. So I've had good communication with Metrolinx. We've had ongoing meetings with Metrolinx, with the community, with city staff, and when there was a request for road closures, I had to say yes or no for road closures. So we've been able to accommodate. So I just wanted to make those comments that my experience has been a positive experience. Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just make a comment that I advocated for years to try and get the Eglinton line buried through Etobicoke. And I just find it ironic that my colleagues downtown are scoffing at this. You should be grateful that there's underground infrastructure. All of the reasons why there's consternation over these closures and the difficulty around it is the very precise reason why we were so concerned in Etobicoke about an at-grade installation along Eglinton Avenue. Because of the bottlenecks, because of the impacts, because of the turn restrictions, because of the additional time. I just find it difficult. We've been preparing as a council for years for this. We've been narrowing the streets and installing lanes and, disrupting the flow of traffic on King Street for cars. And then I just find it upsetting and ironic. And look, I am as well grateful that there's another option to move through the downtown as someone that uses the subway regularly to get in and out of the core, because it's really the practical option. Now there's a choice. There's a different route through there. And I think it'll be a better city. And I do not have any illusions about how difficult this is going to be over the next number of years. I just hope councillors will continue to think about what the next number of years will be as we look at and discuss each of the options, including the upcoming cycling plan and the impacts that they have on the functionality of the roads. You just can't ignore the vehicle traffic that is going to be there. People don't necessarily just drive for fun. There is necessity in being able to move around. So I would just please ask people to think clearly through this and also realize there's many of us that advocated really hard to get some underground infrastructure, and we should all be grateful. Thank you.
Thank
Point
you.
of privilege again. Thank you. I just want Councillor Holiday to acknowledge that I am fighting to have that underground. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do, Madam Speaker,
Thank
absolutely.
you so much. I need your help, Stephen. You're good at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I had absolutely zero intention of speaking on this item, but a narrative is being positioned here that needs to be addressed and addressed head on. I, frankly, in listening to this conversation, have had absolutely enough of this repeated notion I've heard from colleagues that downtown councillors are somehow scoffing at infrastructure. I've had enough of it. So I want to address this head on. One, in downtown, we desperately need new transit infrastructure. Let me tell you why. 250,000 people live downtown, but we have a daytime working population of 900,000 people. The residents, colleagues represent across the city work downtown. We need to get them downtown to work. That's why we want transit. 1/3 of the jobs in the city are located downtown. 51% of the GDP in the city is generated downtown. A quarter of the tax base is produced downtown. That only works when there's transit coming in and out of the core. That's why we want it. But how you build transit will either help or hurt the economy in the short term. Does the degree to which it is built in a manner to mitigate those harms contributes to our ability to ensure that the tax base that's generated, that the jobs that exist downtown, and that those employers and employees can produce that prosperity. So building transit is good for the city as a whole downtown, and how we build it is critical to the economy of this city as a whole, just as it's critical to the livability. So this notion of downtown councillors scoffing at infrastructure is frankly anything but the truth. In fact, if anything here, downtown councillors are demanding that how we build transit, the transit we desperately need, is done in a manner to support citywide economic growth and the livability of hundreds of thousands of residents. That's what this debate is, not this silly narrative about downtown councillors scoffing at infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't going to speak either, but I'm going to, for largely the same reason as Councillor Cressy. I don't think there's anyone on this council who doesn't welcome all the transit that we can get. We have a group of our colleagues who are saying we need some assistance in dealing with Metrolinx, which I don't think anybody would disagree on that either, is not an easy body to deal with. They can be very autocratic. They're provincially appointed. We kind of don't have much say at all. And, you know, we have some very legitimate concerns being brought to our attention. And, you know, we should all be thinking about how we would deal with that if we were in their shoes. And we would hopefully all be doing exactly the same thing, asking, coming to council and asking for some help so that there is less negative impact from the construction. So, you know, this debate is kind of troubling, this kind of split between those who are affected and those who are like, not my problem, you know, let me make this partisan.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. And just to chime in on this, you know, these are not new problems. These aren't problems that even began with Eglinton. I can remember being very proud to vote, Speaker, for a motion that was brought by yourself and a former mayor, David Miller, to tell Go Metrolinx that they absolutely could not just destroy the ward you represent because they had a terrible construction plan and a terrible design. And we as a council got united to help you, Speaker, make sure that the ward you represent wasn't destroyed by that terrible design. And I just invite all the members of council to remember that for decades, the only time we have succeeded in getting Metrolinx to listen to us and to treat our neighborhoods and the people who live in the city of Toronto with respect is when we speak with a unified voice.
Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I guess like many who have spoken a moment ago indicated that they weren't going to speak, I was one of those who was not going to speak. Just wanted to offer and share my experiences with working with Metrolinx. Yeah, I think that working with some of the staff over the years have been rather problematic, both with respect to the crosstown, along with the elevated area that we're working on in my ward with Metrolinx with respect to the GO in the Kennedy and Progress area. I want to say, Speaker, that at the outset, we had tremendous challenges working with Metrolinx staff. Similarly, like I think Council Fletcher and others are saying, and yeah, it's real. It's extremely real, quite frankly. However, what I was able to do is I simply picked up the phone and reached out to Phil Verser, who's the president and CEO of Metrolinx, and had engaged him. And I will say, Speaker, I am a fan of Mr. Verser. because he has in fact reached out both in terms of the issue we were having with respect to the crosstown businesses, as you talked about, driveways being blocked and issues affecting business owners along the corridor area in my ward, along with the area at we're working right now with Metrolinx, which is at Progress and Kennedy Road, and it relates to simply looking at ways and means to minimize the disruption that the construction that's being proposed with respect to the overpass that's being proposed by them, and even just the way it's been planned without an engagement of the community largely. And we've been able to correct that. And so I want just to suggest to members, like Mr. Mercer seems to be available, seem willing and able to work with my office and my and city staff as part of the concerns that we had, and the business owners. One of our largest employers is Atlantic Packaging, and they had a major concern, and we were able to arrange a meeting with Mr. Mercer present and to engage members of the community and businesses. And I must say that things have basically worked out quite differently in a way that is much more accommodating, in a way that is actually fruitful for everyone. And I would just simply offer that as a suggestion. Maybe that's something that, I don't know, Councillor Fletcher, for example, if you've done that. I'm not sure if others have done that, but that has worked for me. And I don't know if that has been the situation with me. And so I just wanted to offer that. I'm not being critical of anyone who has concerns, because yes, and as much as we want transit built, there are concerns, and we have the responsibilities as members who are representing the interests of their respective wards and community to bring that forward. And I think that members should be able to do that without necessarily feeling offended, quite frankly. Thank you, Speaker.
Just a point of personal privilege, Speaker. One more time. Spoken to Mr. Verster many times. Councillor, thanks for your wise counsel. Many people have. Maybe the issues are different in an employment area than they are
Perhaps
in a dense downtown urban setting. Okay. So I would hope you would recognize that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief, but I did want to weigh in here, as many of us are. I think Deputy Mayor Thompson's comments there are well taken, and that picking up the phone can go a long way. But I know that that's been met with different results in the process, and certainly, in the East End and in Beaches East York, and I know Councillor Fletcher's been working very hard of this in Toronto Danforth. Those phone calls are important to have. The meetings with the community are important to have. The site visits are important to have. Because while there is a Venn diagram where Metrolinx wants to build transit and City Council wants to build transit, and we're all working very hard to do that, there is an intersection in that Venn diagram, but there is also a divergence in some instances of what's best for that local community and how we build that transit, what is best for that local community when we're building that transit. And I think Councillor Wong-Tam's motions here very much speak to that, and to the commentary and the experience that we have all seen play out on Eglinton. And when we undertake and embark on these transit projects, it is our job as local elected officials to hold organizations like Metrolinx to account, to make sure that we're doing that in a way that, of course, allows us to build the transit that we desperately need and we have not built enough of over the past number of decades, but responds to the concerns that are legitimate from the local community in how we roll out these major linear infrastructure projects that bifurcate and cut across our wards in the city of Toronto. And so I think the jury's still out on that. I think that there's examples that we can point to where things have been done well. I think we can point to examples where Metrolinx has been responsive to the feedback, but there's also a lot of examples where we haven't seen that. And I think that, Metrolinx continues to find itself in the headlines, in the press, not because it's been such a ringing success, but because there's legitimate concerns. And, when you take that sort of outside perspective of we're the province or we're an agency of the province and we can just kind of roll through and lay this stuff down, you're going to be met with resistance. And I think that that resistance is important because it's important to our communities. And I think ultimately we get a better outcome when we can stand up and make those points clear and hopefully have them addressed. So I appreciate the motion from Councillor Wong Tam. I am always one to want to work together, but sometimes it can be pretty challenging on these projects. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Speaker. You know, when you have these debates, it often appears like there's some kind of polarization here, but actually I sort of sit here and I always try to sort of, and I think it is kind of part of the magic of this place, that out of what sometimes appears to be sort of oppositional points of view being taken by people, there emerges quite a bit of wisdom. And so I take the first comments that started this morning that came from Councillors Matlow and Cole, who've been sort of through this with Eglinton, as I have to a lesser extent, but they heard more than I did, but I heard lots, and I sort of grew up and lived in that part of town, and before I think this project started disrupting things up there before I was mayor. And so I think there were lessons to be learned and heard on that score. We heard Councillor Wong Tam speak and with her motions, which I think add some things to stuff that's already in the recommendations. I mean, for example, section 42 or number 42 of the recommendation speaks to very much the question of business. And, you know, while I heard what Deputy Mayor Menon Wong said about saying that you've got to be careful if you're going to, you know, help somebody with a financial assistance, I've been very consistent, given the problems on Eglinton, in saying that future Metrolinx contracts of this kind, and here we are with the next one, must take into account some kind of way in which we can help businesses that are, through no fault of their own whatsoever, affected by these construction projects. And the fact is that, while Deputy Mayor Menon Wong is right, ultimately they'll be beneficiaries of a subway going by the door or right underneath them. It's having them survive to enjoy that day that is really the issue, you know, because a lot of them just can't make it. I mean, that's true on Eglinton. You can just see it when you go along there. A lot of businesses didn't make it, and our job should be to cause Metrolinx as part of their contract. And you know, it's a rounding error, quite frankly, in the context of the billions of dollars that will be spent building that line. And so I'm very happy that the existing report, as amended by the executive committee, actually does contain consideration of us pushing back, or whatever the right word is, pushing for Metrolinx to take these things into account and include them in their contracts and include them in their cost estimates. So there is an amount provided for business to help them in different ways, as set out, for example, in recommendation 42. I think, you know, there's been this impression created, and that's what happens when you get a bit of a sort of slightly polarized debate going on, that, you know, this gives them Metrolinx carte blanche. It doesn't. Now, we have to remember that, unlike previous transit projects, they have armed themselves legislatively with massive powers to override anything that we want. And I don't think they had those before when it came to Eglinton. And so, you know, that's the reality. I don't like that reality. I don't like it when they do things that way, but you know, they would argue with a degree of justification that the whole idea here is to get this transit built as quickly as possible. And I think that is something that we would support. I don't take absolutely anybody in the entire chamber as saying that the advent of the Ontario line, albeit that there are some concerns about the above ground portion, for example, but that the advent of the Ontario line, which, you know, after all, let's be honest here, provides more transit to more communities. A place like Thorncliffe Park, for example, was never included in the first part of the relief line. Now it will be included. And that's really important for that community to have that transit connection to the rest of the city. And there are issues there too with storage yards and whatnot, and they're getting worked through. But, you know, the bottom line is that there's got to be benefits to the Ontario line in terms of its length and breadth that will come. And the real bottom line is we are building transit. We are building transit. And one of the things I have said, and I bet you everybody in this chamber has said at one time or another, is that we went for too long a time, at different periods of time, not building enough transit. And now we're doing $30 billion worth, thanks to the support of the other governments. And this is a huge step forward for the city, and will, at the end of the construction period, make a very positive difference to the economy, to the environment, to congestion, to connecting people to opportunity, as I was saying just this morning when I was asked about this on television. And so I think the key here is to do exactly what we're doing, which is accept the fact, meaning that we have no choice but to accept the fact they've armed themselves with legislative tools to override anything that we might not want in the context of opening or closing things, and now try to strike the best deal we can in each of these instances. And I think the flavor of the recommendations here, as supplemented by the work of the executive committee, and it is supplemented by some of the motions I will support, like those of Councillor Wong Tam, will allow us to push back. And I'm one of those who would say that while, you know, he can never do everything we want because it's just the nature of the beast, Phil Verster has proven himself actually to be more responsive than, and I've been around long enough to know now that previous Metrolinx people often just kind of got our emails got lost, you know, sort of somehow, quote unquote, got lost, and they would never even answer us. And he makes an effort, and he is responsive to these things. And there's a lot of these issues, you know, floating around on the Ontario line alone, let alone the other projects. But I think he's trying to be responsive to that. And so this whole business of mitigation and making these closures as short as possible, limiting them, I agree with Councillor Pasternak and others who have said it is possible if we push back on them, that they can do it for a shorter period of time with less disruptive, you know, implications and so on. And that's exactly what this motion, I think, authorizes us and our staff to do. I think we have to push hard to make sure businesses are looked after and other kinds of people who will be dislocated by this. But let's remember the bottom line. We are getting in this project and the others $30 billion. Not about the dollar amount, but it's about the transit we're going to get, which will transform this city in many different respects and do some of the work that should have been done decades ago by others. And so that is the good news part of this story. But it always, as several people have pointed out, no transit project has been without its disruption for the city, some worse than others. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. So we have one motion by Councillor Wong Tam. We'll put it on the screen.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I just wanted to clarify something. I've asked the clerks to amend motion number 3, which speaks to the container pedestrian elements, and the insertion is the word where feasible. So that speaks to the question that was raised by Deputy Mayor Holliday. So hopefully that helps clarify that item for him.
Sure, yes, and I believe the clerk has made that amendment. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if you could record this vote, please.
Yes, I was going to ask for a recorded vote. So on Councillor Wong Tam's motion, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, I've recorded more votes than I see members on the screen. So if there's a member or two who has turned their camera off, could they please indicate so or turn their camera back on so we can match the number of votes to the people? Thank you. Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is EX 28.12. Oh, sorry. Item as amended. Do we want a recorded vote?
Recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote. Sorry.
Speaker, it's Peruzza. I'd like to vote as well, and I don't have I don't have a very good signal today. I would like my vote recorded in the affirmative, please.
Yes, thank you.
The item as amended carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay. Our next item is EX 28.12 on the Metrolink subway program. So if we can clear the screen and questions.
Speaker CMP's having a bit of a problem here getting, so there we go.
Yeah, it
Madam
takes,
Speaker, it does take, when we change items, it does take a moment or two for the item to load.
it does
We just
take a
ask for
few, yeah, it does take a few seconds. So, Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very interested in understanding from staff. This report lays out some principles on how you would go about negotiating value for lands that Metrolinx will require for the subway program. So I understand that. So what I want to understand further is, what are those lands? What do they want? And because I don't think we've been told what lands are required.
Do we have staff
Thanks,
here?
Councillor.
Yeah.
Alison Folisea, through the Speaker, Councillor. We work regularly with Metrolinx in terms of the required lands that they need as they develop their design projects. At the moment, we've got a good understanding as they progress through their design, but we don't have an overall assessment of all of the city lands that they anticipate requiring throughout the entire project development.
Thank you. So, I mean, council just approved 7.5 years of road closures for them. And you're telling me that they haven't provided a detailed list of these properties that they need in order for them to facilitate the construction? Have they given an indication of, just even if you don't, so you don't have the addresses, is that correct?
We do have a fairly robust list. We don't have the full list of all of the city lands they need across. We see our team works very closely with Metrolinx through specific design questions, and as Metrolinx advances their design, we get specific property requests form from Metrolinx. But no, we do not have a full list of all of the city lands that they require throughout the subway development.
But the list that you do have require, how many properties are on that list and what municipal addresses are being affected? Can you provide that to us?
Through the chair, we can put together the information that we have. It is based on address. Or it is based on specific legal descriptions, so it takes a lot of time for city staff to then take that information, look to see how it actually impacts city infrastructure, city uses, that sort of thing. But we can work internally to get a more robust list out to the councillors. And as information does come up, we do make sure that the local councillors are consulted as we get specific property request information in from Metrolinx.
Alison, thank you. So if Metrolinx is providing you with legal descriptions, and if I had communities that were going to be impacted, how does the average person?
Leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Hi, Jay, you're on the. I can hear you.
Message. You can hang up or press pound for more options.
Madam Speaker, you can just hold my time.
Somebody has their mic on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, there's just an echo. Echo's gone. Thank you. Alison, I just want to get back to my question before I lose my train of thought. So if legal descriptions are all you have, and I want to explain to, I mean, if you want to explain to council where these properties are of interest that Metrolinx has, or if I need to explain to my community what is being considered as expropriation or perhaps sale, like I can't give them a legal address. Like you give me a legal address, I will still need to turn to you for municipal address. So are you saying that aside from the legal address, there's no municipal addresses attached to these legal descriptions?
That's right. Through the chair, Councillor, We've got very technical descriptions, and it takes our staff a bit of time to then translate it into something that is more usable from a counselor's perspective or a community perspective. It would be very helpful if we could get from Metrolinx a more robust and usable explanation of all of the city lands that will be impacted throughout the development.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my final question is with respect to the valuation of lands. Obviously, there's different appraisal methodologies, and sometimes when we lose green space, especially parkland, it is very difficult to take money and buy new parkland. So what happens if we don't want cash, where we want parkland in exchange for parkland taken? How will that work?
Through the chair, Councillor, as part of the terms that we have negotiated with Metrolinx in terms of the disposal of land, we have prioritized receiving comparable green space in exchange. And if you speak to any of my colleagues in parks, you will understand that as soon as we give up green space, it is extremely difficult to replace it. And so Metrolinx knows that that's a priority. It's set out in the agreement, and we will continue to reiterate that. I would also note that in accordance with our planning requirements, if we are to dispose of green space, we either we have to get an official plan amendment to make such disposal, or we have to receive comparable green space in exchange.
Thank you.
And that would be mandatory.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, I'm going to be asking this question. Just one of the one of the places that the portal will be established, and this is for TEO, is at the Riverdale Plaza. Is that correct?
Through you,
You
Madam
might have to
Speaker.
wait for these guys to get out. Yes, there, Mr. Toy.
No, I'm here. Through you, Madam
Hi.
Speaker, to the councillor,
Thank you.
yes, you are correct, councillor.
So that will be in the plaza itself, not on Pape Avenue or not on Carlaw on the street.
Again, through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, you are correct. It is on the property. Right now, it is being shown on the property.
Being shown on the property.
The
And that's
layout is, yes.
And how much space does a portal take, just as far as?
So again, through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, typically a portal would be somewhere between about 45 to 50 meters wide and probably about another, I would say, in about 100 meters long at a minimum. But it all depends now on kind of how, what they're pulling out and what's being extracted from that shaft.
And then there would be on either side, there'd be a right of way associated with that. You wouldn't be building right up against the portal, would you?
You are correct, councillor. There would be some form of barrier between the portal and whatever adjacent property that would be near the portal.
And what kind of barrier would be required legally?
I can only kind of estimate that it would probably be between 3 and 5 meters at least at a minimum. But there's probably a more specific distance that I would need to kind of confer with Metrolinx on.
So you could get
But
that.
I can get you that information.
And so I don't do all that math, 45 to 50 meters wide, add another 5 on either side. So 60 meters and then 100 meters long. What's that in square footage or square meters, if you happen to know?
I would say between, I'm guessing about 3,000 square meters. So about 30,000 square feet, give or take.
So square meters, how many?
I would say, 30 times 100, 3,000, sorry, 30,000 square meters.
30,000 square meters.
Oh, 3,000 square meters, sorry. Sorry.
That other zero, that could get you really in trouble. 3,000 square meters. Okay, thank you. So just in that site, has that site been purchased yet from Choice REIT?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, I am not aware at this point whether that property is one of the ones that has been identified or has been purchased by Metrolinx.
Although that's where the portal would go. Is that where you have been given the information, the portal would go there?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, do you know anywhere where there's a large portal of that kind and then there's other development quite close by? That it.
The closest one that I could think of, Councillor, is the portal at the eastern portion of the Eglinton Crosstown, so near Laird, that has both the portal and then adjacent developments nearby.
And how far away are those?
In certain instances, they are fairly close. In fact, that's one of the struggles that we've had was how the developers were trying to build close to these portals and how to avoid it creating an operational issue on the transit system. So I don't know an exact measurement, but there are buildings that are fairly close to the portal locations.
But that's not optimal for people that live there or for the operators. Why is that a problem?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
You said that you're having trouble operationally and having those located so close. I'm wondering what that is.
No, so Councillor, typically when structures are being built near subways, what you want to do is you don't want, a future development beginning to breach into a tunnel opening or into a. Okay. So you just want to make sure that there's an appropriate distance between them.
So, and can you confirm that the portal for the Ontario line is in the Don Yards?
That was your last
that it
question.
Would come up in the Don Yards and then go back down at that portal at Gerrard Square, not Gerrard Square, Riverdale Plaza.
Yes, sorry, to the councillor, yes, you are correct. It's in the Down Yards, and then it comes up and goes elevated through your ward, councillor, as you're well aware, and then it drops back down.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Cole, questions?
I wonder, is it possible to make available the list of these lands that the province Metrolinx is going to basically use for subway construction that's owned by the city? Do we have that list?
Thanks, Councillor. Through the speaker, the list in and of itself is not terribly useful because it is largely based with specific legal descriptions. We're working internally and with Metrolinx to try to get a more usable form of the total list of city areas that will be required. But we can work with the individual councillors to sort of look to see what's within their wards, but as a whole, it's not terribly usable.
So we don't have the addresses.
And we don't have specific addresses, nor, and this is more important for us, we don't have the specific city uses or existing uses of those lands. So we don't have the ability to distinguish between what's a right-of-way or what's a current park. And those are the areas that we're working with Metrolinx to try to get more information around.
When will we get this?
Through the speaker, we're working, and we've made this request several times, and we understand that Metrolinx is continuing to focus on this request.
Okay, yeah, several times, I bet. The other question I have is, does this include properties that Metrolinx basically takes over, doesn't buy? Like, for instance, we've had them in Eglinton Park for about 8 years. They've been taking up the southern half of Eglinton Park. They're still there. Is this type of takeover of parkland included in this process?
Yes, thanks. Through the speaker, Councillor, the information we've requested from Metrolinx includes both their temporary and their permanent interests that they require from the city. As well, the report before you speaks to the administrative process as to how we deal with both temporary takings and permanent takings.
Now, in terms of these stations especially, the experience has been very unfortunate in Eglinton is that they've built all these stations and there's no housing or affordable housing over the stations. They're just one-story stations. And I know in other jurisdictions, if you go to Hong Kong or Taipei, anyways, there's always the air rights over the stations are always sold for housing, especially for affordable housing. Can we do anything with this agreement to make sure Metrolinx doesn't repeat the mistakes they made in Eglinton and not allowing affordable housing over all these stations along Eglinton?
Thanks, Councillor. Through the speaker, this report and the proposed arrangement with Metrolinx deals only with the administrative process around dealing with, I would say, the non-complex land transactions. I would ask my colleagues at Transit Expansion to speak more specifically to the TOC program.
So through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, Councillor Cole, we are, and I'm sure that you're aware, we are working with the province very closely on a transit-oriented communities program that actually considers how the stations, there will be buildings above and around and beside the current subway stations. And included in that discussion is discussions about affordable housing. But again, it's still a discussion that's going on with the province at this time.
But has that provincial policy changed where, you know, on the Eglinton crosstown, they didn't allow affordable housing over certainly the new stations, whether it be the Keelsdale, Fairbank, Avenue Road. They're just one-story buildings at Bathurst, which is ridiculous when you're trying to say it's transit-oriented, and yet you won't let affordable housing be built over the publicly owned station. Have they changed that policy?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, at the time that the Eglinton Crosstown was built, that was what the policy was from the provincial government. It was a very narrow-focused transit program only. Like, it didn't focus on developing above and around the stations.
Thank you.
We're in a different time.
Sure are.
I just have a couple questions. Just on Councillor Cole's question, and so the policy has changed from when we started the Eglinton line. So all the MOUs that were approved when we started the Eglinton line, then they're not in place. They've been, all those MOUs have been deleted?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to yourself. No, not that I'm aware of. If there's been any sort of commitment by the province, then I believe that the MOUs are still in place. I don't know specifically which ones you're talking to, but I'd be happy to talk with your office, and you can ask. I can find out for you.
Yeah, this is the Eglinton and Black Creek where the maintenance facility is, the former Kodak land. There was an MOU that was agreed on with the city and Metrolinx years ago. So
I will find out for you, Councillor.
Thank you. So my next question is, the properties that are on this report, I know that we haven't been able to get the addresses that Councillor Wong Tam has asked, but are they just vacant land that you're referring to in this report?
Thanks, Speaker. Through you, the report before you sets out an administrative framework to facilitate the normal course transactions. It deals with all types of lands, right-of-ways, vacant city parcels, green space, and it provides direction to both Metrolinx and city staff as to how to facilitate quick transactions that are not in dispute. It does not stop the city in any means from saying lands are not available for disposition. It will still require local consultation with the local and impacted ward councillor, nor does it stop Metrolinx from continuing on with expropriations should that be the route that they choose to continue.
Okay, is there an opportunity at that time then, if there is expropriation, that you could swap, and if there's a project in that community that we could request Metrolinx to support the project? At like a facility. I'll give you an example. In my ward, and this is what Councillor Perks was talking about, was John Street. So Metrolinx expropriated some city land on John Street. In exchange, they expropriated property, so we were able to house Artscape in affordable housing. So is that possible at any of these lands, or you won't know until Metrolinx comes forward with what their needs are?
Thanks, Speaker. Through you, we've got a very strong working relationship with Metrolinx, and we are always focused on ensuring that the city is maintained whole in terms of any takings that Metrolinx requires from our portfolio. So we will continue with all types of negotiations and discussions around how to maintain our current uses, be them relocated or anything. So in short, yes, we will continue those types of discussions as we move through further design and land requests with Metrolinx.
Yeah, because that's what I did in my ward on that motion that Councillor Perks was referring to, and I did get it. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, and the clerk will kindly put this onto the screen for the members of council. My motion is broken into two parts, much shorter than the previous motion. The first part of the motion is to specifically ask Metrolinx to make publicly available a detailed map of all the city land requirements that they are looking for, the type of land that it is, the current use, the size, the extent of the property interest, whether they want it permanently or temporary. And we want to have this information by February 28th. I would like to see 28th of next year. I'd like to see that and to provide any updates on a semi-annual basis. The second portion of the motion is to specifically have council direct the executive director to ensure that when there are dispositions of land as it relates to parkland, is to make sure that we take all efforts to get Metrolinx to provide us a comparable exchange of land nearby. So therefore, you've heard about the loss of green space if Metrolinx decides to take parkland. Cash is not going to do us any good given the cost of real estate in Toronto, as you know. So we're going to need to have a swap, a dedicated portion of new parkland that is going to be adjacent and close to the vicinity of site. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. You know, the issues around what we're talking about is very similar to what we just spoke about, is how much information do we get? How do we work with that information so that we can also make some plans or perhaps respond to it as the protectors of Toronto assets, as well as to the protectors of Toronto residents. And I think you heard one of the staff persons respond to the fact that they've asked on multiple occasions for Metrolinx to give them this information in a timely fashion so that they can, number one, analyze it, make some sense of it, and also to provide some advice, probably to City Council, or to speak to the issue regarding the land that they have to dispose internally. We shouldn't have to ask our provincial partners, who are transit builders in our city, multiple times for information. And I don't think that they should be giving that information in such, you know, cryptic ways, such as a legal description. We're talking about, you know, we're talking about a code of language that title searchers and lawyers will understand, but the rest of the laypersons will not. We need to be able to get that information in a timely fashion. We need to be able to understand what are the impacts. There may be existing city plans for those lands that we will then have to pivot on, because Metrolinx does have such large sweeping powers. I've mentioned on several occasions that the First Parliament site is no longer in city ownership and control. That was 3 acres of land that had a decade of experience of planning with a master plan attached to it. It is now gone. And then afterwards, I mentioned the fact that they also wanted a lane of traffic as well as, you know, the sidewalk, also gone. I think in order for us to really be stewards of city assets, we have to understand what it is that is the request before us. which means we have to get information in a timely fashion. If we don't do that, we won't be able to respond with, number one, some information behind us, but also we have to be able to use that information to shape how we are going to build and plan our neighborhoods. There may be some parcels of land that are just dormant, orphaned. We don't need it, not a problem, they can have it. But there may be some parcels of land that are strategic. And I'll give you an example. Moss Park, which is of course right, flanked by 4 major streets in the downtown core. Metrolinx is going to take that over for 7.5 years. And they're going to take half that park and they plan to build a standalone station. This is not a transit-oriented community. There's no density, there's no revitalization. And at the same time, we were planning to invest $125 million to rebuild a new community center, as well as to refurbish the Moss Park Arena and to rebuild the park overall for recreational uses. I now have plans that are put on ice, literally put on ice, because we don't know what is going to happen. The sequencing of events is very confusing. And at the same time, it's not going to necessarily make this a better neighborhood. So there isn't an integrated city building process. I think we can do better. We have to ask Metrolinx to do better. It's absolutely critical for our communities that we know what their interest in our land is, where it is, what they plan to do with it, how much are they planning to pay for it, and whether or not we get it back if it's only temporary. And then how do we get Metrolinx to compensate us for the interim uses?
5 seconds. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a couple of remarks. And partly, I just want to go back to how concerned I am about what we heard earlier, how we say we want transit, but then we don't really want it. And I remain quite offended by those remarks, and I thank Councillor Cressy for putting the record straight as far as the amount of construction. Don't forget the amount of development attached to that. So if anyone's suggesting we don't do due diligence in making sure that the impacts are mitigated to the best extent, I'm sure that's not what councillors meant, but that is how it came across. So this won't be the last discussion that we have here, and we'll be very happy to have anybody come, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Thompson, to meet my BIAs and meet and see exactly the difficulties with putting the transit above ground in this area. There are issues that we're managing around construction mitigation. I had one last week, a meeting on Friday night with people from the North Cape, where that Ontario line will come out of the embankment. What's that going to mean? There's a number of expropriations, but making sure the safety factor, the road factors are cleared up as best as we can for that intervention. So this is a very, these are very real issues. We did have all those things organized already with the downtown relief line, by the way. We had meetings with people whose property were being expropriated that are no longer being expropriated. So those of you who've gone through people's homes being expropriated, you'll know exactly what I mean by that. So I do want to say that the issue around land taking and use of and tree taking and park taking, there's supposedly a 3-to-1 ratio, but none of those trees would be anywhere near where they would be removed on the above ground Ontario line section. I think we need to recognize that, and there's many motions that do deal with that. I am really interested in this portal now, which is the first time that we've really heard where it's going to go. So it's on Choice REIT property. They do have an investment portfolio online about their portfolio, their holdings, Loblaws, different places. We know Choice REIT is Loblaws. And they show this site as a big 6-acre site ready for you, and that it says future stop on the downtown relief line. And this their last posting was from Q2 2020. So I don't think that was ever called the downtown relief line for a long time. And I'm just quite worried that some of these folks don't realize that that whole area will probably be sterilized completely by putting in a very large portal. And it was actually to be a smart track station that was taken away. I do understand now why that happened, why Metrolinx removed that, even though it had a pretty high score, and it was to be a transit node. So that is of concern, that this insistence on this above ground line ends up taking out what was to be a development site for a fair amount of density around the transit station. So I'll be certainly looking forward to that report when I ask for that, as to how that could possibly happen, because it is a very busy corner. It would be great to have housing and affordable housing there as a transit-oriented community on a large site. But at this moment, 100 meters of that is now going to be the portal. And don't forget, the portal doesn't just drop straight. The portal is it has a slope and takes a while to get 20 meters below ground. So just flagging that today, that the other thing that's very frustrating is we do get calls from people about Metrolinx and what's happening with their property, but in general, we're not given those maps. I do have maps that show what the takings are along the above ground section. It's going to be very expensive because, of course, it's highest and best use. So looking forward to getting a land valuation for the Riverdale Plaza, to understand what that valuation is and how that would be shifted by insisting on a portal at that site.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. First of all, I just, I have to apologize to Councillor Pasternak for asking him to apologize. But anyways, I don't think he meant any harm, but I just say it's not his intention. I knew that. But I just also want to reiterate what Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Wang-Tam have been saying, is that just because questions are being raised about this $30 billion expenditure of taxpayers' money and the construction process and the impact on the community, I think every councillor is duty bound to do this. If we didn't ask these questions about construction impacts, we wouldn't be doing our job. And so there's no way we should be attacking councillors for raising questions, and I think we have every right to do so. And again, it's not. And Metrolinx has got some incredible.
Okay, hold on, Councillor Cole.
Yeah.
Did you submit a motion?
Oh yeah, did it get there?
No, it didn't get here. Just came in, so we'll have to put you on hold until.
Okay, put me on hold then.
All right.
Thank you.
So can I just have a point of order, Speaker? I think you may have forgotten something, that actually the David Miller intervention in your ward wasn't to swap land with the Green Pea. It was actually to get a stop at Weston and not having an at grade to go underground, not to destroy the community. And you won that with the help of the mayor and your tenaciousness and your MPP.
Councillor,
so you may have forgotten. That's what I remember.
No, Councillor Fletcher, that's not the item I was referring to. There was two lines going through my ward. I was talking about the other line that went through Weston. The one you're referring to is that David Miller wanted to go above ground and expropriate 30 homes in my ward. It was David Miller that was advocating for it. So
Sorry, on a point
I
of
see.
privilege.
Okay.
So there's two different issues. The other line that I was referring to was to go in the up line on John Street. Point of order, Councillor Perks.
Privilege.
Point of privilege.
Speaker, in my remarks, I explicitly referred to a member motion brought by you and Mayor Miller that they go underground and not subdivide your neighborhood, and that I was proud to have voted for that. The way you just stated it misrepresents the facts and the history and what I said.
The Eglinton line was not going underground, it was going above ground.
Not the Eglinton line, the UP Express.
The motion that you're referring to, and I don't want to get into a debate, is the go in the up line at Weston and Lawrence, where they were closing John Street. That was the one I was referring to. Thank you. We're going to hold this item down. And before, Councillor Carroll. You just put your name on, Councillor Carroll? To speak?
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Yes, I did just want to make some last comments, but if it messes with the schedule, I can save them for one of the many other times we're likely to end up discussing this.
Okay. All right, so let's hold this item down because Councillor Cole had a motion and it's not ready yet. So members, we really have a tight agenda, and I'm just wondering at this point, do you have any releases that we can do at this point before we go to the next item?
Speaker, I do, if that would be helpful.
Okay, because we do have quite a bit on our agenda still, and then we have a number of timed items tomorrow. Councillor Cressy.
Yes, Speaker. I have two items. Councillor Bradford has had his questions answered offline. He's indicated the two items that have been joined together that I can release with an amendment. This is the referred item DM 38.1 on childcare, as well as the the economic and community development item 26.16 on affordable childcare.
Yes.
So I have an amendment I can place, and with that, on those two items, I can release it.
Okay, so do we have Councillor Cressy's? Okay, we do have your amendment, Councillor Cressy, and thank you for that. So on DM 38.1, we have the amendment by Councillor Cressy. On favor?
And if I could just ask for a recorded vote on that, and I think we can dispense with it.
Okay, and then EC 2616, you're just going to release?
That is correct.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Cressy on DM 38.1, recorded vote. Yes. This is the item.
One of those is the mayor's motion that he mentioned.
Madam Speaker, again, it's Barutz. I'd like to vote in the affirmative, please.
Madam Speaker, could I remind members just to hold off announcing their votes until we call for them, please? So that we can, what we'll do is we'll complete the electronic votes and then we'll ask for those members who need to make a statement. Councillor McKelvey and Councillor Robinson, are you able to use the system to vote, please? Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is unanimous, 24 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Now on EC 26.16, Councillor Cressy is releasing. Councillor Cressy, did you want a recorded vote on that item as well?
No, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, on favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Do we have any other quick releases? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Speaker. TE 29.66. It is the staging area on Queen Street. And I will release that, but just say that with so many street closures, including the Gardner, we have to be very careful not to have too many other closures, main streets, so people can still get around. And cycling here is actually very dangerous, and staff are looking at some ways to ensure that people are cycling on Queen at Leslie, that they're in a safe condition.
Thank you. So Councillor Fletcher is releasing T 2966. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
I hope to have some other releases for you by lunchtime, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to try again to release CC 38.5 supplementary report. We were waiting for that. Staff has a motion to adopt the supplementary report.
Okay, that's on CC 38.5, which is 20 and 50 Ashton B Road,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have, okay, it's on the screen, Councillor Thompson. Okay,
Yes. So I'd like to move it, basically.
okay. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item as amended.
And Speaker,
Just one second.
go ahead, please.
Item as amended,
No problem.
on favor, carried. Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to attempt to release CC 3810. There, I had indicated yesterday about going in camera. I don't actually need to go in camera. Staff has actually prepared. There's an in-camera motion. I'm not sure if I need to go in camera to actually provide the new confidential instruction to staff.
Yeah,
or I know it's on CP.
Councillor Thompson, I'm told that you can place it now if you'd like, yes.
Okay, I'd
Okay.
like to place it now because you've
Yeah.
indicated that you want to move the agenda along, and
Okay.
I'd like to do that as well. I'd like to place that item.
Okay, it's on the screen, CC 38.10, 1001 Ellesmere Road. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay. Are there any further releases? No, okay. All right. Councillor Cole's motion is not ready yet, so we'll go to the next item on the agenda. Oh, yes, we do have two motions, members' motions that we want to introduce. Mayor Tory.
Speaker, thank you very much. And I seek leave to introduce a motion without notice concerning the reaffirmation of Toronto's opposition and the provision of financial support to the legal challenge against Quebec's Bill 21. And the reason for urgency is that they're in need of financial assistance, and that it's timely for us to join other cities in helping with the legal challenge to Bill 21, and requires a commitment of some financial support and other moral support from Canadian municipalities as soon as possible.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to add to the agenda a TLAB for 42 Cedar View Drive and request for city solicitor to attend.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. So our next item, before we might have time before lunch, which is the EX 28.2 final tax design and steps to implement a vacant home tax. Councillor Holiday held it. Do you have questions to staff?
I do not, Speaker, and I think I will only need just a moment to speak to it, and that's all.
Okay, Councillor
A
Holiday.
question of staff. Councillor Cole?
Councillor Cole, you have questions, then could you please put your name on the list?
I'm trying to.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Cole, questions?
Yeah, just a question of staff about vacant home and who owns the vacant homes. Do we have any, how do we find out who the owners are of these vacant homes?
It's Casey Brendan from Revenue Services Division. Through you, Madam Speaker, and in answer to your question, Councillor Cole, each owner in the City of Toronto of a residential property will be required to declare the status of their property, either vacant or occupied, and they declare at the end of the year for the previous calendar year. That determines whether they're taxable or not.
Does that include condos?
Residential condos units, yes, it does.
Now, there have been the reports that there are people that get around this, empty or not, by essentially putting in a couple of sticks of furniture. They pay companies to go in, turn off the lights, cut the grass, and they therefore essentially give the appearance that these apartments, these condos are being used, or these homes are being used when they're empty.
So, Councillor, as part of the administration of this program, apart from the declarations that are sent in by the owners indicating the status, the city will be conducting its own audit of properties to confirm the declarations that they've provided. You know, as long as the property owner can demonstrate either to the city or to an auditor that that the property has been occupied for more than 6 months in the previous calendar year, that's the proof that we need. And so you would have to provide some documentation of somebody living there, a lease or something to as your evidence that somebody is occupying the place.
But how are you going to audit thousands of condos and homes? How is this going to be done? You're going to need an army of people.
Yes, correct. There, we follow Vancouver's example, and in Vancouver's case, who have had their program running for a couple of years, they audit between 5 and 10% of all of their declarations in every year. And yes, that does require a staff component to conduct those audits to make sure that we can collect the taxes that are due. The report in front of you identifies that we have included as part of our costs staffing resources, which includes the audit team and the investigations team, up to 25 staff members.
So you're going to have some forensic auditors as part of that team, I hope?
Forensic auditors, and also, yes, we have consulted with internal audit on the number of people that we would need to do that adequately to conduct that level of review.
And I know that there's also reports about corporate entities being set up to purchase homes, and especially pre-construction homes and pre-construction condos in Toronto that use sort of straw names as owners. Will you be able to pick that up with your audit?
Yes, because the audit, the powers of audit that are set out in the bylaw that will be approved by council early next year sets out the power of audit. That includes the right to ask for certain documents and to require owners to provide those documents, with penalties for non-compliance, with penalties for providing false information or for not providing information once requested.
And will you have a public education campaign to alert people to this change that's going to be coming forward?
Yes, absolutely. We are contemplating a very robust communications campaign that will start early in 2022 to make sure that homeowners are aware of the forthcoming tax, their requirement to submit a declaration and the timing of that declaration. And this gives homeowners the opportunity to take action now if they want to avoid the tax. So if it's simply they're holding a vacant unit and they want to rent it out, and they can do that now, between now and and January 2023, so they're not subject to the tax. They have time to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Lai, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, staff, for finalizing this plan here for the vacant home tax. I just have a couple of quick questions. The first question would be, we're talking about the yes, we're talking about any revenue will go to affordable housing. Does that include affordable home ownership?
That question I would prefer to defer either to the Chief Financial Officer or the Executive Director of Housing Secretariat.
Thank you, Casey. Abby Bond, Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, and thank you, Councillor Lai, through the Speaker. We've left this quite open, so we can put the revenue that we receive through to match it with our housing TO objectives, which do include affordable home ownership, but we also have a lot of affordable rental that we're trying to incentivize through our Housing Now program, etc. So we've kept it open so that we can be flexible and bring back more information through the budget process each year for council to make those decisions.
Thank you. After all, we don't know how much tax we're going to collect yet, right? So basically, hopefully there's no tax that we collected. But anyways, the appeal mechanism says in the report that the controller will decide. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, Councillor Lai, yes, there are in fact two levels of appeal. There is a complaint that will be heard. So if somebody wants to challenge, the status that they're liable to pay the tax, there is a complaint first, and that is administered through myself as Director of Revenue Services, and there is a second level of appeal, and in that case, the controller is the appellate authority that will make a decision on eligibility or taxability.
So that appeal is final. The controller's appeal
That's correct.
is final.
Yes.
Do you think it's independent enough? Because given that the controller is a city employee.
Good question, Councillor Lai, and thank you. I think that the aim of this program is not to collect revenues. The aim of this program is to actually ensure that if a property is vacant and can be rented out, then it is put back into the affordable housing market. So, and really it is factual information that will substantiate whether the property is taxable or not. So the property owner will need to provide proof that will stand up that demonstrates that the property was either occupied or vacant.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that there's a communication campaign going forward. And given some of these vacant homeowners, they're probably non-residents and they don't speak the language. I assume that they will be in multiple languages then.
Yes, in keeping with we follow Vancouver's example very closely, and they did have multilingual advertisements and information available in languages, so that we reach everybody and we start early and do consistent efforts throughout the year to get the message out.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, to staff. The province recently announced that they're increasing the non-residential speculation tax from 15% to 20%. Do you see that having any impact on what we're trying to achieve?
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, for the question, and through you, Madam Speaker. The non-resident speculation tax is in fact the provincial tax designed to discourage speculation. And the only thing that I will say about that program is it is directed specifically at non-resident, non-Canadian owners of residential property or corporations that are non-resident corporations that own residential properties. So to that extent, if it's non-residents that are holding properties, then a higher tax rate may influence them to put more properties back in the housing market. Our tax, of course, applies to anyone, whether they're any property in Toronto, regardless of who the owner is.
Okay. And then, Casey, you said we're going to be hiring 25 staff?
The figures in the staff report indicate up to 25 staff. At least 14 of those were identified as staff that would be involved in the audit and enforcement process.
Okay, because, and I wanted to ask Casey, and I was reading in another report, the Canadian Housing Statistics Program, which analyzes property assessments, land registry data, and tax filings. So we seem to be hiring 14 people that are duplicating work or information that we could readily get from the federal government.
What the staff that we would be hiring would be to carry out our own enforcement and audit program. With the volume of properties that are likely to submit declarations, we would need that staff presence. And as I said, our consultations on this included consulting with internal audit to see and comparing with Vancouver to understand how big of an audit that we would need. Whether there is information that is available to us from other levels of government, of course, we would go there first to see what we can ascertain from government documents. But in the final analysis, we will have to deal with the owner, and they will have to provide documents to substantiate the status that they've indicated.
Okay, because I guess the problem I'm having, Casey, like the description of the Canadian Housing Statistics Program, it says they analyze property assessments, land registry data, and tax filings. And then this report, it goes on to say, in the city of Toronto, where foreigners own 3.8% of all residential real estate last year, the rate was higher for condos, of which non-residents own 7%, according to the Canadian Housing Statistics Program. So to me, it sounds like the federal government's doing the work that we're about to hire 14 people for. I'm just wondering if there isn't some ability for us to get that information, some sort of agreement that can be done with the federal government, and we're not duplicating work. It seems to me the federal government's already done or doing.
I would certainly look to see whether that's a possibility that we could obtain information from the federal government. But as I said, the federal government programs and the provincial government programs are targeting non-residents. So the rest of the properties that might be vacant, that are owned by people who live in Toronto or are Canadian citizens, we would not have that information on them. So we would still be required to go out and collect that information for owners that don't fall under the federal or provincial programs.
Okay, but have you been in touch with the Canadian Housing Statistics Program at all?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my time's up.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that when we were first discussing proceeding with this, that we went over what about all the anomalous situations. But I was looking, when it came back to us in this final form, I was looking for what do we do about the appeals of those anomalous situations? And I'm wondering if you could expand on that a little bit, because I want to give you a recent example that was given to me. And it's not even from a resident. It's far more likely to happen in the downtown core. But a friend reached out to me recently and said, I'm going to get caught here. I just counted my days for this year. And what he said was, I have a pied a terre. I'm back and forth. New York, Ottawa, Toronto are the three places I work, and so the three places I have homes. And Toronto is the one that's most important to me. And yet, because of the projects I was working on last year, I just counted it up, and I ended up only being in Toronto 100 days, not 180. The next year I might be here more often. How do I deal with that anomaly? Do I just pay the tax in the year? Is there any form of appeal based on the unique purpose? Did we land anywhere on that, or you simply have to choose a status and then that's the status by which you are regarded year after year?
Thank you, Councillor Carroll, for that question. And through you, Madam Speaker, during the consultation that we recently undertook, we put forward a list of exemptions from the tax, trying to capture as many kinds of situations where an owner, for whatever reason, may wish or want to leave their property vacant for a period of longer than 6 months on purpose. One of the exemptions that actually is in the report and in attachment 1 to the report is a work-related exemption, so that if your work requires you to maintain a residence, but because you are working in other locations for a portion of the year, then you would be exempted from the tax. So that the case that you're describing, where somebody, by virtue of the fact that they work in 3 different cities throughout the course of the year, they would be exempt under the exemption.
I see it now, but you've just, I'm looking at it in the attachment, but the wording you just used was much more easier to understand, shall we say. It's in less legalese, but I do see it now.
Okay.
It does fit the situation here. So the fact that his situation is changing from year to year, depending on the project that might pull him to New York for more days than he planned, he would be able to apply for this exemption.
That's right. And even in coming up with the exemptions, the power rests with the city and council to specify new exemptions in the bylaw. If something comes to light after we've had a year or 2 of operation of the program, that is certainly within our power to do so. And I think Vancouver has done the same thing, where the edge cases present themselves, and you either amend your bylaw or these people become subject to the tax.
Okay. And one other question, although I don't think it would be your shop that would have to do this. What's interesting is what he said was, if the time I was going to be away was more predictable, I'd be happy to sublet. I'm painfully aware of the housing crunch that's going on here. Although he said it's actually going on in all 3 of the cities that I'm working in. But he said, I'd be happy to sublet if my timing was more predictable. What are the guidelines around that? And I thought, I think they're really all provincial. We don't offer any sort of guidelines around if you do want to sublet to avoid this tax. For that, they have to move to what are the provincial regulations. Is that the case?
In this case, the vacancy determination is based on the number of days in the year that the property is either occupied by the owner or occupied by a tenant. So as long as the total for the year, the preceding year, is more than 6 months, whether it's the owner, whether it's a tenant, whether it's a friend of the owner, living there on a part-time basis, as long as the unit itself is occupied for a period of greater than 6 months, they would not be subject to the tax.
Thank you.
So when they
Councillor Carroll, Councillor Carroll, that was your last question.
I'll ask it offline.
Thank you.
I'll ask it offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm sorry, I did have some questions now. Through to Mr. Brendan, how many properties are there in Toronto that would be under this net? Approximately.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Holiday. And through you, Madam Speaker, we have approximately 800,000 residential units. Perfect. And using an estimate of 1% of those units vacant, 8,000.
Okay. If 1% of the people misfire the first time this tax comes around, and what I mean by that is they didn't understand, they didn't get it, they didn't go online and make the declaration, the language was a barrier. How are you going to deal with an influx of 8,000 appeals?
No, 8,000 potential vacant units.
No, it's not what I asked. Respectfully, I'm just saying how when this rolls out, people have to declare that their units are not vacant. Am I correct on that?
Right, correct.
If 1%, 1 in 100 of our constituents out there make a goof, they forget, they didn't understand, they didn't get it right, and in the first year the tax rolls out, you're going to be faced, I think, with 8,000 appeals. Either that, or you pay 1% of the property tax, which I would say is probably $10,000, right? That's, you're not going to write that one off. How
Right.
is staff going to manage the first year that this thing rolls out?
Well, firstly, by that education campaign. Secondly, by the fact that when owners are required to submit a declaration, there will be a period of time between their declaration and the time when taxes become due for the first time. Declarations will be due in February of the following year. So in this case, February of 2023. The taxes do not become due and payable until at least May of 2023. So there is a period of time in there in which they will have received a notification. And believe me, nothing makes people sit up more alertly than when they receive a bill, a notification of a tax. That's when they will react. So if they didn't read anything before, then the receipt of a bill saying you owe this much for the vacant home tax will certainly make them take action to either come back to us and say, I didn't understand, or here's my declaration. And we would look at being lenient, certainly in the first year of operation. We haven't specified that in the bylaw, but I think given your point, we would exercise some leniency there on errors.
You said Vancouver audits 5 to 10%.
Correct.
Is 25 people enough to audit 40 to 80,000 applications?
Yes, I mean, we've actually, our estimates are lower than those of Vancouver. Because we're larger than Vancouver, we're actually using a fewer number of staff. Of course, our experience will dictate whether we've got enough people on it, and how easy it is to actually do that audit by those people. Those are the numbers that we're going to start with, and see how we do in terms of fulsomeness of the audit.
Okay, and I mean, I respect you've done your best to estimate, but 25 people, 800,000 points of contact, audits required. I mean, is that all in, or are you still thinking there could be more with respect to the administration of the tax? I think it's 3.1 million for 25 people plus expenses.
If you consider, Councillor, that of the 800,000 properties, residential properties, most are owner owned and occupied. And so those people will not be subject to the tax. They will have to make a declaration. But if you are an owner occupier, then and you're declaring the status as occupied, we're not really looking very closely at you, other than through a random audit. So it really is that 1% of people that are telling us that they believe that they're vacant. That would be our focus.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my first question is regarding the percentage. I recognize that, for some individuals, 1% may not be enough, meaning those who are owning those units and wealthy enough to keep them empty. How did you strike that balance, and why is that percentage not higher?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Wong-Tam, I think you're referring to the 1% tax rate that will be applied for vacant home taxes. So 1% was a measure of a tax rate that was similar to what's been implemented in Vancouver, in New Zealand, where it was also applied. And at 1% tax rate, our rationale for a 1% tax rate is that it is enough to ensure that it is an incentive that will make people put their houses on the market if they're keeping them vacant on purpose, but it's not enough to encourage non-compliance with the tax. So 1% is a starting point. We will then gauge whether that's an effective tax rate.
And will you be able to escalate it quickly? So for example, the criteria of escalation, is there discretion on when that would take place?
It is a city bylaw. We can change that bylaw and change that tax rate at council's decision.
Yeah, meaning that you would have to come back to council, submit another report saying the tax is not creating the outcome that we're looking for, and we need to evaluate and change that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And my next few questions are regarding the type of properties that would qualify. So if an application or development or rezoning application is submitted, and the properties within that building, some of them, the units are vacant, does the vacant tax kick in at the point of application submission, or does it kick in when the building permits are issued? Do you need building permits for it to be exempted, I should say?
So there is an exemption for a property which is not not able to be occupied because of renovation or construction. And so in order to be exempt under that category, we would be looking for evidence that their actual renovations were ongoing in the reference year that the tax applies to, and that would be evidenced by a building permit, and B, actual construction taking place that makes that renders that unit unavailable for occupation. If that was the case and both of those things existed, that there was not necessarily a development application, which means you intend to develop in future, but an actual building permit that shows that there's actual renovations or repairs or reconstructions that are happening, that would prevent that from being available for occupation.
Okay, thank you. And my next question and final question is, condo boards can amend their bylaws to prohibit units from being rented out. We have some of those sort of exclusive use buildings. Does that then exempt those empty units from the vacant home tax? If condominiums can quickly amend their bylaws and all of a sudden restrict rentals, but they keep those units, property owners can keep those units empty, does the vacant home tax apply to them?
So right now, attachment 1 to the report in front of you, and that will form a portion of the bylaw next year, provides an exemption for a residential unit that is subject to a restriction or a prohibition on that unit being rented. So your best example is a condominium board of directors who have chosen to specify in their bylaw that condominium unit owners cannot rent out their units. So in that case, even if the owner wanted to rent out the unit, they are prevented from doing so. That's right now an exemption from the tax. If you can stipulate that my condominium declaration or my condominium bylaw doesn't allow me to rent it out, you provide proof of that, you would be exempt from the tax. Whether that will cause condominium boards to go out and change their bylaws, I can't speak to that, because really condominium boards are made up of individual unit owners, and they make the bylaws for their building. So Yes, if the condominium board decided to ban all form of rentals in a condominium building, then those people would not be subject to the tax.
Thank
That's a
you.
loophole.
Councillor Crawford. Councillor
Speaker,
Crawford.
my questions were just answered.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to speakers. Hopefully we can get this item completed before lunch. To speak, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. Members of council will know that I do not support this tax and I do not intend to support it today. But as I suspected as this thing played through, it shows that it is very burdensome from an administration standpoint to make it happen. You know, even looking at 1% of people that could get it wrong with respect to their declaration, that's 8,000 issues in this city. So I hope councillors are prepared to help with that. I also worry about people that are on the edges, as the director spoke about. They get caught up in this, that for all the best intents, you know, can't be there for 6 months of the year and don't have some sort of a carve out. The penalty for falling on the wrong side of the margin of the tax is substantial, right? If the average price, I'll just throw a number out there, an average price is $1 million, could be a little more, a little less of a home in the city. It's $10,000. Nothing to overlook, nothing to pay out of protest. It is a meaningful amount of money. But I know that council wants to do this. They've made it clear in previous votes, and I have no illusions about the idea that this will likely go through. The only ask I have of council and staff is to pay very close attention to the intent of this tax to make sure that we are achieving the goals that council sets out to do, which is truly to reduce the number of vacant held properties by speculators. I think if you look at the reports coming out of Vancouver, and you know that the city isn't quite the same size as Toronto, but it is a large Canadian city that does have foreign investment in it. I think you'll see that at the beginning, there was some movement. Not extravagant numbers, but there were numbers of units that presumably came off the market. If you go to like single detached homes, like you're talking numbers that you can count on your fingers. So it's not a lot. But as time passed, those numbers began to drop and drop and drop. Now the report, you know, talks about how there was money raised year over year in Vancouver. What it did leave out though is that the percentage went up each year to make up for the lower volume. So my really big ask or piece of advice, other than I don't think we should do this unless we have somehow harmonized it with the feds or some other to take the burden off, because I also think that we might be underestimating the amount of work that this is going to require to both audit, administer, and deal with all the different types of appeals that are going to come forward. Just 1% of 800,000 is 8,000. But back to my point, you know, if we're going to do anything, let's make sure that we monitor us to make sure that we're being effective on it, that it is cost effective, that it is producing a benefit. And if the time comes to repeal it, repeal it. And try to be considerate to all the people that may get caught in this, realizing that it can and will be a very, very heavy penalty if you don't fit exactly into one of the exemptions. So with that, I thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to say my part on this.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, I'm more concerned, not with the exemptions, I'm concerned about the fact that there are so-called investors, offshore, onshore, syndicates that are buying up whole floors of condo projects, pre-construction. They sit empty for a year or 2 or 3, you know, with their minimum down payment. And then they basically sell them to first-time home buyers for $200,000 markups. This is happening all over the GTA, all over Ontario, and that's why, you know, they've, for the first time in history, 25% of home buyers right now in Ontario, and probably translates down to Toronto, are the so-called investors. 25%. So it's a huge problem because, you know, Toronto is such an attractive place to invest in. So you've got syndicates set up from offshore countries that are working on these type of investments in the Toronto housing and GTA housing a full-time basis. And that's why we need to have auditors. We need to have 25 people. I think you probably need 150 people with expertise to deal with these very sophisticated ways. And I'm not talking about the mom and pop buying of a second condo or one. We're talking about people, again, that have created syndicates with you know, all kinds of ways and means of beating the system. And we talk about the federal program. Well, Councillor Ainsley mentioned that. I've looked into the federal thing. The federal programs are controlling this type of thing. They don't have the resources. They can't keep track. The Canadian Revenue Service has no way of keeping track of, for instance, capital gains tax and the flipping that takes place. So if we count on some department of federal government to pay attention to this housing affordability crisis, I think we're going to be waiting a long time before they can help us. So we need our own resources here to basically send the signal out. And I think if we have a strong system in place here, monitoring this kind of stuff, you know, these, the word will get out in the international community, especially, that Toronto is not a patsy for this type of home flipping, buying. You know, right now, they know they can get away with all these. They've got 101 different ways of circumventing our present rules about home ownership. And, you know, the provincial tax, again, another joke. They get around that by just putting properties in other people's names. You know, they go in and buy 80 homes in a subdivision, and, you know, and sit on them pre-construction. So this is going on, and you know, meanwhile the houses sit empty, and poor people are waiting to get in, and they can't because you know, housing in the GTA, Toronto, has become like Bitcoin. It's a commodity. It's a crypto commodity now for these investors. And so at least this is a small thing we can do that is long overdue to send a signal out that you just can't use housing in Toronto as Bitcoin. You know, we want people to live in the housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to leave the discussion on blockchain housing to my council colleague, Mr. Cole, over there. But I am very excited to see the final push moving ahead on this file at such a critical time here in Toronto, and want to start off by acknowledging the leadership of our mayor, the leadership of advocates like Deputy Mayor Bailau, who have made significant progress on the housing file in the year of 2021. At a time where it's frankly never been more important. You hear it in the news, you see it in the clippings, the pressure on the housing market across the country, but most acutely felt in a city here like Toronto. It's just unbearable. This is a generational issue. I think about my friends who are struggling to find places to live in the city, whether that's home ownership, purchasing, or just trying to find a place to rent. It's very, very difficult. And the vacant home tax piece is going to help alleviate some of that pressure on the rental market as we bring some of those units back into supply. We're doing a lot of different things. Housing is happening here through new builds. It's happening with initiatives to expand housing options in our neighborhood, and it's happening through better protections for tenants and existing rental units. But it's important for all of us around this virtual chamber to remember that there is no single solution to our housing crisis. Missing middle, adding gentle density to our neighborhoods, eliminating exclusionary zoning, building supportive housing, and things like a vacant home tax. When those things are considered in isolation, you know, in many respects, they're marginal. But taken together as a collective, we will finally start to see the progress that we need to achieve here. And it's going to take the whole policy toolbox to address the housing crisis that's facing Toronto. And a vacant home tax is an important component of that work. You know, as a councillor, as a local elected official, you know, I'm heartened that a lot of this work is municipally driven. the Fed's campaigned on a housing platform, and certainly they're investing billions of dollars, and that's very important. The province is making some big moves in the housing arena as well. But all of the things that we're talking about, that lands with the municipality. It's an opportunity for cities to lead, and it's time for us to dig on this work and make meaningful change here in Toronto. We've seen the success of a program like this, a vacant home tax in Vancouver. Again, it's not necessarily going to be exactly the same here in Toronto, and I understand that success, ebbs and flows. But we've also learned from their experience, and as we heard from staff here, a big part of bringing the model forward here in Toronto is learning from those experiences, tuning it to our city and the unique circumstances and context that we face here in Toronto, and rolling it out, moving it forward. Vancouver's vacant home tax took a bunch of different pathways as they were building that. But I think the key piece is a year after implementation, their city saw vacant resident rate drop by 22%. That's not nothing. And, if we can achieve even half of those results here in Toronto, a city much larger, bigger in scope, then that would be a huge success. That fundamentally means that we are putting housing that's already built, that already exists. We're not talking about the development pipeline. Those are units that are sitting there vacant on the market today, bringing those back into circulation, helping to address that less than 1% rental vacancy that we are challenged here with the city. That's going to help alleviate some of that pressure, and that's really important. I think whatever end of the housing spectrum that you're looking at, we all know someone who's had trouble finding and maintaining housing, whether that's a young family looking for a home. Some of my friends who, very much living in a basement or can't find anywhere to live here in Toronto and are commuting in, working online, or a senior who's looking for a rental unit within financial reach. These are deeply personal issues because we're talking about housing. I think despite a global pandemic and the change that all of that has brought, we know that Toronto is going to remain a desirable place to live. It is going to continue to attract investment and immigration, new Canadians flocking to Toronto because of the lifestyle that it offers. But we cannot guarantee that success in the future if we don't have affordable housing options for people. So I think this is a great move. We're bringing in at a rate that has been studied further, consulted on, and it's something that we're going to be able to implement for the 2022 taxation year. Big thanks to staff for all the heavy lifting. I know that there are no simple policy fixes remaining on the table. It's all complicated and complex work. Hats off to you for bringing us something that we can deliver. I'm looking forward to seeing this roll out in the new year. Thanks very much, Matthew.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, Councillor Grimes.
Councillor Grimes.
Madam Speaker, a couple more people jumping on, and we have a very heavy agenda here and the year running out. I'd like to place a couple of motions, if you would let me, that we break only for an hour lunch from 12:30 to 1:30, and that we go to 8 o'clock tonight. If you'd let me entertain to move those motions now.
Well, I think we have to wait till later on today to talk about how long
Well,
we're going to
I
go.
just think Madam Speaker, allow people to plan for their evening, plan for their lunch. I think I'd like to move those
Wow.
motions, if you'd let me.
We do that at 6 o'clock, Councillor Grimes.
Well, I'm just saying, Madam Speaker, allow people to plan for their evening, for their dinner.
Yeah.
And I just think we're running out of time. No one wants to come back next week. I just think this would allow council and staff to plan their day. So if you let me, I'd like to place those motions.
If you expect staff to be here till 8 o'clock tonight, you can expect them to have a short lunch hour.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to place those motions. So they can vote how they want, but that's what I'd like to move.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Mayor Tory.
Well, I just, I don't know what's in Councillor Grimes' motions, but, we should talk about these things a little bit between and amongst ourselves, and then hopefully have some motions brought forward that, represent a consensus of at least those who've been talked about. I don't really care. I mean, I'll be here whenever the council wishes to sit, but I just think, it's really the same point that Councillor Grimes makes, and maybe his motion has been canvassed with a whole bunch of people, but that's probably the better way to do this, and we could even do it, right after lunch, or if it involves shortening lunch. But I just think it's better to talk about these things a bit.
Yeah, we're in the middle of an item as well. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you want to put the motion through, but I don't think it was appropriate for you to bring that motion forward now, 10 minutes before lunch, and, without, speaking to members of council, if you expect them to be here at 8 o'clock tonight. But we'll put your motion through. You've moved the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, so do the one, move lunch from
Well,
12:30 to
yeah.
1:30.
Well,
And the second, we go to 8 o'clock tonight.
okay, and I'll just speak on that motion, and I will not be supporting that motion. If you, as I said, if you expect staff that are here to stay to 8 o'clock, I think it's unfair to ask them to shorten their lunch hour. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, I'd like the two different motions, please. The lunch is one motion and going to 8 is another motion.
Madam Speaker, would it help if it's a 1 hour lunch with a break at 6 o'clock? I do understand your point that it is at 8 o'clock, but maybe we just give a little break at 6 o'clock for people to, since they are staying at 8 o'clock, and we can approve it right now. So we do a 1 hour lunch.
Well, when we do extend it, we always have a break.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Madam
That's
Speaker.
a given.
So 12:30 to 1:30 for lunch. A break,
Okay, let's,
half-hour break at 6
okay,
o'clock. We go to 8.
Councillor Grimes, we're wasting time right now. So let's have a recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, again, I want different motions, please.
Why
One on the
don't you
lunch
work
and-
that out at lunchtime and we'll vote when we get back? Put the hour lunch and move the extension later, and that's easier.
That's what I suggested earlier. Okay, so we have the motion on the screen. Just the 1 hour lunch. Okay, recorded vote.
Members, this vote is only on the portion of the 1 hour lunch.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. Oh, that doesn't say that.
That's what we're
But
voting
that's
on
not the
now.
motion that's on the screen.
Members, we're voting on the portion of the motion related to the 1 hour lunch. It was asked to be split.
So we're not extending.
We're not voting on the extension. We're voting on whether to shorten the lunch to 1 hour.
All right, well, the motion doesn't say that, so.
No, and the clerk just indicated that we're voting on it in two separate parts.
Okay.
Could we have an A and a B?
Could clerks just shade what we're voting on? That would probably be
Oh,
the
that's good.
fastest way
Yeah,
to do it.
great idea. Plan, Councillor Carroll.
We're voting on the 1 hour lunch.
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, sir?
Voted in the affirmative.
The motion to reduce the lunch hour to 1 hour from 12:30 to 1:30 carries. The vote is 17-7.
Recess for lunch.
It's oh. Oh my God.
Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, before we do the member motion run-through, I will ask if there are any release of member holds. Please put your name on the list in CMP. Do we have anybody that wants to release? Councillor Grimes.
Madam Speaker, I have no releases, but I'd like to move that motion for 8 o'clock with a half-hour break at 6 o'clock to 6:30.
We'll do that later in the day, okay, Councillor Grimes?
Well, Madam Speaker, it'd be nice if people could plan their
Yeah.
dinner and that people could plan it for later on. I mean,
We'll-
it'd be nice if people know what's happening
Yeah,
tonight.
we'll do that later in the meeting. Let's go through the members run-through first. Are there any quick releases?
I can try to
Councillor-
release the
Councillor
cycling item.
Fletcher?
Yes, I
Yes.
have a release. It's IE 26.23, Speaker, with a small little amendment that the clerks have, just to add in while they're reporting back.
IE 2623, extending the existing parking exemptions.
Correct.
Okay, do we have the Councillor Fletcher's amendment? Okay, if we can put that on the screen, please.
It's just to look at parking authority, Toronto Parking Authority spaces as well. I've had that situation at the mosque quite a few times. Thank you.
Okay, the amendment is on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor
And I don't know if 26.19, I had a small amendment there. I don't know if that one's ready or not.
Do we have the
Speaker.
amendment on IE 2619?
Put a date. Put the
No,
date
not
on
yet?
it.
Okay.
Clerks have it. Could you confirm, please, that they have that amendment, please?
Yeah, we do have it, Councillor Fletcher.
Okay, that's all. I just need to know. I won't send it again. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but it's
Thanks
not
very much.
ready. Thank you.
I got it. No
Yeah,
problem.
Councillor McKelvey.
I can release IE 26.9 2021 cycling network plan if nobody has any questions or issues with this one.
I'd like to hold that.
Okay, so we'll hold that one. All right, then we may as well do 2610 at the same point. I would have a quick motion on that one too, as does Councillor Crescent.
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor McKelvey. We want to get the agenda completed, but it's being held down. Are there any further releases? Okay, we'll go through the members' motions run through. MM 38.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving
Or
referral?
recorded on the wave.
Pardon?
Recorded, please, on this vote.
Recorded vote? Sure. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to vote? Thank you. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 15-8. The required 2/3 majority has not been achieved.
MM 38.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. MM 38.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral.
Recorded, please, recorded.
Recorded vote.
Mrs. Peruzza, I'd like to vote in favor as well.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 11 to 14.
MM 38.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Yeah. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. MM 38.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 38.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3810. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3811. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3812. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3813. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3814. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3815. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3816. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3817. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3818. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3819. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3820. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3821. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Hold, please. Hold, please. Councillor Wong Tam to hold. I have a motion for that item.
I have questions of staff.
We'll hold it.
Okay, we're holding the item. Who said hold first?
Councillor Wong Tam, thank you.
MM 3822. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee at 2/3 vote. Pardon? Oh, this
Point of
was
order,
withdrawn.
Speaker.
Yeah, this was
We
withdrawn.
withdrew that motion.
Yes, we did,
I
sorry.
thought the councillor asked to withdraw that.
Yes, we did, Sorry.
The tradition continues on Willowdale.
MM 3823, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands, carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3824. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3825. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3826. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3827. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3828. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral.
I'd like a recorded vote.
Recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, thank you. Councillor Prutz, are you present and voting and just not connected with the camera?
Yes, I am in favor.
And Councillor Pasternak, please, if you're connected, would you please? Thank you. And, okay. The motion to waive, Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, and I'd like to hold the item down. I have a question.
Speaker, just while we have a short break in the action, may I declare an interest on an upcoming motion which slipped my attention when it was a member's motion? May I just do that so that when we get there, I can just absent myself?
Mayor Tory, your interest?
Yes, it's on item 2021 MM 38.39, conveyance of parkland 100 Broadway Avenue. And it's the same interest I declared previously in this meeting, which is my mother's place of residence is in proximity to this piece of property. And I have the form here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize.
I don't, okay, MM 3829. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried.
Speaker?
Yes?
Speaker?
Yes?
Councillor Thompson here. May I just say thank you to Desjardins, and out of an encounter with them, we are basically being enriched to help young people.
Okay, thank you. So on
Thank
the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3830. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3831. Notice that this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3832. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3833. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the corporation's nominating panel. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3834. Notice that this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopening of item EX 27.7. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3835. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3836. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3837. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3838. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, yes. MM 3839 will have a recorded vote. The mayor has shown an interest, so if I can ask the mayor to shut the video, his video. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, are you present and voting?
Yes, I am, and I'm in favor.
Councillor Perruzza, are you able to turn your camera on, or are you having technical difficulties?
I've been having problems with this stuff all morning.
Okay, we'll ask
All
Clerk's,
day.
we'll ask Clerk's IT to contact you.
Thank you.
The
MM 38.
Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. MM 3840. Notice of this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3841. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3842. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate.
Speaker, I'm afraid I just need to hold that down for a moment.
Councillor Cressy?
Yes, if I could just hold that for a moment. I'm just finalizing a technical amendment from staff. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. MM 3843. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote, okay.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Speaker, the motion carries unanimously. 25 in favor.
Thank you. MM 3844. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to vote using the system? Thank you. Madam Speaker, yet again, I have more votes than I have tiles on the screen. So other than Councillor Perruzza, is there another member who is present and voting but not with a camera on?
Stephen Holiday's here, and it's shut the video off. See if I can get it
Okay.
back on.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Speaker, the motion carries 24-1.
Thank you. So our next item, which was a timed item, which is item T 29.17. Okay, do we have any questions to staff? Okay, Councillor Holliday, you held the item down. So you would like to speak?
Yeah, it'll just be brief, Madam Speaker. I do know that transit-oriented communities could be coming to Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre. I know that there's very little information at this juncture, but one of the additional motions that are brought before council is something that was added at committee, and it asks that a minimum of 30% of the housing in transit-oriented communities be negotiated at 30%, which I find perplexing and counter to what was just discussed in the inclusionary zoning report that council just considered. So I do not want to vote for that particular item and would ask that particular element to be separated out from the vote.
So which, just one sec, Councillor Holliday. So Councillor Holliday, which recommendation did you want to vote on separately?
Number 7, please.
Item number 7. So item number 7, Councillor Holliday wants to be voted on separately, so recorded vote. .
Sorry, I have a amendment there. I'm going to have to hold that. Sorry, Speaker. Speaker,
Yeah, just one moment, Councillor Fletcher.
thank you. I just sent that in.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, apparently you just sent it. So,
I know, I just got it. Someone had just written that. So I just asked to stand that down, please. Thank you.
okay, so we'll cancel that vote and
Thank you.
hold the item down.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wait a minute. Okay.
Okay, so as you know, there was an item that that was on the agenda yesterday, which we asked questions and there were speakers. And Councillor Cole mentioned he wanted to move a motion on that. And now he's withdrawn his motion, so we're ready to vote on it. EX 28.12. Yeah, so Councillor Cole, are you okay that we just vote on it, or did you want to speak on it?
I just wanted to speak.
Okay, Councillor Cole, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The motion I was going to move was that I was going to clarify that whole issue about the provincial policy, which we discussed earlier, Mr. Togu, that didn't allow for housing over the transit stations. In other words, we built all these transit stations on Eglinton, and they're all one-story stations with no housing over them. And so we missed a great opportunity there to basically fulfill our goal of transit friendly housing near this infrastructure. And I think there's many reasons why that happened, but we certainly have a different perspective on affordable housing now. And so I was trying to move a motion to say that going forward, we should have affordable housing over our transit stations. I thought that was a no-brainer, but it seems there's some complexity with my motion, but I was assured by staff that that's going to come back in a report in January, which will address this failure on Eglinton, where we didn't get affordable housing over the transit stations. So those are some of the things I wanted to address in my motion, and just to ensure that when we get into these agreements with the province, that we also look at not only legally transferring property ownership to them, but the basically occupying of public land by Metrolinx when they undertake this construction. So, for instance, they will erect their workstations, their huge trailers in front of retail stores for years on our public sidewalks. So they haven't purchased the public sidewalk. They haven't, like we've got the same situation at Eglinton Park, where they've been in Eglinton Park for the last 4 or 5 years, and they're there, and yet they haven't purchased it. So we just got to be very careful with these agreements that we don't essentially have our main streets occupied by construction trailers, construction equipment, with heavy equipment for years at a time. And that is the, where, and that's one of the reasons why we've lost 140 small businesses on Eglinton as a result of the construction. And so that's why I'm trying to raise this as an issue of concern as we go forward with the Ontario line, which is going to be very interesting to see the impact it has in the downtown core near Queen Street, etc., Councillor Fletcher's area, in Councillor Wong Tam's area, that when we make agreements with Metrolinx and the province to give them the right to use our land or purchase our land, that they do not essentially take into account the critical need to allow communities to function and to use their parks, also to use their public sidewalks. And it's a very challenging thing for Metrolinx. I mean, these are incredible. I mean, these are the largest transit construction projects outside of China in the world. They're right here in Toronto. And I don't think we have a proper infrastructure in place to deal with the reality of that impact. We all know we want transit, subways. Meanwhile, we're losing businesses, we're disrupting communities, for up to a decade. And so that's why I was trying to raise a flag and supporting Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Wong Tam about the concern they have for their community.
10 seconds.
And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
On this item, we have a motion by Councillor Wong Tam. We'll put it on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Vote.
Pardon? Yeah. I don't know who said that.
Councillor Cole, recorded vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Perruzza, may we please have your vote?
Yes, in favor.
Thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 25-1.
Thank you. So now, we'll now go back to the item that asking questions on before lunch, which is EX 28.2, vacant home tax. Okay, so we're on speakers. Councillor, just give me a few seconds. Councillor Carroll to speak. Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I simply wanted to mention that the line of questioning that I had earlier on this item, which is to say that there are going to be anomalies in this. As we get closer to implementation, I got a call from someone that suggesting they were going to be in an anomalous situation. But I think we can adopt today, because what we've heard is those appeals and those exceptions to the rule really give staff some leeway to really look at situations year over year over year. If we are strong and almost unanimous, I hope it is a unanimous vote, that we do need to do this, then I think it sends a strong message to the community that we need you to be accountable for leaving what could be someone's home empty. And where you have a difficult, unique situation, we have a staff, as Mr. Brendan modeled, that is willing to hear your case. But we have to be strong on supporting the concept of beginning to collect this vacant home tax in a unanimous way. That is the way we give them the flexibility to hear cases, but the strength they need to say, ultimately, we need a home to be used as a home in the middle of this housing crisis. And so we will work with you, but we really want you to make sure that if you own an abode, someone gets to live in it.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion to move. And the motion simply follows up on my line of questioning that I had with our staff, and basically asking the Chief Financial Officer and the Treasurer to contact Statistics Canada regarding the Federal Canadian Housing Statistics Program. I think that's a resource that we can use as asking our city staff to reach out to the program, because they do analyze property assessments, land registry data, and tax filings. And I think it's an important tool that we can probably make use of as we're analyzing where the vacant homes are in the city of Toronto. I think we can all agree that there is a need. I'll be supporting the vacant housing tax. I want to thank staff for all the work that they've done on it. Deputy Mayor Bylaw for leadership on this. You know, speculating on housing has changed. You used to buy a house, live in it. As the price went up, you sold it and you bought another one and you moved up in the housing market. Now people are buying houses, in particular condominiums. They're leaving them vacant. They're getting flipped. I've heard stories of foreign investors coming in and buying blocks of them. As we're trying to make housing more affordable, there's many different aspects and many tools that we'll be using. But I think the vacant housing tax is a very important tool in our basket, and I will be supporting this and ask for everyone's support of my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I also have a motion that I will ask the clerk to please put onto the screen. The motion is fairly straightforward. It is to delete section D under section 3 in the attachment known as number 1. And this is the portion of the details of the plan that allows a condominium or co-ownership building to restrict rentals in their building, which would then have exempted them from the vacant tax bylaw. Madam Speaker, members of council would have heard my question to Casey Brendan, who answered in this way, is that if a building has restricted rentals, then they would have been exempted from the vacant home tax. And I think what I have observed especially in the downtown, I'm not sure if it's everywhere else, is that what we've seen is that condominium boards, especially in new buildings, have so many investors that have purchased those units. Many of those investors become board members, and then they essentially control the board of directors. So we have also seen, because they are oftentimes investor-owned units, is that they have had some difficulty making quorum meaning that those AGMs have got to be rescheduled time and time again. If it doesn't work out the first time round, it is at great cost to the condominium. But essentially, at the bottom line, what I'd offer you is that there are investors and agents on behalf of those investors that have descended upon condominiums as this commodifying asset that is left to them to trade and sell at their discretion, and they're making extreme profits. I'm sure that no member of council would want to see that loophole exist, especially if it could be exploited by these very sophisticated investor owners. Now, I do recognize that we are never going to solve the housing crisis, not with simply one tool. And all members of council, I recognize, will recognize that, especially since some of them have already spoken to it. But this does represent another important tool out of the toolbox that has been now been carefully studied. It could go further. I would like to see it go further, but I've been convinced by staff that we need to start here, study it, monitor it, make sure it doesn't have any adverse impacts, and let's see if it does what we want it to do. And what we want it to do is to discourage people from buying units and hoarding them if it's only for profit, especially when we have a housing crisis that is literally in our parks, in the stairwells, in the parking arcades, and out in doorways in front of businesses and homes. I don't think anyone would want to see that condition made worse. By adopting this report, you're not going to make that condition worse. You're going to make that condition better. You're going to send a message to investors and operators that they have to make a choice. If they're holding on to these units simply for profit, if they're waiting for a better deal to come along, well, it's going to cost them. So we're taking out a portion of their profitability. Doesn't take it out altogether, but it actually reduces the reward. So I think it's a good report. It's a balanced report. It's the right thing to do. I would hope that if it gives us the outcome that we're looking for, then let's take another look at it when it's time, and let's escalate that percentage so we can see it rise. Because if it works at 1%, then it's going to work at 2% and 3% as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also have a motion. This matter has been before council several times, and I think we've always been clear about a couple of things. One is that this is part of our toolbox. It's part of our housing policy. And the second one is that more than a revenue tool, this is a housing policy tool. What does this mean? It's more than the revenue. What we really want is to have an impact on the units. We all know and we all hear how much people are saying there's not enough supply out there. We are going full speed ahead. We've created C2K. Other orders of government are having housing accelerator funds. Everybody wants to increase supply. So I think it is really important that we use all the tools to ensure that what we are building out there is actually being used as somebody's home, either through ownership or through rental, whatever people need to use. But to have these units just sitting there while everybody is scrambling to put supply out there so people have places to live makes no sense. But if people so decide to do so, we will have a revenue, and this council has decided that this source of funds will be invested in affordable housing. I had asked staff for a report on the feasibility of having a portion of that revenue allocated for the acquisition fund, a program that we just approved last year and that it is funded in 2022. It's not in this report, so I'm putting this motion forward for them to continue to look at this one or other sources of revenue to ensure that that program after 2023 is funded as well. And also to ask for a report on the different affordable housing projects that through the revenue of this tax, we're going to be able to to fund. Because again, this is about affordable housing. This is not about a revenue tool. This is either to bring the units into the market, or then if people so choose, then we'll use that revenue for different programs on housing here in the city of Toronto to alleviate the pressure that the choice of that individual is creating in society and in the housing sector as well. So I hope I can get the support of council for this motion. I want to thank staff for this report. This is a long time coming. We've been working on this for quite some time. I want to thank the mayor that has always been extremely supportive of this program since the idea came through, and council in general, because like I said, this has been here a few times and council has been extremely supportive, with a clear mandate as well that we were going to be thoughtful about these things, that we're going to be we're going to understand that there are exceptions, that people, travel, they have work, they have, that's not the issue that we want to tackle or we want to target. So I think that staff have created a set of exemptions here that are based on the consultations that they went out there and did. And I'm very supportive of what they're putting in front of us. So I hope we can get your support for that. So with that, I hope that we can get this approved.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Speaker.
Point of personal privilege, Councillor Holyday.
I seem to be having some trouble with the portal, and I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Bailão a question about her motion. I can't put my name up for question.
Okay. Councillor Holyday, your question?
Thank you. Through you to the councillor. I just wanted to be clear if it was revenues or net revenues from the tax. And the difference being, does that mean that whatever is raised to the tax, the cost of administering the tax is then deducted in whatever's left over?
Yes, councillor, yes.
Okay, so
We've already
for example,
approved that. We've already approved that the cost of administering this task was going to be taken from the revenues. We've approved that in, I think, the last report. So yes, absolutely.
So it's about the proceeds. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a question as well. It's Denzel Minwan.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Minwan, question to Councillor Bailão.
So this motion is to redirect more money to affordable housing. Does the councillor have any idea how much we're spending on affordable housing right now, both in capital and operating?
So councillor, we've already committed that the revenues of this tax was going to go to affordable housing. I'm just asking them to consider this program as part of the many programs that we have.
And how much are we? No, can you answer? Do you know? Can you answer that question for me?
Point of privilege, Speaker.
I cannot.
We're really busy today, and
hold on, Councillor
wasting our
Perks.
time asking questions that aren't relevant.
Yeah, Councillor Perks, thank you. Point of, so Deputy Mayor, can you just ask a question to Councillor Bailão on clarification of her motion?
Okay. So you're not going to allow me to ask that question.
Just not clarification of the motion.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Motion 2 by Councillor Wong Tam. It's on the screen.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, are you able to vote in the system? Oh, thank you. And Councillor Perruzza, may I have your vote, please? Councilor Perruzza, are you present? Madam Speaker, Councilor Perruzza is not present.
Okay, our
Motion 2 carries. The vote is 23-2.
Okay, the next motion we'll put on the screen.
Recorded vote.
By Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Councilor, thank you. Councilor Perruzza, are you present? Okay, Councilor Perruzza is not present. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 24-1.
The next motion by Councillor Baila.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councilor Layton, it appears you didn't get the vote. Can I take your vote verbally, please?
Yeah, it's in the affirmative.
Thank
I
you.
still haven't gotten it on my, oh, there it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Perruzza, in favor as well.
Councilor Robinson, are you able to turn your camera on, or can you just confirm your presence in the virtual chamber, please? Thank you. Sorry, Councilor Perruzza, your vote, please.
In favor.
Thank you. Motion 3 carries. The vote is 24-2.
Item is amended.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councilor Layton, may I have your vote, please?
It's in the affirmative.
Thank you. And Councilor Perruzza, your vote, please.
In favor.
Thank you. The item is amended carries. The vote is 25-1.
Okay, members, we do have a few members' motion that we want to introduce at this time. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is to introduce a motion to allow for a recently approved rezoning to return to the Committee of Adjustment for an adjustment in their parking ratio. I'm sure we'll be seeing more like this.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fillion?
Thank you. It's just a motion to extend for a month the assistance to some new food entrepreneurs in a city-run program.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion asking to find a way to streamline the application for renewals for farmers markets, many of whom have been around for a long time, and it's a very onerous process. First one.
Okay, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Councillor Fletcher?
This is for the never-ending project, the Greenwood Dog Off Leash. Since the tender, it's come in higher, so I'm happy to assist with my cash and room.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it. Okay, so we will now go to the next item, which is EX 28.6, 2022 rate supported budget for water and wastewater. Councillor Crawford, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
No questions, Madam Speaker, just to speak.
Does anybody have any questions on the item? No? Okay, Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I do have a motion I'd like to move, please.
Does the staff have your motion?
Yes, they do.
Okay, just give us a few seconds, please.
Madam Speaker, just so you know, when we switch between items, there is a bit of a short delay, so we apologize for that, but if members will stand by, it will come to their computers as soon as possible.
Okay, here we are. So Councillor, do we have Councillor Crawford's motion? Yeah, okay. Councillor Crawford?
Yeah, thank you, Madam
Okay.
Speaker. Just wait for the motion to come up.
Okay, there it is.
That City Council include a Toronto Water Capital contribution toward the following project identified as a priority restoration project for the TRCA as part of the 22 Toronto Water Capital budget. It'll be funded from the Toronto Water Capital Reserve of $2.912 million. That's Part A. Part B is that City Council will request TRCA to include in their 2022 budget submission a request for the Scarborough Bluffs West Project environmental assessment as part of the 2022 budget process. And they'll enter into an agreement with TRCA, and they will look for senior government support. This is a motion. The first part is to put money into the reserve. The second part is to send the approval to the budget process. Madam Speaker, I'd like to first of all thank, of course, the Budget Committee for their support and work on the all three rate budgets, actually, water, solid waste, and parking authority over the last number of weeks. And of course, I want to thank Lou DiGeronimo and his entire team for the incredible work that they've been doing over the last year, and of course for the work they've been doing for the 2022 budget. All divisions and agencies across the city have been asked to build their budgets with the guiding principles of addressing the ongoing financial challenges of COVID. and the challenges that we've been facing over the last number of months. And I do have to say that Lou and his team have done an exceptional job at pulling together a really good, strong budget for next year. Toronto Water, they're going to have a 3% rate increase for 2022, which is similar for the oncoming years, and that will really all go into capital. And when you're looking at this particular budget, we have historic investments in Toronto's infrastructure for water. $1.41 billion is the largest budgeted capital investment in Toronto Water's history, and I want to congratulate Lou and his team for doing that. When you're looking at the 10-year capital plan, which supports climate resiliency, funds are $4.1 billion for the stormwater management projects. It's $15.1 billion overall, and incredible work that they've been doing. So again, thanking everybody, budget team, the entire water team on a great budget that we're looking for 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton has a question for you.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, so this is a bit of your motion's a bit of a change to the capital plan here, and I just want to make sure I understand it. So was this project previously in the funded capital plan?
Yeah, it was. I think council actually supported that unanimously, I think back in 2015. In preceding years, they've had to dig into that for the environmental assessment for stage 1 and some waterfront priorities that they had to do. So this is actually just bringing the money back to where it should have been to produce and do the environmental assessment for the western portion.
But so do we know why it wasn't included in the proposed staff budget?
I don't know specifically why it was, as we were going through with TRCA, it was identified this year. I mean, we had looked at it last year, Councillor, for the budget, but of course, being a very difficult year, it was not addressed. It was brought to my attention from Toronto Region Conservation Authority. In fact, it was brought to my attention after the budget, after we approved it, hence why I'm moving it here.
Okay, and which wards is this in?
So it would be, well, my ward, Ward 20, it would be Ward Council.
Okay, that's fine.
Ward 25. Ward 20, yeah, but 3 can help. Councillor Ainsley moved your initial motion back in 2015.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. See yourself?
Thank you. Okay, are there any further speakers on the item? Okay, Councillor Layton to speak.
And I'm going to be really, really quick. I just reiterate Councillor Crawford's point of how great it is to have Lou bring another budget forward. I just want to put forward one observation. The reason we see the state of good repair curve the way we do in the Toronto water budget is very deliberate. And a lot of you were involved in that. It was called an above inflationary increase in rates. It was, I believe, started as 9 over 9, 9% every year for 9 years. And maybe in that first year that we got a little pushback, but the pushback generally diminished immediately after. And this is what we have as a result. This budget rarely gets tinkered with. We're moving ahead on important capital investments that keep that water coming. And we did it through a little bit of pain, but it got done. This is what you can do when you make investments. So thanks, Lou, and thanks to the team for putting this together.
Thank you. So on the motion by Councillor Crawford, if we can put it on the screen, please. Okay, it's on the screen, 1A. On favor? Carried. Okay, the second one. 1B, on favor? Carried. Item is amended, on favor? Carried. Thank
Let's
you.
have a recorded vote on the rate budget, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, sir?
In favor.
Speaker, the item is amended carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
Our next item is EX 28.7, 2022 rate supported budget for solid waste. Councillor Crawford, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
I have no questions, Madam Speaker.
Does anybody have any questions? No, okay, Councillor
Speaker,
Crawford?
Madam Speaker, if I may, on a point of personal privilege, my my clerk's portal, the circle's still spinning, and so I don't have the ability to ask questions. I'd like to ask questions and to speak.
Okay.
Mine is spinning too.
Madam Speaker, as I previously
Stop
advised, when we
spinning,
change
Madam
items,
Chair.
there is a short delay. I apologize for members, but if you just be patient, it will load.
Yeah, my apologies to the clerk. That wasn't meant that it was to rush you, but if the speaker runs through motions that quick, runs through speakers that quickly, we have no ability to identify that we'd like to ask questions. So I almost lost the opportunity.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Councillor Layton, but just so to members of council that when we go from one item to another, it does take a few minutes. And so we just have to have patience and allow the staff to switch over. Okay, Councillor Layton, you have a question.
Yes, thank you very much. To the General Manager of Solid Waste, you were so kind to put together a briefing note of the communications engagement consultation outreach budget breakdown for 2022. What I'm interested in is how these numbers compare to previous years. So to 2019 versus 2020, 2021, 2022. Like don't have to give every year, but how has the total number for what's classified as communications engagement, outreach, education, how has that changed over time? And what of those sub points or pieces of the budget have changed as a result?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, thank you for that question, Councillor Layton. So in this year's budget, we have approximately $3.8 million set aside for public education campaigns, research, engagement activities. And this is an increase of approximately $1 million and a half from last year's budget. And the reason for that is last year during COVID, the communications focus was, as rightfully so, on the pandemic. And because we couldn't spend that money, we decreased our budget because we tend to align our spending to what we can spend. This year, we believe we'll be able to spend all that money, the $3.8 million, on communications and education, which is why it was increased to where it was pre-pandemic. And if you require further information, Councillor, we can definitely give you, previous years in a separate brief.
I was just going to say that are are we returning to what we would have been pre-COVID, or are we over what, like, could you compare it to the 2029 budget, 2019 budget, 2019? Yes, we're not at 2029 yet.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, we're at par with where we were in 2019 before the pandemic.
Now, we're entering a time of great potential confusion in our collection, particularly our diversion with the EPR coming on board. Do you foresee, in order for us to achieve our diversion targets, our organic diversion targets, an increase coming in the education component?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, we're still assessing any potential changes with regards to EPR. We will be back in Q2 of next year with our plan moving forward after consultations and negotiations with the producer groups. As you alluded to, there will be a big change initiative undertaken potentially at the curb, but we also have the opportunity to continue to deliver those services for the producers, therefore potentially no changes needed in terms of additional education, but we will update council in the coming months.
Will the producer groups be responsible for the cost of education as well as the collection and processing?
That's correct, council.
They are.
They will be responsible for that.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. But I just have one question, just for clarification. So calendars, correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, because when we talked about communication, I wasn't sure that was part of it. Thank you. Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, speakers, so just give us a second to switch it over. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't be long. I just wanted to again thank the Budget Committee, Matt, and your entire division. Thanks for the work you did this past year. It has been a challenging year for you and many others. So I just want to give a few highlights for this year's budget for the members. Like water, it'll be a 3% increase for next year. All of that, I think it's $13 million, is going to be going into the capital reserve. With a budget of $378 million and a 10-year capital plan of $840 million. There's no state of good repair, which is great. Did want to mention next year they're intending to go back to physical environment days out in all the wards. Again, that's going to be dependent on the Board of Health criteria, but it's looking like we'll be getting back out physically into the wards next year. And then when you're talking about the energy plan for them using biogas for organics processing facilities, we have Dufferin's renewable natural gas. It's going to be used in 2022. The commissioning for RNG at Disco Road facility is anticipated to start in 2023. And the third organics processing facility for RNG expected to be operational in 2028. So Matt, great work, and I appreciate everything you've been doing over the last year and a half and the work you've been doing for the 2022 budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
So again, just building on Councillor Crawford's points, that last one he made is what I actually wanted to focus on, this third organics treatment facility. You know, it wasn't planned to come online for a good couple of years from now, but because of the
Councillor Layton, sorry, do you have a motion?
Oh, I do have a motion. Thank you. If the first put it up, the City Council requests the General Manager Solid Waste Management Services to provide, as part of the 2023 Solid Waste Management Services budget submission, an update on and progress towards an implementation plan for achieving the city's net zero by 2040 goal, including but not limited to, and there's a handful of things listed there. Just back to my point, I just wanted to say that I'm sure it was a significant amount of heavy lifting for our General Manager of Solid Waste to advance plans for that third facility. But it was demonstrated years ago that we would be falling behind because our communities are doing quite well at organics diversion. And we've, instead of having our own facility to deal with it, had to rely on third parties. Well, we need to catch up. We're good at it. We capture the RNG and we reuse it in our vehicles, we are at the head of the curve of this as a municipality, and I want us to stay there. And that's why I'm so glad that Matt and his team have been able to advance their third organics processing facility so quickly.
So if we can put Councillor Layton's motion on the screen.
Cut off? I'm frozen.
It's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is EX 28.8, 2022 rate supported budget for the Toronto Parking Authority. Councillor Crawford, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Just give us a minute so we switch over, okay?
I have no questions, Madam Speaker. I think Councillor Ainsley may.
Okay, just a sec. We have to stop the turning. Okay, here we are. We're clear. Do we have any questions? If you can put your name up on the screen. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, I just wanted to ask about their capital work that they're doing in terms of digitizing, or I guess electronic, putting all their meters, pay display in the electronic system. I understand there's still a number of locations where they're still using the old meters, where you put a coin in and spin the dial.
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. We have approximately 300 of those old meters out on the street right now. We are removing them where we can appropriately replace them with pay and display machines. There's a cost to operate, so there's a bit of a sweet spot in terms of number of spaces that those machines serve. Longer term, we are taking a look at our contract with our strategic vendor and looking to modernize the entire fleet of payment platform technology that's on the street right now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's my question.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, did you want to speak?
Yeah, just very quickly, Madam Speaker. This is the third of the rate budgets that we will be passing. And I really want to thank, again, Toronto Parking Authority, Scott Collier. This has been a challenging year for many divisions, but in particular, Toronto Parking Authority, similar to TTC, their revenues dropped drastically in 20 and 21. Good news about this budget is they are projecting profitability next year. Again, that's going to be depending on where the numbers and all of that go, which is really good. They're expecting to be up to about, I think, 72% of pre-pandemic levels. And that's all based on, of course, the commuter traffic coming back into the downtown area. They are contemplating a rate freeze again, and also when you're looking at some of the things that they're doing to help build a greener city, there is an expansion of bike share planned in mid-2022, and they're working on a partnership with Natural Resources Canada and Toronto Hydro to execute the phase 1 of the multi-year EV charging strategy. And there's a lot of good information in the budget if anybody's interested. But again, thank you, Scott, and their group for getting us back, hopefully, to profitability next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, on the item, on favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is EX 2811, Operating Variance Report for the 9 months ended September 30th, 2021. Councillor Perks held the item down.
I have questions.
Pardon?
I have questions.
Yes, just to give us a few seconds so we can turn it over. Okay, Councillor Perks, you can start questions.
Thank you. My first question is, am I right in noticing a pattern that once again, we have a variance report which shows just about every city division saying that they're underspent because we're not fully staffed?
For you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, that's correct.
Okay. Could you give me a sense of what some of the reasons are there?
For you, Speaker, I'm going to ask Anna I think she's with us. I think she can do a better explanation than I can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the Speaker factors, I mean, most of them relating to COVID. As we said in other occasions, the focus this year, especially in the first 2 quarters of the year, was on staffing related to the pandemic. So for the first quarter, especially, we were focused almost not exclusively, but largely on immunization clinics. So the reality of it is that this year we have done more than 2,000 more recruitments than we would have done in an average year. But most of that recruitment was related to COVID. As a result, there has been a backlog in hiring for other functions. And through the course of the year, we've brought on additional resources so that we can start to make a dent in that backlog. But the consequence, it's largely a consequence of the focus that we've had to have over the first 2 quarters on COVID-related recruitment, and also carryover from last year, where we were also similarly focused on trying to stabilize the critical and essential services.
And could you describe what steps you're taking to try to deal with that?
Thank you. Through the Speaker, quite a number of things, primarily bringing on additional resources. So in the middle of the year, SLT approved the provision of additional resources for our division. And so we have recruited quite a number of people. Over the next, by March, we would have doubled the number of recruiters that are on the team helping to address the backlog. So we are bringing people on, but the reality of it is the city's recruitment processes are quite idiosyncratic because of our collective bargaining processes. So it does take a couple of months for people to really get up to speed. So those resources are in place, and we're getting additional resources. In addition, we've utilized agencies, not executive search agencies, but staffing agencies to augment the resources that we have to try to accelerate recruitment, but also working with divisions on just workforce planning so that we're looking ahead and thinking about retirement eligibility so we can get ahead of some of those things. The reality of it is 60% of our roles are filled by internal candidates. So every time, 60% of the time when you fill a position, it creates another vacancy. So we're trying a number of means to try to address that reality.
I've seen suggestions that there are issues in terms of it being more competitive out there to hire and retain skilled workers. Is that something you're experiencing?
Certainly, through the Speaker, the term, I guess my colleagues would say is the Great Resignation, but there is increasing pressure across all industries right now with recruitment challenges, and we are certainly experiencing those, and everybody's looking at their compensation programs and looking at their recruitment strategies and looking at all the means available to try to address the gaps that most organizations have right now in recruitment.
Should I be concerned that this is likely to continue for well into next year?
We're certainly concerned, and we're not happy that things are the way that they are. So we have done some projections in terms of the resources that we have right now, looking at the projections in terms of anticipated exits. And we expect that we will see a significant dent in the vacancies through the course of the year. We have a plan in place to get us into a normal state by middle of next year and to actually improve beyond where we usually are by the end of the year. That said, we are still in the middle of a pandemic. And so Omicron is upon us, and the expectation is that it will have significant staffing impact. And so we may well find ourselves in a situation where we have to divert resources again to deal with the pandemic. But we certainly, now having lived the experience that we've lived, we would certainly be looking at ways to better simultaneously deal with the critical and essential services and still keep a decent volume of recruitment so we don't end up in this position again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. Councillor Perks, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate Council indulging me on this issue. As you know, I closely read the variance reports every time they come out, and it is striking when you go into the explanations for the variances. Every operating division is experiencing very significant vacancies. We know this anecdotally from our work as councillors. All of a sudden there's no planner on a file that you had to work with, and they reassign a junior planner just as you're ready to go to the land use tribunal. A construction project starts to fall behind because the manager from the city who was overseeing the contractor has been assigned to a different job where there was a vacancy and the work was more urgent. You are trying to see whether or not it's feasible to get a bike lane added to the bike plan, and you're told, well, there isn't really anybody who can answer that question on staff right now. It goes on and on and on, and it is going to end. It is not going to end by itself. And I simply thought it was important that we all keep our eye on this ball. The mayor and others talk about the importance of maintaining public services in this critical time when people are relying on government more than ever. And next month, when we launch our 2022 budget, I think we all have to be very mindful of this if we have ambitions to try to deliver the services that we hope to be able to deliver for Torontonians.
Thank you. So on the item, on favor, show of hands, carried. The next item, EX 28.16, Councillor Wong Tam held the item down. Yeah, I'm waiting. Councillor Wong Tam, do you have questions?
I do not, Madam Speaker. I just want to speak to the matter. If there are any questions from other councillors, I'm sure they would be welcomed by staff.
Do we have any other questions from members of council? The item is on the screen. No? Okay, Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate this opportunity. I didn't want this report to sort of leave City Council without noting its importance. And I want to begin by thanking a number of staff for advancing this report. What you're going to approve today, members of council, is the world's largest Indigenous business incubator and accelerator. It will have no equal, not with respect to size. This is the Indigenous Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, a project that has literally been almost a decade in the making. It's going to be home to what we believe would be a high-level class of quality of programs and services, all tailored to support Indigenous entrepreneurs, and also to ensure that businesses who want to do business with the Indigenous community will have a place to go. And this center is over 22,000 square feet. It is going to be situated right at the intersection of George Street as well as Dundas, so solidly placed in the east downtown of Toronto, home to many Indigenous community organizations, Indigenous residents, as well as entrepreneurs. And this report is literally it manifests after a decade of work. And there were so many different sets of hands that have touched this. And I want to just be able to highlight how it came about. We have several guiding documents that I believe that Toronto should be paying attention to. And that should include, of course, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, Those are foundational documents. The third foundational document, which I believe is critically important to this conversation, is the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People, UNDRIP. And why I want to bring this to your attention, Madam Speaker, and to members of council, is that the City Council is embarking on a path to truth and reconciliation. We provide land acknowledgements at the beginning of our proceedings and official ceremonies now. We fly the flags of Indigenous nations out in the civic square where it is correct and we should. We open up ceremony with fire, and we give a lot of credence to now understanding that we are occupying land of the people who came before us. And yet, despite all the challenges and all the opportunities, we haven't really invested significantly in this community until recently. And I'm really encouraged by what will come out of it. This space, this real estate, was carved out of a Section 37 agreement. Our local community in Ward 13 has put in $7.8 million on top of the real estate asset. So we're about almost $30 million in right now, just on the local backs of the local community. Federal government has chipped in $5 million for operating expenses, which will carry this enterprise forward in a really financially solid way. And City Council will be asked to make a contribution as well in the 2022 budget. So when that request comes in, I'm hoping that this council will enthusiastically lean into it and support it. There will be a revenue stream that will be significant, that will be put back into the facility so that we can continue to operate excellent program, so we can grow the entrepreneur class within the Indigenous community. It could not have been done without the Indigenous community. And there are so many different members who participated as advisors through the advisory circle. And there are so many people that I can name and thank. And I will do that when it's time for me to do so, especially when we see them at the opening ceremony, which I hope everyone here can attend, because this is Toronto's success story. But I do want to name some staff persons, because without them, this project would not have been possible. And each and every single one of them played a role, sometimes larger, sometimes smaller, but that's what I said, a lot of different hands passed this project. I want to thank all the chief of staffs in my office, because they have been literally carrying this project since my first term. And I've now had several chiefs of staff, and they're not always here, but I want to thank them. Chris Rickett, I want to thank you, as well as Joanne Pinn, Juliet Morelli, Nina Jessa, Susanna
10
Vass, Olson,
seconds.
Brianco. Madam Speaker, if you can, just give me this moment, please. Kevin Lee from the City Manager's Office, Pat Tobin, Cheryl Blackman, Tobias Novogrodsky, and then finally, my final thanks goes to Selena Young and Michelle Baptiste. Without these incredible people, who are all members of the Toronto Public Service, whose hands touched this project, we would not be here today. And I know that you will join me in thanking them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, show of hand.
Recorded vote, Madam Speaker?
Yes, recorded?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, are you present and voting in the meeting? We have a vote for you, but we don't see you on screen.
I don't see my buttons, my green button.
Councillor Cole, I'll come to you in one moment. Councillor Ainsley, are you present and voting in the meeting? We've received a vote, but I do not see you on the screen.
I'm sorry about that.
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, please?
I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you, sir. Speaker, that item is adopted unanimously. 22 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is the, before we go to the next item, so I don't forget, Councillor Grimes, now would you like to move your motion?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would.
With a break at 6 o'clock for staff.
That's correct. Go to 8 o'clock, break at 6 for a half hour, 6:30, and go to 8.
Okay, there it is on the screen. On favor? On favor? Show of hands, carried.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Did somebody say recorded? Okay, somebody wants a recorded vote. I don't know who it is.
Nobody said recorded.
I don't know who it is, so let's have a record. Oh, Deputy
It's
Mayor,
anonymous.
okay. So it's hard to hear when everybody is speaking at the same time. Councillor Cole, please shut your mic off. Okay, the Deputy Mayor has asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, are you able to vote electronically, please? Councillor Fletcher, can you vote through the system, please?
Against.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to vote in the system?
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm just getting to my CMP. Yes, thank you very much for that.
And Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, sir? Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote?
Against.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I could not hear Councillor Perruzza's vote.
No, I didn't hear Councillor Perruzza, so I assume he's not here.
Against. No, he's here. Against.
Thank you.
Against.
Speaker, the motion to amend the order paper to extend the meeting carries. The vote is 20-4.
Okay, let's go to the next item. Okay. Oh, there. Okay, members of council, I just want to advise members of council that before we get to general government licensing on the cybersecurity, Councillor Holiday has submitted in, has sent a copy in advance circulation of a motion that he will be presenting. So I just want to remind members of council that it is coming through that motion, so you can review it before we get to the item. Okay, so now,
Does he wish to go in camera? He hadn't decided.
no,
Speaker,
we're
so
not
we
going
should
in
have-
camera. But let's, we're not there yet, so we have a
Well,
few.
you don't know that.
Councillor Holiday mentioned he doesn't have to go in camera.
Somebody else might want to.
Okay, if somebody else wants to, then we'll have to. Okay, the next item is EC 26.7, City of Toronto Diverse Youth Fellowship Program. Councillor Lai, you held the item down.
Yes, Speaker. I do have questions of staff, please.
Okay, questions to staff?
Yes, Madam Speaker, through you to staff. Could you maybe give me just a 1 minute of history and the background of this program? I understand that it is this program is on since 2017.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Lai. I'm going to call on the manager, Youth Development Unit, Stephanie Hansen, to answer that.
Good afternoon, and through the chair. We have been working on this program from about 2017. This program is a partnership with the Urban Alliance on Race Relations. This is an organization that has had a history of developing programming for a diverse contingent of folks who are attached to the organization. We started, I believe, with the Black Youth Fellowship, and then it transitioned into the Muslim Youth Fellowship, and subsequently we've been able to add other demographic groups and populations.
Thank you. So it was when on committee, I was told that if we wanted to add any group to it, it has to be at the direction of council. Is that correct?
That would be, sorry, that would be correct.
Yeah, and I've asked a question in a committee that would it be possible to maybe add a couple of groups to this program? Can someone answer for that, please?
Through the chair to the councillor, we are prepared to add additional groups to the fellowship. However, I would say at this time we would need some time to plan and to coordinate with local community groups. As you know, the fellowship is a partially fundraised by the Urban Alliance on Race Relations. And what we've seen is demographic organizations, cultural groups coming together to raise funds in order to be able to offer the fellowship. So we would require that time to see if there is some community that input and advocacy and fundraising that could happen. As well, we would need to really look at the cohorts and see what's possible, and maybe look at something for a year two or year three implementation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw, questions?
A couple of questions. So how much of the program's funding comes from the communities and how much from the city?
Respectfully, through the speaker to the councillor, there is $250,000 that is we're asking for contribution for the city, and Urban Alliance on Race Relations will be offsetting that, and I believe the amount is $270,000.
Okay. Has there been, we keep adding certain communities, but I don't know, for example, I know that when you look at high school success rates or dropout rates, so for example, we know that the Black, Latino, Portuguese have the highest dropout rates in the city of Toronto, right? So, I mean, have we looked, just instead of people putting motions in here, at some of these issues and really say, okay, maybe what are the communities that could use something like this, other than just having, oh, somebody can give us some money, so we're going to do that. That's great. That's very thankful. But maybe we need to start doing a bit more in-depth look into this.
Respectfully, through the chair and to the councillor, what is happening in terms of the development of the program is we really wanted to come back to council and committee to say that this is a diverse youth fellowship, and we should be onboarding organizations and agencies who want to work with us in a way to really look at the populations that need this kind of programming. And so as we begin to do this programming, we'll be taking a closer look at the populations that need to be brought to the table and to participate and to have the conversation. And I would just say, Councillor, that it is extremely important that we take the right approach to working with communities in this way. These programs unfortunately, they don't get built overnight. And I think even if we're looking to extend the program to other groups, we really should have a consultative process and do a little bit of mapping and looking at populations that need to be in the space. And I think too, particularly with respect to Indigenous self-determination, if we are to go that route to really do some consultative work and work more directly with communities and augment the program to meet the needs of the young people that we would like to see.
So is that in your work plan, or do we need to move any motions in order for you to do that?
We can certainly make that part of the work plan, Councillor.
Okay. Okay, so I don't have to move anything. It will. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor
Great work. This is a great work. But
sorry, Councillor Bailao, Denise Campbell here. If I may, just to add one thing to Stephanie's answer, the program was built on an understanding of, as you noted, particular groups of young people who were struggling to have access to these types of public sector jobs and exposure to public sector jobs in this way. So all the groups that are currently part of the program are communities that are underserved, underemployed in this sector. And it's important for us to not lose sight of that as we move forward, which I understand would be part of your intention in the question.
my concern is to target to the youth that are not having access to this, but the community might not be well organized to come to us with those things. So that I just don't want us to make, I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of those groups that are from communities that might not have the organizations that are working on this space.
We share that concern with you, Councillor.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Campbell, you said this program was to serve to address those groups that are underserved. Which groups are those? Is it a finite list? I'm just wondering how you got, which groups are they? I mean, I know in addition to the ones you already have.
So if I may, Councillor, as my colleagues had noted, the program has evolved over time. So it started with Black youth, went to Muslim youth, and to Deputy Mayor Bailao's point, it is both about groups of residents who don't have access to these types of opportunities, and that was what the original intention is. In the expansion that is proposed in the report in front of you, we've taken a look, working with our partners to add some new communities to the program. And I think, again, to Deputy Mayor Bailao's point, we will continue to do assessments. Things change. Nothing is nothing is static here. Things change. So as we continue to review the demographics, look at employment, look at who's accessing public sector jobs, look at who's accessing political jobs, we might come forward with new assessments to say we recommend that we add new communities to the program. We may also recommend that we take communities out of the program because things are moving well. So I think it's an evolving program based on our understanding of what the needs in community are, and that is always going to be the advice that we bring forward to council in these moments.
I just think there are lots of groups that don't get opportunities in the public service. I mean, you just look at, the people that we sit, that there's a certain level of homogeneity to the folks that are in the public service. I think there's room to add. Wouldn't you agree?
I think we're adding quite a number of groups to the program now. We're always happy to hear from council, from community about other groups that should be part of the program. We just need some rigor and process because your offices are not, there's only so many things that we can accomplish through the program, this one particular program. So we're always happy to hear. I think we just committed to ensuring in our work plan that we have an ongoing process of reviewing the demographics and what the needs are, and then making recommendations and adjustments to the program accordingly.
All the existing groups get a rigorous evaluation?
I would say so, yes, Councillor. They were all based on an understanding of what the needs are in those communities, what the gaps are in terms of these kinds of opportunities and exposure for these young people. And as a result, we have included them in the program, are now recommending a new slate into the program as well.
So there's an objective evaluation that's done to every single group that goes through this process.
We are getting more rigor in the program, but yes, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, I would definitely say that to be the case.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yeah, just quickly, Madam Speaker, I just want to ask through you, or just so the staff have an extra opportunity to define this. My understanding from being involved in the program, from having a fellow, is a lot depends on having that outside support, whatever agency or NGO is doing it. This is not a program where we can continue to add other cultures, other sectors, unless there is an agency, because the work that they do, you wouldn't be able to do. You wouldn't be able to staff to that extent. Am I right about that?
I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague, Stephanie Hansen. Go ahead, Steph.
Good afternoon, Councillor. Through the Speaker, absolutely. We're looking to add as it makes sense as it pertains to the program. I think what we're really trying to do is study how the program is working right now. We have approved through Council the Youth Outcomes Framework, and we really want to attach the program into those specific outcome areas. And I think in order to do that effectively, we have to ensure that we're working with the right community partner. We do have the Urban Alliance on Race Relations right now, but there might be other community partners who need to come to the table in order to offer the type of programming that we need. Part of what we're trying to do in the program as well is attach case management services and cultural supports. And so we really have to work with the right partner in order to be able to facilitate the programming in a meaningful and comprehensive way. I think if we're looking to bring in other community partners, we need to ensure that they have capacity, that they're committed to the program, and they understand sort of the operational functions. The other thing I just wanted to add, Councillor, is the need to ensure that we are inculcating a workforce development model, and workforce development piece is really critical. So I wanted to mention that we have to work with an agency who understands workforce development and the components attached to a workforce development model. So that means case management, that means outreach, that means monitoring and evaluation.
Right. So can I ask that maybe this is a chance for you to toot your own horns? It's not just the fellow that builds capacity from doing it this way. The community partner, whomever they give this project, that they build capacity from working with you as well. Do they not? I have the sense that there's a lot of that going on here too. So you're not only lifting up the fellow, but the partner as well. That's the sense I got.
Councillor, through the Speaker, we are trying to bring a discipline into the workforce development landscape. And we want to work with partners who understand the components. It's not just running an employment program, it's actually running a holistic model. And that is the direction of the city now. We weren't prepared to take this on in any other fashion. And, with Denise and Anania, they were very convinced that this is the right direction for the program. So I just, really want to honor what you're saying in terms of what we need to be doing here and how to do it correctly. But we are bringing a discipline to the work. We have really strong staffers here who are versed in workforce development. And definitely it is a road that we have to journey together because it's a very new way of working in the sector.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. Through you to staff, the City of Toronto does conduct a survey every year or every other year, I believe, with the workforce, does it not? And it's called Count Yourself In. Is that still an ongoing body of work that the city does and collects and manages that data?
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor Wong Tam, People in Equity does that survey on a regular basis of the city workforce.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So there's a base. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, it's Alma. Through the speaker, I just wanted to add to that question. The survey is actually ongoing. It's not done periodically. So today, an employee can go on and complete the survey. So it is ongoing, correct?
Okay, fantastic. And would you, do you know roughly how many members of the Toronto Public Service actually participate in that voluntary survey?
I should remember right now, but I think it's about 48%, but I can certainly get an answer to you in the next couple of minutes.
Okay, that's okay, thank you. I just wanted to get a sense that, 48% or 50%, that's still a really decent amount of information collected simply because it is an involuntary survey, so that's thank you. And I guess, we've heard a lot about, the pandemic and the challenges that have faced many different communities. We've also recognized that not every community has had equitable access to their house of government. And I'm just curious to know that, with the pandemic, which communities have experienced a higher spike of racism or discrimination as you are aware, or perhaps that's been reported through the media or other channels?
So through the speaker, Councillor Wong Tam, certainly Asian communities have experienced a rise in anti-Asian racism throughout the pandemic. And as a result, Council has made a couple commitments to support the community, working with our division and some others to create some plans that can help the community and help other Torontonians to understand that racism and the need to move beyond racist assumptions about this community. So that has certainly been a part of it. We have also seen other communities, Black, Indigenous, racialized communities more broadly, low-income communities that have struggled with the impacts of COVID on them, not from a standpoint of existing structural inequities that have led to everything from increased hunger to job precarity and a number of other issues that I know that Council is well aware. So there is a number of communities that have been particularly impacted, and I think city divisions working with community partners continue to try to find best ways to help those communities through the pandemic and also to recover as we move forward.
Thank you so much, and thank you to you and your division and your leadership on those issues. I know that the mayor has hosted a roundtable on anti-Asian racism and hate. And I believe that your office or your division is now tasked with supporting them on a series of recommendations that Councillor Lai has originally initiated through this chamber. I'm interested in knowing what might be the actual outcomes. What are the action plans going to include? Can you give us a little hint of what we might see when your report comes back?
No, Counselor, I'm afraid I cannot give you a little hint. Partly because I don't have the information in front of me about where the committee happens to be in terms of their recommendations. And because we're doing this work in partnership, it's actually community led. I really want to be able to honor the process before sort of giving you a sense of what some of the recommendations are. But I mean, I would imagine that some of the recommendations would be grounded in public education and in response to whatever impacts the community has discussed, being particularly germane to Asian communities at this moment in time in our city's history.
Great, thank you. And Denise, my final question is, in that work, has anyone raised the issue about the bamboo ceiling? The barrier that East Asian Chinese individuals face in sort of advancing through corporations into positions of leadership, landing in the C-suite.
That's your last question.
Thank you.
Sorry, through the speaker to you, Counselor. I don't have information right now to say if they have, but I certainly will follow up with my team and that circle and get back to you with any information that relates to your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just have one question. The community groups, agencies that you're working with, you have a list of all those groups that you're working with, correct?
Yes.
So
Yes.
are some of them on some of the agencies that we have in the neighborhood improvement area where they have existing funding where they're applying for grants and this is also part of the grant process?
I'm looking to my colleague to see if we have that information in front of us.
Like, is that like additional, programming that they do when for some of these agencies that are working out there with the youth? Is that additional, that we're giving them funding for and providing that program?
So you're asking, Speaker, how are the agencies that are contributing fundraised dollars, where that funding is generally coming from? Yeah.
I can answer that. What is happening right now is the money is being fundraised dynamically through community. It is the Urban Alliance on Race Relations who's holding the money and is allocating the money against the program. It may be the case in future that some of the organizations who might choose to participate and add components to the program could secure additional funding through grants.
Okay, that was my question. Yeah, so we have some existing agencies that are providing that program and they're applying for grants. And so that would be part of the grant process, correct?
So to the speaker, so I think just one point of clarity. We are not funding agencies currently to participate in this program. Agencies are fundraising in their communities to participate in the program through the Urban Alliance on Race Relations. The city is matching the funding centrally that they're raising, but we are currently not using our grant dollars to fund them for participation in this program.
So your dollars are going directly to Urban Alliance? The city dollars?
The city dollars for this program are
going directly to Urban Alliance. So we know then the funding that we give Urban Alliance, we know how those funds are being allocated into which community groups they're being allocated to?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'd be curious to have that list. Thank you.
We're happy to share.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. If clerk could please post it. Yeah, my motion 1 and 2. 1 is basically just to ask the city to work with the Urban Alliance on Race Relations at the Chinese youth as eligible, participate in the Enhanced Diverse Youth Fellowship Program. And the number 2 is just to work with the Indigenous-led organizations and the Urban Alliance on Race Relations to advise on the feasibility of a co-developing targeted programming related to the Diverse Youth Fellowship Program. Speaker, the reason I'm identifying these 2 groups is I think in the most recent times, these 2 groups are the mostly impacted during COVID. You know, the Chinese, they're being blamed on the virus, and then with the residential school, the indigenous group is being, you know, you can imagine the impact of the youth that they have when, you know, and then especially with the Chinese group, their parents being discriminated upon and being blamed on the virus, and that's the reason why I am adding these 2 groups to the program. And I heard that I'm very happy to hear that SDFA has an open mind in adding different groups, and they are doing it. But on the other hand, I was told that the reason, you know, to get it to be on this program soon enough is to have direction on council, and that's why I'm making these motions. And I look forward to having more groups and having more better plans. Staff can add more groups because I think this is a very, very good program. In that we're actually doing succession planning. We're helping youth to get themselves into the workplace and all that. You know, with all that said, I think. The other groups are in the program already. Some of them, the Filipino is a 6% in population, and the South Asian is 13%, and Chinese is 11% in the demographics of population of Toronto. So, and the indigenous is about 1%. But I think because these two groups are undergoing systemic barriers, and I think they are really worth helping. And I just wanted to, I hope that I can count on your support on council just to put through these groups as staff are working on to getting more groups into this program. And I know that we need to have funding. I will commit myself to in any way I can to help support the program, because I think in my ward we have 46% Chinese, and I think they need to train those second generation Canadians to have you know, to overcome the barriers, to be able to be in the workforce and to be able to work in the city. I actually heard a lot of good testimonials on committee that a lot of these interns, we call them, they have had so good experience. And I think what a way to educate them and what a way to train them to be our succession planning model. Thank you, and those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And I just want to remind members of council, I know members of council want to speak on items, but I just want to remind members of council that we have a lot of items yet on the agenda. And we have timed items tomorrow, which will probably take the whole day. So we, you know, I'm just reminding members of council that whatever we don't get through will be, we'll deal with it in 2022. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I think this is a critically important initiative. I certainly want to speak to. I was fortunate enough to have a young woman that was working in my office as part of the Muslim Youth Fellowship, and she was excellent, motivated, intelligent, appreciative, and so I really appreciated that. And I also want to thank the presenters today that asked a lot of difficult. They were asked a lot of difficult questions. They were really grilled, it seemed, but good questions. And I want to thank Aduranke. I want to thank Stephanie and the incredible Denise Campbell, who seems to be everywhere. I don't know what she doesn't do in the city, but anyways, I just think we've got to support staff as they do this incredible work. And I think where we as councillors can help is try to get some private sector corporate support for this endeavor. I mean, we can add all these groups and and they're all needy groups and but we've got to do our part and try and match some of these funds. We know people in the private sector, corporate sector. I know the great work that Councillor Thompson does, Councillor Grimes there in Long Branch, what he does out there. And so we've got to get ourselves into the play in terms of getting some resources to this incredible initiative and to match the city funds. And because this is a real tangible way of dealing with the lack of opportunity to racialized, marginalized communities that we all want to support and need our support. But I think the critical thing is that we as councillors start to reach out to our contacts and get some money on the table so that we can get our excellent staff at the city to do their great work and get these young people who are very well motivated, educated, and just they need an opportunity. So we all have to step up and support this great effort. Thank you very much.
Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the time constraints, so I won't move a motion. But I do implore councillors to really take heed of some of the answers that we got from staff. They're running a great program because they're running it with community partners who've also, they're not just getting involved to use city funds. Many of them have within their mandates applied to granting organizations, received donations in order to do the very same work that the fellowship program delivers. And so this is a great meeting of resources that are out there to actually partner so that we all achieve our outcomes. That fellow who has personal outcomes they want to achieve, the community partner, and of course, the outcomes that we want from the work that Social Development Finance and the people that are working on this program. But I want to caution us from meddling too much. Where we contribute, the best thing we can contribute to this is just take a fellow on, and where you're asked to, you can help them learn about the city, learn about overcoming barriers. What happens if if you're thrust into an employment situation where we absolutely want you to be there, and most of us have had our anti-racism training that's being provided to us by staff, and so you're in a safe space to begin to be respected and really show your full potential. That's exactly what happened with the Filipino youth fellow that was in my office. It was a huge honor to attend her graduation, attend the ceremonies they go through, and to hear them describe the value of working with us at the city, whether they work with a staff division or ourselves. That's the best way we can meddle in this program, is when you're called upon to take a fellow, just take one and show them how we do the work we do in City Hall. And then listen very carefully, because they are learning so much. It's raising the capacity of our staff to understand groups that really need this, because we have many different cultures, and how they are barriered as they go out to seek employment in adulthood varies from culture to culture, from neighborhood to neighborhood, and so those are the types of deep conversations that staff have, and then begin to work on them and make the adaptations in the community that need to be made through this program. And so when the call to arms comes to take a fellow, just say yes, and great work that they're doing. That's the best advice I could possibly give. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak.
So just very quickly, because I know we have a big agenda, but I just wanted to say that this program has worked very well in the interactions that we've had. We have had a Black, Filipino, and 2 Muslim fellows working in our office, and they have participated in the day-to-day operations of our office. They've been shown how teams work, how an office is set up, how we deal with, how we help people. They've been to various of our events. 3 of the 4 have met the mayor, which was always a great thrill. And of course, they understand that our role in government is to really help people, and that's what it's all about. They have made an impact on our office, and I hope that we made a positive impact on them. And I can just say that the thank you notes that I got from our fellows is certainly warming because we don't get thanked very often. But I think it was a great experience to have this program in our office. Now, I must admit, we were hampered by the pandemic. We had to sort of do a hybrid, sometimes at City Hall, sometimes virtual. But at the end of the day, I believe that this program can shape positive outcomes, open eyes and open ears for a pathway for many of these young people to be community leaders, whether it be elected officials or whether it be community organizers. And I think they take with them from this program great skills. The only thing I would say from this discussion was that the Toronto Police hate crimes report for the last 2 years, 2020, 2019, has referenced the Jewish community as the victim of mischief to property, assault, and criminal harassment as the #1 targeted group. It wasn't mentioned in earlier questions about hate crimes, so I just thought I would put that on the public record. It remains a major concern, as all hate crimes do across our city, something we have to deal with a robust policy. So once again, congratulations to staff on this program. My very short 2.5-minute report card is that it's working great for our office. And I think it's working great for the young people who come to City Hall and learn how civic government works. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to move a motion because through my questioning, it was clear that that staff share some of the concerns that I have. I think this program has proven itself to be a great success. This was a program that came from the community to us. This was an initiative that came from the community, and we started embracing it. And it shows results, and it's a good program. It's a great program. I just think we need to make sure that we're careful enough to not only provide it to the communities that come to us, because sometimes those that might also need it might not understand that if they come to us, they're going to get these programs. So I think we need to work with our partners and to ensure that we open it up to the communities, do some analysis about some of these communities that are not having access to jobs in the public sector, to elected office, to facing discrimination all the time. So I think that it is important that we keep that in mind, but I was reassured with the answers from staff that this is very much in their radar as well. So I will continue to support the program by having fellows in my office, very enthusiastic to do that, and continue to support the program and staff in every way I can. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping it brief. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to also thank city staff for basically administering the program. I think they've done an exceptional work at growing the program in partnership with the community organizations that are out there. And of course, a big thank you to those community organizations for bringing the initiative to the City Council. And clearly, by all testimony that I've heard today, this is a welcome program and a successful program. So the more we invest in it, the more we're able to grow it and scale it up, the bigger the impact. I want to just lend some support to Councillor Lai's motion. And I do understand what she is trying to do. And I want to be able to sort of paint the picture so that perhaps I can share at least an experience. I used to be the president of the Chinese Canadian National Council Toronto chapter. We were one of 26 chapters across the country. We worked on a number of systemic racism issues. We were on the front lines of dealing with anti-Asian hate, and this is before COVID. Of course, this is during SARS. We did this work as we were also lobbying for the federal government for a head tax apology and redress. And in between all of that, there were a whole bunch of other campaigns that came onto our desk at the board level. And I remember very clearly there was actually a request from the TDSB that flagged for us early on. This is probably back in the 1990s, early 2000s, where they actually said there were a number of incidents that were arising in what they observed at the school level, where they were seeing young Chinese students, and they were Chinese Canadian students, who were not participating in extracurricular activity, struggling to meet family obligations, struggling with language and adaptation, and even though they have been here for some time. There is something to be said about the bamboo ceiling. That's why I raised the issue. It's a ceiling that actually prohibits Chinese Canadians in particular from advancing into the C-suite or executive leadership positions. It's right across every corporation. Those C-suites are oftentimes underrepresented by people of color, BIPOC people, of course, and women. But there's also something called the bamboo floor. And let me share with you what that is. It's when you speak with an accent and people don't want to understand what you're saying, even if your English is perfect, but because you speak with an accent, they're unwilling to hear it, to be quite honest. And that is a form of microaggression and racism that many immigrants whose English is their second language, they continue to face. And it's not just the Chinese, but in particular, I've experienced that as a Chinese person who came to Canada and English was my second language. And so it's also about language, how we articulate, how we present. And that form of microaggression is directed at specifically Chinese and East Asian people that is not oftentimes recorded. So I just want to be able to put that down because it was an observation at the TDSB because they were trying to figure out how to support their Chinese students who were feeling extra marginalized, like a fish out of water, and oftentimes without being able to see themselves in the positions of leadership. They couldn't envision themselves in the director's chairs or the principal's chairs, never mind the mayor's chair. They just couldn't see themselves because that representation just didn't exist. They also have very quote unquote difficult to pronounce Chinese name. I'm one of those folks. You call me Kristen today, but my name is Waiman, Wong Waiman. So you would have to practice pronouncing my name should you put some time into it. And I can tell you that many people did not. So here we are now in 2021. We have the global pandemic upon us, and we have the rise of anti-Asian hatred and anti-Asian racism. And Councillor Lai has put forward a motion that I think is going to just put a little bit of action into what the mayor's action plan on anti-Asian racism will ultimately do. And we're probably going to get there anyways, but she's just advancing the work because she's sitting at that table. She's a leadership, she has a leadership position at the table. And I just want to fully endorse what she's doing by adding the Chinese youth to this population of diverse youth fellowships, as well, of course, as the Indigenous youth. Don't need to speak about that. You know those statistics, they are all there. Thank you very much.
On the motion, on favor? By Councillor Lai, carried. On the item as amended, carried. Wow, okay. Next item is EC 26.8, supporting food security in St. Jamestown. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
I do not. I just want to speak to it very quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just very happy to support the recommendations coming out of the committee. And I want to thank SDFA and in particular Adirondack. Sorry, Madam Speaker, go ahead.
No, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, I just want to thank in particular the SDFA team, and I want to single out Adirondack Akande. Such an incredible body of work that is just starting at the base level. We're starting to grow it. We're going to build a brand new community food hub, 6,000 square feet, carved out of 200 Wellesley. This is an address that has made the newspaper on all the unfortunate occasions, whether it's a fire or evacuation, power outage, you name it. It goes back to troubled days when Councillor McConnell was here, Deputy Mayor McConnell, and we have not had too many good news stories here. And this is a good news story, and I just want to flag it because St. Jamestown is one of the most heavily residential, populated density communities in all of Canada, and it is a neighborhood that struggles with many low-income individuals, a lot of newcomers, and one of the biggest issues that comes up beyond, of course, paying the rent is putting food on the table. TCHC is giving us the space. They're going to repurpose 6,000 square feet. They've also taken out of their very tight, oftentimes very managed budget, $1 million to help with that cost. We're going to contribute as City Council another $1 million of Section 37 funds, so thank you to Council for that. And we're going to build out this facility, which will then act as a primary food hub, which will be supported and operated by the local community. I just wanted to say thank you, Madam Speaker, because this is a really important project in our community, and St. Jamestown has been striving to become a neighborhood improvement area, and this is just one asset that I hope will drive more investments into a desperately needed neighborhood that has sometimes and oftentimes, according to those who are there, they have oftentimes said to City Council, invest in us, invest in this community, we will return the love. And this is one of those gestures today. Thank you very much.
On the item, on favor, carried. Okay, let's do quick releases. Does anybody have any quick releases? I held down MM 3828. I had my question answered, so I'll release it. So MM 3828, I'm releasing. Members' motion by Councillor Perks. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Holiday, quick release.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to quick release GL 27.29 and remind members that there was a confidential motion that was circulated, and that is the substance of the amendment I'd like to present.
Okay. So the motion's on the screen by Councillor Holiday. The amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item as amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to quick release CC 38.3, litigation due to contaminated laneway located near Queen Street East and Coxwell Avenue.
Okay, just a sec. I'm trying to get to the item.
Sorry.
CC 38.3?
Yes, please.
Okay, you're releasing? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, CC 38.3, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, carried. Thank you.
I'd like to vote on the farmers market renewal application, which is it before us yet, Speaker? Item 38.48, MM 38.48.
MM.
Streamlined permit renewal application process for farmers markets.
Oh, okay, that hasn't, has that been circulated? Okay.
It's listed, it's off the MP
Yeah.
now, so.
Okay, there we are, MM 3848. Councillor Fletcher is releasing. Moving it on favor, carried. Okay, and Councillor Fletcher, your other one?
Thank you. On a roll, MM 38.47, which is to meet the tender requirements for the off-leash.
Okay, on MM 38.47, on favor, carried. Thank you.
I did have IE 26.19. I've been going back and forth with the clerks with a slight amendment to actually put a date there. I don't know if that one has been prepared or not.
Do we have that one ready?
That's it. That's great. Thank you so much, clerks. That's the one. Just put a April 26th date on that report. Thank you. I'll release that.
IE 26.19, Councillor Fletcher has an amendment. It's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay,
There's
thank
one
you.
other, and I don't know, I've been back and forth with clerks, and it's 29.17. It's the TOC, the one that Councillor Holiday was releasing.
Right.
But I had another motion there, and I don't know if that's been prepared to add an item 7 on.
Okay, just let me check.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good, actually. We do have the, your motion. We'll put it on the
Great.
screen. This is T
That's perfect.
29.17. And your amendment is
Yes.
on the screen, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Fletcher, on favor? Carried.
Can you just, Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
Yes?
since the thing was posted, it's physically impossible to read what this amendment is. If you can just give me a moment.
Sure.
That way we can just clear it up. Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. It changes things a lot. I do not need a separated vote.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Stephen.
Yeah.
What did you say? You need to separate the vote?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I had previously requested a
yes,
separated
yeah,
vote.
yes, you
but
did.
Since the amendment, I don't need it any longer, and I thank you for giving me a chance to read it.
Okay,
Thank
so you
you.
don't need to have a separate vote on that, as you previously indicated. Okay, thank you. Okay, on the amendment, on favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
38.45 Willowdale Food Incubator.
Which item?
38.45 MM.
38.45. Oh, that was a motion that you just introduced, sorry. Okay, it's on the screen. MM 38.45. On favor of the item? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. PH 29.20, Bridging the Gap, Increasing Rent Geared to Income Units on Regent Park Phase 3. I'd like to release that item and to say thank you to staff and highlight that this is 55 new RGI units coming into Regent Park. Very exciting, especially as we get ready to rezone Phase 4 and 5. We're going to be hoping to expand the number of RGIs and affordable housing. This is just the beginning. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Councillor Wong Tam is releasing PH 2920. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I have two more.
Oh, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you. It's TE 29.4, 212, 218 Dundas Street East and 279.5 George Street. That's the first one. And then there's accompanying heritage report right afterwards. Would you like me to read that name as well? That title?
No, so you're releasing T 29.4 and 29.9, correct?
Correct, thank you.
Okay, so on 29.4, it's on the screen. Councillor Wong Tam is releasing. On favor? Carried. On T 29.9, we'll put it on the screen. There it is. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I can release CC 38.1 COVID-19 intergovernmental funding.
Okay, CC 38.1, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Okay, thank you, members. We're able to release a number of items. I appreciate that. So let's go to our next item, which is GL 27.10. Councillor Carroll, you held the item down.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just have a couple of questions that I would like to ask of the Chief Procurement Officer.
Yes, just give us a sec while we connect to the next item. Okay.
Sure.
It's on the screen. So Councillor Carroll,
Thank you.
You have a question to staff. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, and so you know, Madam Speaker, I did try to ask these questions offline, but you know, more thinking came to light, and so I asked if I could finish asking those questions here. This is a non-competitive contract. This is for the Resolve software for labor relations information systems, and this one's non-competitive. I understand from reading the report that rather than have a tendering process, there was sort of a market scan, a look across the market and an assessment, but not a full request for proposal or request for interest. Am I right?
Through the speaker, that's correct. Technology Services with People in Equity did a market review looking at the Gardner research on what was out there and what the capacity of the software solutions could be.
Right. So you're our Chief Procurement Officer. So it's your role to make sure that we're, you know, coloring inside the lines, appropriately going through process. But when we do this market analysis instead of a full RF process of any kind, who does the analysis? Who makes sure that we're fully looking at things? And where it's technology, you might be looking at what that sector has on the shelf ready to buy right now, but are they sure that they're not leaving out, by not doing a tender, are they leaving out firms that could provide the service that just don't have it on the shelf to look at? If you're going around doing a market analysis, how do you know they've done enough of the scan to know they haven't left out a firm with the capability?
Through the speaker, I guess, you know, what I would say is the market analysis from Gartner is looking at solutions that are that have been developed in our viable products. There could, I suppose, be other solutions that are new, but they would be they would still be growing. What I would say is that Technology Services and PMMD are going to be working much more closely together with respect to market scanning. We are getting more integrated into the Technology Services Enterprise Architect Review Board and meeting monthly so that we can coordinate these new technology assessments. And then in this case, it's, you know, to look at not just
who would be coordinating them from PMMD.
That we would be working together to coordinate them. Yes.
So if you were more incorporated, if someone was in the process of out what's in the market, someone gets too much into conversation and now they're in danger of one firm over another. If you're more integrated into it, you can ensure that we don't cross any lines.
That's right.
Okay. And in the case of this one, I understand part of the reason for going with it is that part of the reason we know that it's a program we can count on is because it's used by some of our own divisions. But there are some frameworks around making sure that's not causing us to close our eyes to any new innovations or improved solutions that might be. Are you able to, by the time it comes to you, to make sure that they haven't limited their perspective on the basis of, I like that program that some other division already has?
Through the speaker, you know, Technology Services and PMMD will work together. I think it's important to understand that we want to also maximize the use of software that we have in place, and so that we can make sure that we're maximizing the effort there. And we will always take a look to see if there may be other reasons why we would want to go outside of what we have, but I think that first step is to do analysis about what do we have in place so that we can make sure that we're maximizing that investment. And in this particular case, there's also a sense of urgency on the part of P&E who need to have a system in place for the next round of collective bargaining.
Right, right. Okay. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker. I just will put myself down to speak.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I held this item and I wanted to ask the questions in public because I'm a little I'm anxious about a trend that I think is exacerbated by the pandemic. We don't have easy access anymore unless we want to really keep track of things and be on the virtual screen all the time. You can't just walk down the hall and pop into the other committee meetings as easily anymore and then pop back out. And so being up to our eyeballs in virtual meetings, we tend not to be able to raise these concerns in committee. And then we get to council and I find myself looking through how many non-competitive contracts are there here. And now I've got to review them all. These questions in public because the conversation I have with the chief procurement officer is that in these cases, and this is a perfect example, this one, we have some, the solution that's needed by one department here actually has been needed previously and is going on in other places, which can lead to non-competitive sole source sort of situation. They're adding on to what's going on in another division. But when you don't do a request for proposal, I worry that we're closing the door on innovations that might be out there. That in the world of cloud computing, it's quite different from 20 years ago, 15 years ago, even in the city we were. Why can't you guys all get on one platform? Why can't we get it so that all these systems work together? Some of those issues are quite different now in cloud computing, in that you can go out and get the perfect thing here and a different perfect thing here. And integration is the most busy area of innovation in a technology now from what we've understood from previous presentations to us. So why be non-competitive and just go with the thing that already exists somewhere else? Well, I was satisfied after asking questions about this that they did an appropriate market scan, but for committee work, I think we've got to ask the question every time, as you were doing that market scan, was PMMD involved in it? Or did you do all of that vision and then go to procurement and say, I want to do this thing, and I've already looked at everything? You're far better off interacting with PMMD early on, letting them help you coordinate that market scan so that you're not, coloring outside the lines, breaking any rules, getting us into a situation where we'd end up with legal challenges. And where we really should be doing it, we should be doing that compete. Technology contracts, the private sector will tell you, are the ones that most easily can go wrong, because innovation is moving so fast that people sometimes rebuy a solution that's not ideal, that gives them problems, that makes them have to keep patching things into it to make it work. And they haven't properly gone out to tender, is there a better solution? Could there in 1 year's time be an improved solution already being offered by an innovator or on? So that was the most valuable thing in my conversation with Mr. Patchlock, that he is working to impress upon divisions that he ought to be involved earlier. He ought to be integrated in the market scan part of this process. And failing that, we should be doing far less non-competitive procurement in this area. It's one or the other. You involve him so that he's sure that while you're not doing a full tender, you're following the rules, or just do the tender. And then we're always safe from any legal ramification. So sorry to have to take the time at council to say that, Madam Speaker, but I hope we all take various committees, because all of our agendas seem to be showing a lot of non-competitive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, Carried. Our next item is GL 2722 Fleet Services. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
I did, Madam Speaker, and they're relatively brief. I wondered if the General Manager of Fleet was available.
Okay, just one
I'm
sec.
here, Deputy Mayor. Madam Speaker.
Okay, we just have to switch. We have to go to the next item. Just give us a few seconds. GL 2722. Okay, Councillor Holliday, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the committee, I moved a motion, which wasn't in the staff report, which was to encourage fleet data to be implemented into the open data system. And I wondered if the GM could tell me if the motion may be interpreted broadly to include fleet data from even contracted services. So for instance, we are looking at winter maintenance, leaf collection, solid waste vehicles, any sort of fleet that is under the purview of the City of Toronto.
For you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. So I'm going to connect your motion back to a report that came to Audit Committee back in November 2nd. It was AU 10.7, which is telematics and the collection of additional data from fleet. And the subject of this report included both city-owned vehicles as well as contract vehicles. And there's many benefits that'll come to the city through this data. Number one is it enables Fleet Services Division to be more effective in managing the fleet-related assets, the city-owned fleet-related assets. And that includes, better management of utilization through collecting more data. It enables more active management to ensure safe operation of the fleet. So we can collect data around seatbelt usage, excessive speed, and or braking, and whether the vehicle has been involved in a collision. It enables more active management and supporting reducing emissions from the fleet. So I know that there was quite a bit of conversation yesterday during the net zero item, in terms of reducing the amount of idling from the fleet. And then from a divisional operations perspective, it really allows divisions to effectively manage their service delivery, which includes the effective management of contracted services. So back to your question and the motion, it really opens up the opportunity to communicate to the public parameters surrounding our service delivery, whether that be through city-owned vehicles or through the contract vehicles. And in fact, the city is already doing this. So for example, transportation services, winter operations, which is covered by city-owned and contracted vehicles, is already being communicated through toronto.ca/FLOWTO. So we're already utilizing this telematics data to provide updates to the public through our website.
Thank you, Mr. Jallamore. Could you confirm with me that you've got everything you need to further the provision of open data, or do you need anything from council?
No, I think we're good to go. Certainly as it relates to engaging with contracts. So Fleet Services Division is engaged with the operating divisions and with PMMD. So any future contracts involving service delivery involving vehicles will include provisions for the provision of telematics data back to the city, which will allow us to better manage the service delivery. So I think we have everything we need.
And finally, do you feel confident that there are experts within the city that can make use of this data to write good policy in the future going forward because of the value that it provides right back to the organization, in addition to the transparency that it provides to the public?
Yeah, so I think there's two aspects to it. One is back to Fleet Services as the overseer of the asset or the custodian of the fleet-related assets for the city. And certainly, we have plans in 2022 to add staff to build that expertise and develop a business intelligence team, because we need to collect data from telematics as well as process data from our internal operations to improve our effectiveness as a division. And then from an operating division perspective, you know, each division would need that similar expertise. And I believe the divisions that are collecting telematics data, and it's primarily PF&R and transportation services, and I believe solid waste management, they would have those resources in their operations to leverage that telematics data to optimize their operations and their service delivery.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so on the item, all in favor? Carried. Next item is IE 26.4, request for proposal to various suppliers for the provision of winter maintenance. It's here without a recommendation. Councillor McKelvey, you held the item down. Do we have questions of staff?
Yes, I have questions of staff, but I can't enter it yet.
Okay, just give us a few seconds so we. Okay, Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Great. My questions are for the Chief Procurement Officer. How were you involved in this procurement?
Through the Speaker, I was involved in the procurement by first approving the strategic sourcing direction, as well as also ensuring, of course, that my staff were properly assigned, and we assigned 3 staff plus management support. And I was also involved in the decision about how to go back out to the second RFP after the first RFP had some areas that did not have successful proponents.
Is there anything in the city's procurement rules that specify how many contractors should be awarded to a contract? Like, is there anything that prevents, you know, winner takes all?
Through the Speaker, there's nothing in policy with respect to that. In the solicitation in particular, we wanted to ensure that the companies had the capacity to take on the work, and that was actually part of the evaluation criteria. So it was possible that one vendor could take a majority of the contract areas.
Are you confident that this was a fair procurement process and follows city rules?
Through the Speaker, I'm very confident that we followed the procurement process as we laid out on this solicitation.
And then just a final question, as the city shifts to more of this negotiated RFP contract, I think there's a bit of confusion in understanding that process. Like, is there something we can learn from this and how to better communicate what a negotiated RFP process looks like? Maybe can we consider, for example, the next time we have a big RFP that goes out, that we have you know, an information session to share with vendors? Or anyway, is there anything that we can kind of improve upon for the communication aspect of it?
Through the Speaker, as part of a negotiable RFP process, we actually do market soundings in advance of issuing the procurement to actually talk to the marketplace about what we're trying to do, get their feedback, and try to incorporate things in advance. There's also an information session during the NRP process, generally speaking, to also tell them about what we're looking for. We will always do some lessons learned on our processes to see how we can improve and make sure that the marketplace understands what we're looking for in the future.
Okay, great. And then I have one question for the Auditor General. She's online.
I am.
I advanced circulated a motion. I think you've seen that. I just want to confirm, is that within your mandate to cover those aspects that are in there?
It is, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. In our discussion on the contracts for winter services, there's a piece there about better accountability and reporting metrics for the public. Could I have staff walk us through what that would look like as described in the report?
Certainly, Councillor, through the chair to you. There are a number of accountability measures that have been built into this contract. Specifically now, GPS technology will be the primary tool in identifying the performance of the contractor. So we will have real-time data that will tell us when the contractor started, when they end, where they are throughout their whole entire route performance, how much salt will be applied. All of that data will be provided to staff after each winter event and in real time. And then, of course, we will be providing the data on a public dashboard. So all of the contract requirements will be based on performance. The contractor must complete and achieve very clear, specific performance-based, including time, service level times, and outcomes. So it is imperative that we have that data, and we will be collecting it through the GPS, and that will tell us and hold the contractor accountable. And as I mentioned, we will be providing a public dashboard that will disclose the performance of our contractors.
So two things following up on that. This new contract, which I think is much more robust and really builds off some of the challenges that we saw in the previous 7 years. So I want to commend everyone on that. What are the differences between this contract that we're moving forward with and the previous contract in terms of accountability to these contractors for performance? How will you know, and how can you turn the screws on contractors that are not delivering on the job?
Through the chair to the councillor, the GPS data that we will be provided by our contractor will give us the information that'll tell us if the contractor has in fact met the service levels. It will verify if in fact completion is based on time and on the outcomes. In addition to that, we will have our staff do field audits. So we will be actually doing further due diligence through our own staff and confirming that the work has been completed. Now, based on that data, we will use that information to verify the payments of each contractor. And if those specific requirements are not satisfied, we have built into the agreement price adjustments. Those price adjustments could be used to both incentivize, but also as a disincentive for the contractor. And those price adjustments could take the form of a penalty associated with the performance of that contractor.
How did we evaluate performance in the previous contract?
In the previous
just driving out, taking a look, looking at photos, 311 complaints? Is that how we did it before?
Right. The previous contract was not reliant on GPS data, which we are
now. Now we're going to have data. What tools did we have previously to claw back payment or withhold payment for performance-based issues?
Sure. I'll ask one of my staff members, Carly Hanks, to provide that information on how this existing contract tries to hold accountability to the contract.
Thanks, Vince. So essentially, the existing contracts are ones that are not performance-based. And one of the main focuses on the auditor's recommendations was about revising the contract language to make it clear and to make it interpretable by both contractors as well as city staff. And so really, as part of these contracts, we have rewritten the entire contract as a whole to ensure that we're getting the performance that is required as council mandated, as well as our Ontario mandates to meet the maintenance standards. And in addition to that, we are ensuring that there's other pieces within that contract that we can enforce, far enhancing what our existing contracts allow for.
Okay, I love it. I think I have time for one more question. This is about public accountability. The dashboard that you're talking about, very exciting. TTC does this and other agencies and divisions. What is the frequency at which we are going to be able to share that with Torontonians? The plow map in real time is fantastic. I think that's great. But I think folks are going to want to know after a snow event, if they're looking out their street and they're seeing a ton of salt piled up on the corner, or they're seeing sidewalks that aren't plowed.
Councillor
I want
Bradford,
to
the
make
last
sure that
question.
we have the frequency. Yeah, are we going to have the frequency that's going to respond to snow events, or is it sort of an annual report wrap up on how we did?
Thank
you.
Yeah, so this is something that the auditor has actually asked us to do, is to look at publishing KPIs annually
We don't have to do that until 2022, but we have started working on that now in hopes that we can have something published annually for 2022. And we would like to achieve something more than just annually. We're looking at publishing something more along the lines of how we're doing on a more frequent basis during the winter season.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thanks very much. Great work.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker, to staff. I wanted to ask about, so there's one proponent, they're a numbered company, they won 6 contracts. How are we assured that they have the vehicles they need to do the job they've won the contract for?
Sure. Through the chair to the councillor, I'll start, then I'll ask Carly to supplement. When the contractors provided their submissions, they needed to specifically identify not only the type of equipment, but the amount of equipment that they would be able to provide for adequately meeting all of our service levels. So it was a criteria that we had within our technical review that determined if in fact they had the capacity and the equipment to do the work. And as a result, we also asked them for verification of that data. So as part of the technical review, they were mandated to provide the information to tell us and prove to us that in fact they had the equipment and the capacity.
So Vince, you're saying we're not going to have the same problem with any of these contractors that we did with the street sweepers that won the contract? We're not going to find out that any of these companies are short on snowplows or any components that they need to successfully complete to do the work.
So the street sweeping, the street sweeping procurement you referred to was not a request for proposal. It was.
Sorry, Vince. Sorry, if we can get out of the weeds for a second. So going
Sure.
back to, so all of these contracts that you're asking us to approve today, they verified
Yes.
that they have all of the equipment on hand. They're
Yes.
not going to come back to us when the snow starts flying and saying, sorry, we need another 6 months to get 30 snow plows.
We are confident that they will have the equipment on hand. Yes.
Yeah, and so I think part of that is we've actually done specific requirements within this RFP that talk about financial capability as well as operational capability. And part of the reason we're here today is because the vendors need between 9 to 12 months to procure the equipment. And so as part of that, as part of the whole procurement as a whole, we have put those safeguards in place to ensure that, the vendors have as much time as required to obtain the equipment they need.
Okay, so sorry, I'm getting two confusing messages. Vince, I thought you said they had all the equipment on hand. And now, Carly, you're saying it's built into the contract timeline that they've got 9 to 12 months to get the equipment. Sorry, Vince, I'm asking the question.
Sure,
No
sorry.
offense.
No. Sorry for not being clear in my answer. I was indicating that I am confident that they will be able to provide the equipment as per the terms of the agreement when they are to start their services in October of 2022.
Okay, and what happens, Vince, if they don't have that equipment?
So through the terms of the
They get penalized?
Through the terms of the agreement, the contractor will be providing us with updates throughout the beginning of the execution of this contract. They will, in fact, be giving us clear information as early as the summer.
Sorry, Vince, that's not what I asked. I asked at the end of the 9 to 12 months.
Councillor Ainsley, please allow staff to answer the question, please.
I am, Madam Chair, but I'm asking a pretty specific question and I'm not getting a specific answer. I'm getting
but
I only have 5 minutes and this is a huge contract.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Go ahead, Carly. If I can try and clarify, Councillor, they when the suppliers bid, they bid sometimes with equipment on hand that they already have in their corporation's fleet, and in addition, they likely will be purchasing vehicles. So it's usually a combination of both pieces together that they create the requirements for the equipment fleet as a whole.
Okay.
Councillor, through the speaker to Councillor Ainsley, just to say that the contractors are required to have that equipment in place before the start of the winter season, which is the same as it's been previously. They typically have to have them in place for the winter season, and there's a time that it takes to get them procured. So we are confident that they will have them procured by the start of the winter season, and that is what we have. That part of the negotiated RFP process gives us the ability to ask those questions of the vendors prior to making a determination that they've met the technical criteria to have the capacity to do the work.
Okay, and Barbara, this is one of the largest sole source, non-competitive, contracts, $396 million over a decade. So what I asked is, if they don't have the equipment in 9 to 10 months, are they penalized?
Okay, that was your last question.
So I can maybe.
Sorry about that. If I may, and then I'll just quickly ask Charlie to supplement. In the event that they are unable to meet the equipment needs, there is conditions in place that will provide compensation to the city. Having said that, there are some age requirements that we have required the contractor with respect to providing equipment, 7 years, for instance. If for whatever reason they're unable to satisfy that specific age requirement by the end of the 9 months, then we may be in a position to allow them to provide some older equipment as long as it will still be functional as a temporary measure, But nevertheless, staff should be able to identify well before October, Councillor, well before October, if in fact we'll be in a situation where the contingencies have to be put in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mantis.
Madam Chair, just to ask a question above Councillor Ainsley's question. Has the contractors provided a schedule of when they would be replacing the equipment in case that the equipment is of a certain age or older? And are they going to be maintained on site on our yards, or are they going to be maintained off-site during off-season?
So through the chair to the councillor, all fleet maintenance of equipment will be done at the city depots. So it'll be done on site throughout the winter season and throughout the duration of the contract. That was a requirement that all maintenance be done primarily on site at the winter depots. With respect to the age of equipment, as I indicated, the age has been specified for specific types of equipment. It's both 7 years and 20 years. And in the event that we do have to deviate from that term for a short period of time, then we will work with the contractor well in advance of the beginning of the winter season.
Through you, Madam Chair, because we see that there's a lot of lagging in the industries in manufacturing, just like in automobiles, do they have the capacity? Is the fleet young enough that in year 10, as an example, they're not going to tell us that we need 30 snowplows and we're only able to receive 20 snowplows in that year?
So if I can, the fleet requirements are the requirements as a whole. What Vince is describing is should they not be able to meet the requirements, we have a mitigating plan and framework in place that we could utilize for an interim measure until the supply chain demand catches up with itself.
Okay. And is there a lease agreement with the contractors for using our depots for the off seasons?
So one of the pieces from the award is that there is a value added service that we will have some of the contract areas will have a lease back agreement for the city to gain revenue over the off season, and that will be negotiated after the award of the contract through facilities and real estate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had 47 contracts and now we have 11, I think that's what the report said. So from these companies, did we have a relationship with any of them before? Is there a track record of working with us?
Through the chair, some of the all the companies that we recommend for award have worked with the city on winter-related or winter maintenance contracts before. Yes.
Okay. Have any of these companies been identified as having issues by the Auditor General before?
Through the chair, the Auditor General has identified various issues with contractors on this one.
So was that taken in consideration as you are awarding the contracts?
I'll give that a go through the chair, through the speaker rather. So as you know, Deputy Mayor Bailao, there's the industry for snow maintenance, for snow clearing, has a number of players that are in the region that do work for the entire province. And one of the things about the negotiated RFP, and one of the reasons why Mike's team selected it with ours as a good vehicle for doing this work, is because there was not knowledge through the technical and capability review of who the contractors were that were able to provide that service. So we did that work and didn't know exactly who was bidding on those projects. We reviewed them based on their capability and their scores in the technical component of the contract. And if Mike wants to add to that, make sure I got that clearly.
Through the speaker, I think that was a good synopsis on your part, Barbara.
Okay, so all the issues that were identified by the Auditor General, you're not dealing with it with companies. You're trying to create technology to solve. You're following the recommendations, but not dealing with it directly with the companies.
I think it's fair to say that all of the companies that bid through this NRFP process were eligible to bid through the city's process. We do have some contractors who are not eligible to bid for a variety of reasons, and council has taken an action to not allow them to bid on contracts. All of these contractors were eligible to bid, and the auditor also gave us some suggestions previously just about the types of things we needed to pay attention to, and earlier on things that we should build into the contract to give us the flexibility to be able to address issues as they come up, should they come up in the future. So we take that quite seriously, and I know that there'll be some recommendations about asking the auditor to continue to pay attention to this file. We have also built in some of those oversights and will continue to do that as well.
And the 25% that they're able to subcontract, they have all the same obligations as the contract, correct?
Yes.
So fully, okay. Do we still own some of the plows? Like, what happened to the equipment that we owned?
So through the chair, the city has now primarily focused on sidewalk winter maintenance. So we purchased new winter plows for sidewalks. We did have some local road salting units. However, they have been past their expiration date, and we will no longer be providing that service. That is now being included within the new winter contracts.
But how many machines are we talking about? What are we
talking about? 15, 15.
That said 15 salting machines, there's no plows, there's nothing out there that we are not now.
That is it. Just 15 pieces of equipment that are past, as I said, their expiration date. And that service has been now included in the new winter maintenance contracts. And we are now focusing on winter sidewalk plows.
Okay. I noticed in the contract you said that some of the savings was because you didn't stipulate mandatory equipment and snow removal procedures. So, if we run into issues, so for example, I know that in my area I run into issues because the plows just go in and block all the cars. They just block all the cars on the side. Like, I call you guys up and complain about this, do we have any power to deal with situations that will arise, like because of the procedures that they're using and the equipment that they're using?
Okay, that was your last question.
So through the chair to the councillor, the new contract has put all of the services and road classifications onto one contractor. So some of the issues that you identified is where we had multiple contractors working within a specific zone, and there were some challenges in having them try to collaborate. Now there will be a single contractor who's responsible for all of this road classifications and the service level. And they will need to utilize the correct equipment and achieve the specific service levels for all other service levels and road classifications. So you don't no longer have that conflict between multiple contractors. You have now harmonized with one contractor.
That was my question, Vince, but the question is, if you run into issues because of the equipment and the procedures they're using, what are the tools that we have to deal with it?
Okay, that was your last question.
So if I can try and answer that, the tools that we have is we're moving to a performance-based contract, and we actually have incentives and disincentives. So if they don't meet the performance requirement, they'll be assessed a penalty. In addition, there's very clear language in the contract now that will allow them to meet the contract terms, and we can enforce them.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. Very, very serious matter before council, both in scale and importance of this operation. Can staff tell us what happens if we don't award a contract?
Through the chair to the councillor, if this contract is not approved today, then there is a risk that for 2022 October, winter maintenance may not be in fact executed, or we would not be able to meet the service levels that City Council has in fact obligated staff and its contractors to achieve. We would have to achieve some other level of service, whether it be trying to renegotiate with our existing 47 agreements, which that also has its challenges. But if we should not be able to reach approval today, then there is a risk of 2022 October service levels not being satisfied.
If we were hit by a snowstorm, would we have an emergency on our hands?
Through the speaker to Deputy Mayor Holliday, I think that it would be quite challenging for us to renegotiate 47 contracts with existing providers, and I think that it's quite critical that the duration and longevity of the process to get us to this day should not be undervalued. So we've been working through strategic sourcing with PMMD and legal services for the better part of 2 years to get the best value contracts to bring to you today to present. We've heard and listened very carefully to not only audits that the Auditor General has done on our contracts and work, but also on others to understand the value of being both performance and outcome based, but also the value of using tools that are available in the marketplace like GPS and training our own staff to be able to oversee and hold contractors accountable. So I feel like we have built in significant value in this set of contracts. I know that it's quite different from previous years, and I think that we feel quite confident that the outcome and the performance basis of these contracts is going to give better value for money and give us more accountability to the taxpayer and ultimately to the council.
Thank you. On that vein, there is criticism of record. It's posted online. Some people came forward. They said some things at the committee meeting. But I want to separate the two concepts. From my read, most of the criticism seems to be focused on the selection process. However, has anyone been critical of the actual contract? Do you believe you've set things up in a way that is optimal for the city and for residents and taxpayers?
I do, through the speaker to Deputy Mayor Holliday, I do. And I also think that many of the steps that we took to start with the negotiated RFP. We went out one time. We did, as Mike mentioned, we did market soundings. We engaged the industry in those market soundings. We went back out with the first RFP, and we did not get enough people to meet the threshold of what was required in terms of being able to deliver the service. And so we met back with the community, with the contractor community, and we said, here are the things that we learned. We communicated back with them, and then there was another proposal that was sent out for them to bid on. And then at the end of the day, we had all but, I believe, 2 of the areas that that we did not get sufficient bids, and that was the only piece that we went out for the sole source. So I do believe that we've been quite communicative with the contractors, and we've had PMMD and legal with us all along the way to ensure the fairness and thoroughness of the process.
Okay, I'm going to ask a two-parter because I just got a moment left. But the first half is, as chair of audit, obviously I'm very concerned that you've implemented all of the Auditor General's recommendations to have better contracts. I'd ask you to confirm that for council. And the second part is, and you alluded to it, is that you've got performance-based contracts. And I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more. In the simplest sense, does that mean that your expectation is the snow's gone by a certain amount of time? And how the contractor does that is up to the contractor. So therefore, those are the type of things that you are measuring and evaluating, not whether or not they rolled the plow in a certain way. You just want the snow gone, and that's how you measure it. So if you could elaborate on those 2 points, I'd thank you for that.
That's your last question.
So I'll start on the get the snow gone. Absolutely, meet the council's mandated service levels for snow removal for all the different pieces, right? For sidewalks, for bike lanes, for local roads, for arterial roads. One of the big things that I think is so different about this contract is that, as Vince mentioned, 47 contracts. In your ward, Deputy Mayor Holliday, you would have had multiple contractors, one for sidewalks, one for local roads, one for salting, one for arterial roads, and that combination meant that there was often, service levels that were met for one that might have impacted the other. And so now we have given the entire ward to one contractor to deliver all the services, meet those service levels, and get the equipment in place that they think will do the job efficiently and effectively. And there's as a performance-based contract, there's benefits for them to do it that way. They need to meet the thresholds that have been set out in a certain timeline and with a certain level of quality in order to achieve those benefits. And I sure don't remember the other question.
The first one was the Auditor General recommendations, and yes.
So
we have implemented the Auditor General's recommendations, all of them, throughout the procurement and within the contract itself.
And of the 30 recommendations that she made, 15 of those were specifically for the contract that we built into this process at the outset.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Just a couple of quick ones, Madam Speaker. So we let them bring their own equipment to the table, and as long as they can do the service levels. So windrow clearing is still a part of our service levels profile?
Yes, it is.
So what is the current definition of windrow? Refresh our memory on the service levels. Once the street has been plowed, how much time do they have to come back and do the windrows?
So if I may, we start windrow removal or clearing at plowing local residential roads. And we plow local residential roads at 8 centimeters. So once the plows go out, and then after a period of time of approximately half an hour, we'll start removing the windrows. But it will take some time before that whole area gets cleared. And the space that is cleared is 3 meters. We will clear 3 meters of the snow, which will take typically on a route 2 hours.
Right. And so we're setting up this contract on that basis. We've been challenged. I represent in the neighborhood that where it all began, and so I'm still dealing with residents who have a much more precise definition of windrow clearing. So we start another new contract. It doesn't happen the way people want it to happen. Do we have a communication plan to say to them, here's the service level we've promised to council. Here's what we can tell you is going to happen. And if that doesn't happen, we will take action. Because there seems to be confusion. Is it a bad contract, or were they really just taking your description of windrow clearing and on that score, they met your KPI, even if they didn't meet a homeowner's KPI? Are we going to have a communication plan?
Right. So through the chair to the councillor. In fact, this week, residents should be receiving a mail out, which identifies all the service levels with respect to winter maintenance. So we started doing this last year and and this week we updated the mail out, and we'll also be communicating radio through other forms of media with respect to service, our service levels. And we are focusing on residential roads. So that's where most people are impacted when it comes to winter maintenance. That's what they see, and we will be focusing on residential roads with respect to, so that's the first start. And of course,
well, that's that cloud TO package that goes out.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, okay. Correct. Yeah. So we can, as counselors, we can say to our residents, you've received it, or here it is digitally, have a look at it. And then when we get these new contracts in place, if there are anomalous areas where they're not meeting that, service enhancements will have to be made. This contract is designed around us going out and making sure they're doing exactly what promised. I've had the experience, the reason I'm asking this question, I'll just put it right up front there, where I've come and said, I have this chronic problem. Whoever's on my route has something against courts and dead ends because they never do any of them properly. And the answer I got back from staff, not you, but from a staff member, was see in 7 years when this contract is over. We'll improve on it then. How do we make improvements within a new contract? Will they be made with the new contract holders?
So through the speaker to Councillor Carroll, one of the things that we've instituted as part of the more consistent training and holding our own staff to a higher level of excellence on this program is to really have regular progress meetings with the contractors. So in addition to daily contact about, is your GPS working? Are you leaving and entering the yard at the right time? Are you delivering all the delivery methods that you're supposed to be doing? Regular progress meetings to have the conversation about how things are going and where we're seeing repeat issues that need to be addressed, and also be able to warn them early on if we see that we're moving to a place where they're not either meeting their targets or addressing service levels or frustrating the community. So I think there's two parts of it. One is the, as Vince talked about, sort of clear communication with the public on what our program is and what to expect. And we worked with the Ombudsman a number of years ago on that, and the result is, as Vince described, this more direct mail communications piece that I think is, we've gotten some really good feedback on. The people now better understand our service levels. They understand what it means to be 2 centimeters or 5 centimeters or 8 centimeters, but also having that direct communication with the contractor who oversees the snow clearing for all of one ward, on all the parts and pieces of it, and having that communication and the ability to do that progress meeting on a regular basis to hold them accountable.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor
I'll go on
Thompson.
this ride then, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Ms. Gray, and I just have a few questions. In terms of monitoring, can you explain to me, please, how the contracts are monitored and the performance of the contractors? How is that monitored?
I'm gonna, so I'll start through the speaker to Deputy Mayor Thompson. One of the key tools, and we heard it from the council on a number of audits, was the importance of the use of GPS technology to be able to track where the equipment is at all times, when the equipment is operational at all times, and be able to report back on that. So GPS is going to be a critical piece of being able to hold the contractors accountable, but also communicate back out to the public what's being accomplished. Carly, is there anything else you'd add there?
Yeah, through the speaker, I would also add that we are really going to be doing route completion from the GPS perspective, in addition to a field audit of random sampling after every winter event. that will make sure that they're meeting not only the time constraint, but also the desired pavement outcome.
So then can you help me to understand, you have, as part of the report on page 7, you talk a little bit about claims and customer service delivery focus. Claims. So we have residents who will often complain about the fact that their properties has been damaged, fence have been basically broken and so on, and they have attempted to claim, and there is a tremendous amount of difficulties associated with that. They reach out to counselors and they obviously want us to provide a solution. We reach out to staff. There is some give and take, and it doesn't necessarily provide the satisfaction that residents are looking for. I'm just wondering what would be different about this contract, this process that's in front of us today.
Yeah, through the speakers. So the contractors are responsible to manage all of those claims. And from that perspective, they would still be responsible to, deal with the damage and make sure it's repaired.
So is that part of a holdback or something? I mean, how would my resident contact the contractor? Because obviously they have to come to me. I would speak to staff, and what's the process? Can you maybe?
So I'll give you a good example. A lot of times we get sod complaints where sod has been ripped up on, someone near someone's adjacent property. There's provisions within the contract now that the contractor actually has to repair the sod damage by a specific time frame. And so it's really about improving the clarity of the contract language and the overhaul that we've done there. That's really going to provide us that extra value today.
Fair enough. So I see a lot of the contractors' names and so on. I'm just wondering, with respect to diversity in terms of employment and opportunities for our BIPOC community, I'm wondering, does the contract actually speak to that and trying to address an opportunity for people who would be interested, or companies who might be interested in terms of either being a subcontractor? What is what's sort of the essence of the contract? Does that provide any features to help those individuals that we're trying to create more access to employment opportunities for?
Through the chair, I'll begin and then I'll ask Mr. Hajlak to continue. The technical qualification criteria did ask for employee diversity policies. So we did specifically ask that the employer provide us with information, with examples, that in fact they have a diverse employee diversity policy, and that in fact they are putting it into practice. And they were scored accordingly based on the information that they provided us.
What's the definition of diversity then? Because some of the complaints I've had from folks is that, it's you can have a person who is not part of the BIPOC diversity, but others, and we are trying to address that, and we assume that to be diversity. Is that diversity, and what's the definition of diversity based on this contract and the terms that are associated with it?
Through the speaker to Deputy Mayor, I'm not familiar with the specific definition in terms of this particular contract. I think it's fair to say, though, Deputy Mayor Thompson, that there's more to do, especially on some of these larger contracted services with procurements and industry that maybe has not been traditionally represented by the BIPOC community previously. So I think we have more to do. And as you know, Transportation Services has been doing a lot of work to make sure we're making investments, equity-based investments in our capital works, and certainly in the near future, spreading that further to how we do our operational work, I think, is critical and important. This is a big contract. There's lots of investment here. And I think there's probably more that we can do in the future. I think what Vince has identified is absolutely accurate. There was diversity criteria there. It was part of the scoring package, but I do think there's more work that we can do with some of these larger contracts to further work on a social procurement, to break down kind of the package and have it be accessible to perhaps other groups that may not have the capacity to bid on some.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Hi, thanks, Madam Chair. I know this is about the contract, but everyone's asking like whether, how it was awarded. But we've got into the guts on what's being provided, so off we go. Staff are talking about accountability. What's the enforcement mechanism if they don't follow what they're supposed to, if they don't put the sod where it's supposed to go, if they don't make the repairs that they're supposed to make, if they don't salt when they're supposed to salt, if they don't take the plows out? What's the
Yeah, through this, sorry, go ahead. Were you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's specific measures within the contract. As part of rewriting the contract, they need to meet, a certain time. They have to clear the snow or salt the infrastructure. And if they don't do that, we have typical contract management principles that we will now be managing. So we will be hitting them with a penalty. If they're not meeting our requirements, and that's a financial penalty. So
give me some examples.
Yeah, so if they don't salt the sidewalks within the parameters, they have to get at within 1 kilometer for their contract area, and that's a pretty high level to meet. And if they don't meet it and they don't meet the desired outcome, if it's not salted appropriately, then they'll be assessed a penalty, and the penalty is 1 full day of their entire fleet, and that's a substantial cost. The costs range between.
What, I don't understand. What do you mean by the full charge for 1 full day of their entire fleet?
Yes. So the entire fleet, to have them on standby or on their daily rate, we pay them daily to be at our call should we have a winter event. And if they are, if they don't meet the performance requirements, they lose an entire day of their fleet, payment-wise.
Their daily rate for the fleet.
What happens if there's a dispute?
So through the chair to the councillor, we are using GPS data. So the data will tell us when they left and when they came back. And that will be the final determining information. So if they are expected to finish within 4 hours and they finish in 5, based on the GPS data, as Carly mentioned, there will be now a price adjustment, a penalty applied for that extra hour.
What happens if...
and through the speaker, so you'll also have a claims or a dispute process that is manageable through that.
GPS doesn't assess whether they did a sloppy job.
So if they do a sloppy job and they don't meet the performance requirements, what we would typically do is have a meeting with them at our regular progress meetings. We would tell them we're assessing them the price adjustment or the disincentive, the penalty, and they will show them the records for that. We will have good records for it, and that's what we'll do, show them the records, and we'll assess the penalty. It's the contract terms.
The speaker to Deputy Mayor.
If they break a curb, happens a lot. If they break a curb, who pays for that? And when does it get repaired? Because we're waiting. I mean, I've heard other councillors, like, this is a common problem, especially around cul-de-sacs, and there are a lot of them in Don Mills. They break a curb and it stays broken for months.
Through the speaker to Deputy Mayor Min Wong, I was let me start with this one because you asked a direct question. So if they break a curb, then they would put in a claim to have that curb replaced, and the contractor is responsible for that claim. And every situation would need to be, assessed based on the impact. And we know the claims process can be somewhat challenging and time consuming for the resident to go through. We try to facilitate and help as best we can with that. I was also just going to say, in terms of the service requests. So when a resident puts in a complaint through 311, our staff are still providing that service request assessment. So they're out and doing oversight in the field. Every time we do interactivation, our staff, our field inspectors are out doing those assessments. and documenting the issues, whether it's through photographs or through other means, to ensure that if a sloppy job was done, that it's captured and that's the subject of those progress meetings that we would have with the contractor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Sorry, Madam Chair, on a point of order, can we have a second round of questions?
No, not at council. At committee you do, not at council. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll move staff recommendations first, and then I have a motion to amend the Auditor General's work plan to review the negotiated RFP process, review the terms of this contract against the previous terms that she reviewed, the recommendations that she brought forward last time in her AG report, and to review the internal contract management processes of the transportation staff. So that's how we can make sure that there are mechanisms in place to hold the contractors accountable to the terms of their contract. There was a lot of discussion about this item at committee. There was a lot of questions about this. Something that we're seeing time and time again is that contracts are coming to us at a point where they're saying, well, you have to approve it now or we won't have the vehicles. You have to approve this now because this will happen. And so everything is coming to us at a point where it's urgent. And I think we need to have a look at this negotiated RFP process and in our contracting process in general to see if there's a way where we can be bringing these things to committee earlier. We had a request for more information. Staff did provide that report today, so I thank them for scrambling to get that ready, but we also would have liked to have asked others to comment on the contract as well, and there simply wasn't enough time to look into all those things, and there's not time for us or the ability for us to defer this to the next meeting, especially given the next meeting is in February. So I think we keep having this discussion about timing and how much time we have to look at these things. I think it's important we consider, what is our role? Our role is to look at this to say, is it fair? Did it follow the procurement rules? I asked those questions of the Chief Procurement Officer. His answer was yes. He also did state that there is nothing that precludes or says, how many contractors need to be awarded. And if people want to see more contractors being awarded through these processes, then we need to look at that too. But that is a process change that needs to happen. So anyway, those are my motions. There is a recorded vote on the one for the Auditor General because the 2/3 vote is needed to have her add that to her work plan next year.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. I want to just start with my thanks to Mike and Vince and Carly and Barbara for the work that they've brought in front of IEC and then over here to council. Procurement is not necessarily the most interesting issue for politicians. It's not necessarily the biggest vote getter. I think that there is a ton of work that we need to do in the public sector around procurement, with all of our contracts. And the thing that gets me the most is our ability to hold these contractors to account. Folks in Beaches, East York, both north and south of the Danforth, really go ballistic over snow removal sometimes. And I know that that is the same with folks across the city. There are a few services that people really expect the city and municipal government to deliver on, and snow removal is one of them. And when it doesn't go well, you hear about it, and rightfully so. I remember actually, in my first year in office back in 2018, shortly after being elected, there was a huge snowstorm. There was a freeze, so you had ice. There was a thaw. Then the ice and the snow came down, and we did not get those streets and those sidewalks cleared in time. There was flooding on the street that then froze. And I think all of us, because I remember talking to many of you at the time, we were all underwater, under ice perhaps, dealing with the backlog in the inbox. And people were really frustrated. And I certainly was frustrated, and I can appreciate that. Vince and some of the staff on the winter ops side, those are phone numbers that many of us have at the ready, because you have to deal with these issues so much. And moving to a performance-based contract and a system that frankly folks will respond to the penalties. As we heard from Carly, there's some big dollars at stake to ensure that we're actually getting the service delivery that we are paying for is so important. And we need to start setting up all of our contracts like that. They have to be performance-based. That's what people expect. That's what I expect. And I know many of you feel the same way about that. Moving from 47 different contracts also down to a single point of service delivery in our wards, I think is going to go and make a huge difference so that we're not chasing somebody down for the bike lanes, for the sidewalks, for the arterial roads, for the neighborhood roads, and dealing with all the different levels of service delivery. It is on that contractor who is responsible for that geography, and they have to deliver, and they're going to. And so I think this moves us miles in the right direction. It's been a huge pain point for all of us, I think, over the past number of years. And I'm really pleased to see this may not be perfect, but it certainly represents a change in direction, a change in thinking, new accountability mechanisms, ways for the public to track it, for us to hold these guys to account, and to make sure that we're getting the services that we're paying for. I think it's really important. So great work on the staff side. Hope everybody can get behind it and move it forward. This is going to make a big difference. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I'm moving. And I'm going to move that the City Council refer this item back to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee for further consideration. And I do this, I don't take this lightly. I do think back to when the City of Toronto amalgamated, and I had friends of mine outside the city, and they said, you know, why isn't there a bigger outcry about amalgamation? And I said, because there's three things that people worry about most at the municipal level. They want to see water when they turn on their taps. They want to see empty garbage bins at the end of the day when their garbage gets put out. And when it snows, they want the streets plowed and the sidewalks plowed. And I've got a number of red flags over this contract, starting A, with the size of it. B, I'm very concerned about the inability or the lack of information around trucks and plows. Staff have said that there's clauses built into the contracts that they have 9 to 12 months to get plows and trucks. And I will say to everybody right now, if you want to go out and buy a new car, you're looking at a long wait for a new car. To go out and buy a fleet of snowplow trucks and sidewalk plows for a brand new numbered company that came into existence in September, I really don't know how that's going to be done. Staff have said that if we don't approve this come next October and we have a snowstorm, the streets won't get plowed. There's in all likelihood, the streets won't get plowed, nor the sidewalks. To the same extent, if the companies can't buy those plows and trucks 9 to 12 months from now, they're not getting plowed. And I have grave concerns that they're not going to be able to purchase that in the current environment that they're looking at. There's a land, sorry, and I also sat it through committee. I had my questions. I got time to answer my questions. I didn't get all the time I needed. There was a supplementary report that came yesterday. I still have questions about that. This is not a small contract we're talking about. We're talking about a $1.4 billion contract over the next decade. It wasn't looked at through a fairness monitor, which I think is going to cause problems. The scoring and technical evaluations, they're not available. I would like to see those as well. So all things considered, I'm referring this back to the committee. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion to refer, recorded vote.
Oh, can we speak to that? Madam Chair, I put my down. I just want to briefly speak to it.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I don't think we should vote for the referral. I mean, Councillor Ainslie asked a number of questions. With all due respect, I had a number of questions too. So I called Michael Patchuluk and asked them. And he answered all of them. And I'm satisfied that we need to move forward. This is a procurement issue. In terms of buying vehicles, That happens with every large contract. You know, you go any of the, when we contract out garbage, they wait before the contract to buy the trucks. That's how it goes. You know, so the size of the contract, does he want to go out back and break up the contracts? Like, what does that do to all the bidders that won? Like the snow plow has left the barn and it's got to get out on the streets and we've got to make a decision. And I don't know, all the contractors that came, I had questions. And after committee, I went and called the staff and I asked them all my questions. They satisfied me. I don't, you know, due respect to Councillor Ainsley, he had an opportunity to do this. I think it's a decision point we should make today. And I think that we should vote against a deferral. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, on the referral, recorded vote. Referral.
Councillor Cressy, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Cressy, please, on the referral.
Peruzza?
Is McCall on the screen?
Peruzza, do you want my
Councillor
vote?
Peruzza, will you just stand by, please?
Sure.
Members, if there's, or Madam Speaker, if there are any members who do not have their video camera on who have already voted, if they could either turn their camera on or identify themselves, please. We have more votes on our screen here than we can see tiles.
It's Councillor Cole. I haven't received my
Councillor
buttons
Cole,
yet.
will you, Councillor Cole first, would you please state your vote, please?
I'm in the negative.
Thank
on
you.
referral.
Councillor Peruzza, please. Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please.
No, negative.
Speaker, the motion to refer the item does not carry. The vote is 9-15.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor McKelvey, put it on the screen.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Sorry, on the AG one, I'm not sure which one you're pulling up.
Motion
Speaker, can I
1A.
add my name to the list?
Motion 1A by Councillor McKelvey. It's on the screen. Recorded vote.
On a point of order, Speaker, can I add my name to the list to speak?
Pardon?
On a point of order, may I add my name to the list to speak? Because the
Well, we're-
referral motion,
Well,
if I
Councillor
recall,
Holliday,
was treated separately.
we're voting now. We're voting on the motions.
I understand, Madam Speaker, but a referral motion is considered separately than the rest of the motions, is it not? And there should be a window in between the two.
But there were no other speakers, so we're moving on the item.
All right.
There were no other speakers on the list. That's why I'm taking a vote on the item, to vote on it before we have our break.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, it's Councillor Wong Tam. I agree with Deputy Mayor Holliday. I think that the panel for speakers opened very quickly. Councillor Ainsley placed his name on, you acknowledged him very quickly, and then we went to a referral vote. But we never actually had a lot of time to put our names on to speak. So I actually agree with Deputy Mayor Holliday there.
Councillor Wong Tam, we had the speakers list on, and there were a number of councillors that spoke on it. Councillor Bradford spoke, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor McKelvey, those were the names that were on the speakers list, so it didn't go fast. Members of council did speak on the item. Okay, well, just hold the item down then.
Well, I think
we have to hold the item
Deputy Mayor
down.
Holliday should
We have
get
to
a
hold
chance
the
to speak.
item down now because we have some housekeeping motions to do, so we'll have to hold the item down. Okay,
Here, point of order. Could I ask just for you to tell us about the housekeeping, because this is an item that I think we'd be better off to try and finish, and we are breaking at 6 but coming back at 6:30. So could you just explain why we have to do things in the order that you're proposing? It would be helpful. Thank you.
pardon? I didn't hear you. Mayor?
What I said was we're sitting until 6 and then we're taking a break and coming back at 6:30. So I just wondered why it is we have to do housekeeping motions as opposed to just completing this item. If there's a couple more speakers and the votes, we can get that done. What housekeeping do we have to do before 6?
Because there are
Since we're coming back.
there are some motions that we have to put through before we break at 6. And if we have time, we'll come back to speakers if there are other speakers on this item. If you would like to speak on this item, can you please put your name on the list?
I will withdraw my name from the list.
There were no other names on the list. There was no names on the list.
Okay, he withdrew his name. Let's go. Let's vote.
Okay, I believe that did somebody else want to speak on this item? Any names? Okay, let's put the motion back on the screen by Councillor McKelvey. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, sir?
To Councillor McKelvey's motion, I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote?
Affirmative as well.
Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, motion 1B by Councillor McKelvey, recorded vote.
Could you put the motion on the screen, Speaker, please?
It's on the screen.
Not mine. Maybe if you can just in general terms say what it is.
Okay, do you see it now, Councillor Perruzza?
No, Speaker, oh, yes, yes, I do now. I do now, yes, yes.
Do you see it now? Okay.
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, please?
I'm in the affirmative with McKelvey's motion.
Councillor Perruzza, I see you've received the vote. Are you able to vote using the system? Otherwise, would you state your vote, please? Councillor Perruzza, please, if you could state your vote. We've closed the vote.
In the affirmative, please.
Thank you. Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 20-5.
On a point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Holliday, point of privilege.
Thank you. While I do agree that I ought to have been able to speak, I'm glad to withdraw, and I think what I wanted to say can be said right now, and that is I think Councillor Ainsley was unduly criticized, because I think he was right to say what he had to say, not feeling comfortable with this contract. It didn't support the referral for good reason, but there is something to be said that this process is not working for councillors. This is a massive contract, and there needs to be an opportunity for us to sort out all of the concerns we have. This is exactly what we do at the audit committee. We pick at things. And I just want to put that on the record that I didn't agree with them through the vote, but I agree with Councillor Ainsley's spider sense on this, that we need to iron through these things. And I don't know what the answer is, but maybe there is one out there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Holliday. Members, we have a motion to introduce before we break. Councillor Cressy. It's on the screen, Councillor Cressy.
Yes, Speaker, my apologies. This is urgent because to introduce a staff report in order for the construction to begin in January 2020 as planned. Thank you.
Okay, on favor, show of hands. Carried. Now, Councillor Fletcher, your motion on the item for T 2917, that's ready now? So we can move that item? It's already done. All right. Do we have any quick releases? Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, I had it up a second ago. MM 38.46, minor variance approval to 8 Elm Street planning application. This is to allow the developer to go to the Committee of Adjustment to reduce the number of parking spaces with a bunch of conditions.
So MM 38.46, you're moving?
Yes.
Right. Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Cressy, you had a minor amendment to make on MM 3842. Would you like to make that?
Yes, Speaker. I have a technical amendment from staff, which is the source for the 37 account on MM 38.42, 355 King Street West, Section 37 agreement. So I can move that amendment and release that item.
Okay, there's the amendment that's on MM 38.42. On the amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. Councillor Wong Tam, you had a minor amendment to make on MM 3821. Are you ready for that?
Madam Speaker, if
I have questions.
Oh, so you want to hold the item down? Okay.
I'll continue to hold, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Wong Tam, you have a member's motion number 8 to reconsider.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I need to reopen that item. There was a amendment that staff had requested, and I apparently didn't get it in on time, so I need to amend it. Thank you.
Tell us what the item is, please. Oh, there it is.
The
there.
item.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. It's the funding for young people's theater.
Okay. All in favor? To reopen, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Yeah. Okay, so the MM 38.8 is on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Have any further quick releases? Oh, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can move in and speak to it very quickly, if that's okay. This is going to be TE 29.54 pedestrian crossing protection, Cosburn Avenue and Gledhill. It's just a brief motion here which requests staff to take an exploratory look into implementing additional road safety measures at this particular crossing here in East York. We've been working to improve the surrounding area as we look to welcome our new neighbors adjacent to the new modular housing site. And I'd like to offer thanks to the transportation staff, of course, Dan Clement, Roger Brown, and everybody who's been helping us bring a lot of changes to the neighborhood associated with the modular site, making all the permit parking and road safety along with that.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Bradford, it's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Do we have any other quick releases before we break? No? Okay. What time is it? We'll start, maybe this could be a quick item. Councillor Carroll, IE 26.5, the supply?
Oh, I can release that one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay. So Councillor Carroll is releasing IE 26.5. On favor?
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Yeah, on favor, carried, thank you. IE 26.9, which is the 2021 Cycling Network Plan. If members of council have questions, if they can put their name on the list. Yes, we're gonna be dealing with the two items, 26.9 and 26.10. So if members have a question, if we just give it a few seconds so we can turn. Okay. Yeah. Okay, before we start, I have a ruling on item IE 26.10, recommendation 16. Members, before we begin the debate on this item, I wish to rule on recommendation 16 in the item. An identical recommendation was before City Council yesterday as recommendation 19 in item IE 26.16 on transform teal. City Council adopted recommendation 19 as amended. As a result of Council's decision on item IE 26.16, I'm ruling that recommendation 16 in the current item IE 26.10 is redundant. Council having already taken action on the proposal yesterday. Okay, so we could take one question before we break at 6. So can I have some names on the screen for members that want to ask questions? I don't see any names. Councillor McKelvey, you held the item?
Yes, Madam Speaker, just to.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Lai here. I have a couple of questions.
Okay,
my name is not registered.
Okay, right now I'm not seeing any names. Okay.
Now
Okay.
now it's on.
Councillor Lai, question. Go
yes,
ahead.
I just have a couple of quick questions, Speaker.
Sure.
Yes, just through you to staff. The report includes a feasibility study or review for bike lanes on Midland or Brimley Road in my ward. Can you provide information on the consultation process? And when a bike lane is reviewed, or how are the area residents and local businesses being consulted? And what does feasibility means?
Do we have staff here to answer the question?
Sure, through the speaker, it's Becky Katz. Thanks, Councillor, for the question. So as part of a feasibility study, we would be looking at the actual technical constraints. So how wide is the right of way? What are the conflicts in the right of way, the tree impacts? And through that process, we would consult with the community on any trade-offs and benefits. And that would be through a variety of methods. And we would partner with your office and any other councillor's offices affected. And that would include things like public meetings, notices, and other elements of public consultation.
Okay, thank you. And my next and last question would be for Huntingwood Drive. It stops at Brimley Road and then it goes to McCowan. What about going to Middlefield? I don't know, why is that block not being extended for the permanent bike lane?
Yeah, through the speaker, thanks for the question. And we have discussed, looking at an extension of the Huntingwood bike lanes. Part of it is feasible. Another section would require lane removal, which we would propose to do through a more extensive public consultation process.
So it's now being broken then, I suppose?
Yeah.
If it's not being continued?
Yeah, we're proposing to keep the limits where it exists today, and in a future project, looking at extending it.
What is the timeline for that?
There's no current timeline on further extension, but we know that it is a priority within the network, and we would look at the next near-term plan for potential prioritization.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. We'll recess to 6:30. Meeting is now resumed. So members, before the recess, council was asking questions on staff on cycling items, i.e. 26.9, i.e. 2610. Before we return to those items, I will ask if there are any release a member holds. Please put your name on the list, CMP. But before we do that, Mayor Tory would like to make a few comments.
Well, just to say, Speaker, we've got an hour and a half. I think that was a good allocation of time that we made as opposed to sitting too late when we always seem to get in trouble when we do that. And if we could really try in this hour and a half, we have so much to get done between today and tomorrow when we have to finish at 3:30. And I don't think we want to come back here. And I don't think we want to put a lot of stuff over to January. We've got enough to do. So I hope people can, you know, we were drifting off into a lot of the sort of points of order and points, you know, just all kinds of crazy things that didn't help us to get the business done. So I'll just plead for a good use of the hour and a half. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have any release of holds that would help?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I have a release of, I didn't even put my name on, sorry. PH 29.4, Etobicoke Civic Center City Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application. And that was just to ensure that it is in the motion that came to council. Make sure that we are working on community benefits for all these really large developments. So I think that's fine. It's all there and I'll move it. Thank you.
PH 29.4, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. All in favor? Show of hands, carried.
Sorry, maybe I didn't see that in there. Hold on here.
How about Lawrence Heights?
Not yet, no.
Not yet.
I'm just working on a small amendment. And then I have one notice, a motion without notice that the deputy city manager has written, and I'm good to go. Thank you. I'll turn that into you shortly.
Okay, Councillor Crawford, on the item that you held down for CC 38.9, are you ready to release that item?
Madam Chair, they are still working on a potential finishing the deal. I'll definitely have that for tomorrow.
Okay, CC 3814, Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. University Square, are you ready to release that item? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Wong Tam, do you have any items that you could release? You have a few items that you've held.
Unfortunately not, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
All right. So let's get back to questions on IE 26.9 and IE 26.10. So Councillor Ainsley, questions? Councillor Ainsley? Councillor Ainsley? No? Councillor Fletcher?
Madam Speaker, Councillor Ainsley is present. It seems to be having audio difficulty.
Okay, I don't know.
Speaker, I already did mine, so you could take my name.
No, this is for questions on the cycling.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now, Madam Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you now. So we're at questions on the cycling, IE 26.9, IE 26.10. Councillor Ainsley, go ahead.
Yep. Sorry, I must have had trouble with my earbuds. Madam, so through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, with regards to this item, I wanted to ask about the capital for getting this done within the budget in terms of the resources that you need to purchase. I understand community school safety zones, for example, only 38 of 80 have been done because the materials can't be purchased. And I'm wondering, is there any correlation in needing to purchase materials for a cycling plan that are causing issues?
Councillor, thanks for the question. There were earlier in the year supply chain related to green pavement markings and bollards and the provision of planters and concrete barriers, with many cities across North America rolling those out to their infrastructure. Seen a resolution of that. I don't expect to see that issue continue into 2022.
Okay. And then on a related note, we had a presentation both at the committee and at Scarborough Community Council from a professor from the University of Toronto Scarborough. I was wondering how the recommendations from his report, are they taken and put in as part of the cycling plan, or do we need to move something so that they can be considered?
With Professor Sorensen and the students involved in that study for Scarborough.
Maybe you should shut off your video because we can't hear you.
For Scarborough, and we also.
Can you shut off your video?
Sorry, can I hear that video?
Okay. Yeah, because we couldn't hear you.
Councillor, can you hear me better now? I've shut off the video.
Yes, I can, Jacqueline.
Sorry about that, Councillor.
That's okay.
We did meet with Professor Swenson and had a great discourse with him and with his students preparing a Scarborough cycling vision. We do have within this report and near-term plans that of 91 kilometers, 26 to be delivered, and of a total of 91 to be studied over that period. And that is contained within this report.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Jacqueline. Madam Chair, those are my questions. Madam Speaker, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for questions. So we'll go to speakers. Councillor McKelvey, you held the 2 items down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion on which one? One of these, i.e. 2610, I think. It is just to replace attachment 7 with the new attachment 7. There were some technical amendments from staff. This report is really exciting. You know, from 2019 to 2021, the city installed 65 kilometers of bikeways and 47 kilometers of bikeway upgrades. And the good news is that from 2022 to 2024, staff are proposing the initiation of an additional the installation of an additional 100 kilometers of bikeways, an investment of $20 million annually towards this goal. The pandemic highlighted just how important it is to get outside for recreation. Active TO was, very widely adopted, and we're building on that success with the work that's proposed here.
Is that it? Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I know, brief, right?
I don't know. I just wasn't expecting that. That's all. Okay. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I traditionally pick and choose little pieces of reports and little bits and ask to vote on this and vote on that, and I'm going to not do that tonight. I'm going to say that there are a number of pieces of the report that are great, and there are pieces that I do not support. So I'm not going to vote for both of them, but I will offer a few comments. Unlike the previous speaker, I'm not here to celebrate 65 kilometers or 100 kilometers because I'm of the view that 1 kilometer of the right infrastructure in the right place is better than 100 kilometers of stuff that doesn't work or people don't want. And so I'll call out a couple of projects that I have difficulty with. I have difficulty with the extension of the Bloor Street bike lanes through the west end of the city, from Bloor West Village right to 6 Points. I don't think they're desired by people, and I am worried about them and about what they're going to do to how the function of that street works. I am not a fan of the corridor studies on Kipling or Martin Grove. And I perhaps that will change, but I really like to look at these projects individually and on each of their merits, one at a time, and go through the public consultation process. And I don't, it's no slight to staff who do a lot of work on this stuff, and in fact I work with them quite a bit, including on projects in Ward 2, and some of them are really exciting, and I'm looking forward to working those through with the public. But sometimes the way that the report comes together, it's comprehensive. It, as I said, includes good and bad. So perhaps it is a protest vote of no on this. And it's not to say it's all bad, but I wanted to put those particular comments on the record. And I look forward to working through those projects locally in my ward. And I hope that we're very careful with what we do in the city, and in particular in the report that we had earlier today, just about some of the congestion that is going to go on in the downtown core. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion on 26.9. I put that up, please.
Ford has a motion on 26.9. We can put it on the screen. There it is.
Thank you. The City Council requested General Manager Transportation Services to review and assess during the feasibility and design phases of the major citywide cycling route, such as Danforth Avenue, Kingston, Victoria Park, and my ward, within the near-term implementation program 22 to 24. 5 key areas: Vision Zero safety plan to approach and improve road safety for all road users, including safety improvements. Traffic impact analysis, including consideration of mitigation strategies and potential traffic diversions in neighborhoods. Coordination with development planning applications that are in process. And the last two are already opportunities to integrate streetscape improvements and unique characteristics. Madam Chair, I am cautiously supportive of this plan. It's probably the first time I've really got a sense, speaking with staff over the last number of weeks and months, on really pulling together a really good network plan that really focuses on not only my ward, but getting out into Scarborough. It's been a lot of work that has been done on the bike lane networks all across pretty much the downtown core. But from what I have seen, they've been sort of, I wouldn't say blank, but they didn't have a full sense of where things and what things are going to be doing. What I do not want to have happen in this, and this is why I'm cautiously supportive, and this is why I'm moving this motion or these motions, to really look at the impact to communities and having the right kind of consultation that I think we need to have, because ultimately I want this to succeed. I want our roads to be safe for people. I've had a number of major tragedies in my ward, and I don't want to have them happen again. And whether or not adding bike lanes or the infrastructure into that will make the roads safe, I think is really, really important. But what we had during COVID, we had Brimley Road. We had an experience, and Councillor Thompson and I both had the same experience, where we put in the bike lane with no consultation or very little consultation. And it was put in there without the right kind of analysis. We didn't really look at it properly. And what happened, we ended up removing that. It was a very divisive item in our wards, respective wards. And transportation agreed with our concerns, and we did remove them. And again, it's back again, but we're going to be hopefully looking at the right kind of opportunity to bring them back in. I also, too, when you look at historically, my ward, we've had 3 bike lanes removed from my particular ward over the last 10 years, and we know, and Councillor Fletcher's laughing. We know the other 2 that were removed, but that is the experience. That is the experience that my ward has had with bike lanes in the last 10 years. There are those who will say that they don't want bike lanes in Scarborough. They don't want bike lanes in my ward, and they'll fight them tooth and nail. I respect that, and I understand that that's an opinion they may have. I don't necessarily, I may have shared that point of view in the past. I don't share that now. I think it's important that we look at the whole notion of how do we put bike lanes in safely all across the city. And there are challenges as we start moving out into the suburbs, as we start moving out to Scarborough, out to Etobicoke and North York, because the roads were built differently back then. And you don't have the same kind of bike enthusiasts by volume that you would have in different parts of the city. So I think we need to recognize that. In my conversations with transportation, as we were drafting these, the amendments I put in, and the whole idea of this network plan, I was very, especially after Brimley, said, please bring me a plan. Not just a one-off, not just where it sort of ends at two different areas. Bring me a plan that I can bring to my community. Bring me the ability to consult with them and to explain with them the importance of a full network plan across the city. And let's have that conversation. It'll be a difficult conversation, as they always are. But again, I want to be able to have the proper kind of, consultation with my community to say, this is what we're looking at doing. This is why it makes sense. I've been traveling downtown, just as a councillor over the last 12 years. I see, whether it's on Richmond, whether it's on Dundas, the importance of the bike lanes. And I see more and more people riding bikes. And when we have e-bikes, which are coming, and I think that's when you're going to get a sense you'll see more people out in areas of Scarborough, my ward, really wanting to ride bikes more. But let's do it properly. Let's make sure that we have that opportunity to have the right consultation and put together the mitigating strategies, especially on Victoria Park. What's going to be happening with, vehicles or traffic going elsewhere? What are the impacts on
10 seconds.
Anyway, so I'm cautiously supportive and optimistic that this will be a plan that will be able to move forward in my ward and I think across Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two amendments. One, IE 26.9, which is to consider the inclusion of Liberty Village in the next phase of the cycling network plan. And then on IE 26.10, this is in collaboration with Councillor McKelvey and staff for a 150-meter extension to connect University Avenue to King, which also provides an east-west alternative during the Adelaide water main construction. And so thank you to staff and Councillor McKelvey for that work. Just very briefly, both of these reports, I want to extend my sincere thanks to our staff from Transportation Services, to the local councillors, the neighbors, the riders, and the shoppers that have made so many of these active TO streets such a success. They've turned them into vibrant streets and safer streets for transportation. And I really want to commend the councillors along the Danforth for showing what a win-win it can be. And just to say that I think this is a really important step forward as we continue to transform our streets to move more people and move more people safely. And so that's all I'll say, and kudos to all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Very good. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I had the opportunity to come from City Hall across the Danforth bike lanes on the break here to come back to the meeting tonight. And it was a nice opportunity to kind of reflect on just how far we've come and the version of Toronto that we are all, as a council, 25 and our mayor, embracing today, and how different that looks from even a few years ago. And frankly, it's something to be very excited about. It's a Toronto that we love to see. And it's a Toronto that we need to build on going forward. And I want to start with some thanks to Mayor Tory for his vision and leadership on driving this around active TO, recognizing the opportunity, recognizing the moment, and setting us off in that direction. And of course, the Transportation and Cycling Unit staff who have been working so hard on these projects. It's been, as you can see in the body of the reports here, just a ton of work. A ton to get it on the ground, to roll it out, a ton of work to analyze it, a ton of work to make those revisions and those tweaks that many of these projects required when we moved them out at the speed and at the pace that we were able to roll them out over the past number of months. So, Barbara, Jacqueline, Becky, and your entire team, my sincere thanks and gratitude to you for making that happen. In my neck of the woods, Beaches East York, I want to acknowledge and appreciate those spaces that have typically been underserved by active transportation infrastructure. Many of the folks around the chamber here have led on cycling, and we've radiated out from the core. But when we move out from the core, it is a different environment. It is a different context. There are different levels of ridership. Those conversations with neighbors, as Councillor Crawford was alluding to, are a bit different. And we need to take a different approach as we move out. And, looking at what we were able to deliver across Danforth, as we move forward with that extension from Dawes Road to Victoria Park, that last 600 meters, it really has been a tremendous success. And I think a lot of us were perhaps nervous, unsure at the beginning of how this was going to go. But we worked together. We didn't shy away from that challenge. We embraced it. We leaned into it. We had those difficult conversations, and the product that we have now today, while there are some folks who are irate about it, and I'm not going to say that they're not, I think the vast majority of folks, both north and south in my part of town, recognize that what Danforth has become is a much more vibrant, safer, active neighborhood. And that's something that we should celebrate. I just want to wrap with a note of thanks to my council colleagues, both to the west, Councillor Fletcher, who I could not have done and delivered this without, and to the east, Councillor Crawford, who was very engaged in these conversations. We were able to work collaboratively on this, particularly as we drive Danforth east to Victoria Park. And, the way that we travel across the city is not based on ward boundaries. And both of you have been fantastic colleagues in helping me learn and go through this process and deliver it. I love seeing the motions that Councillor Crawford is moving tonight. And, that change of heart that he was talking about, I think is a fantastic evolution. And it is how the city is moving. And, there is going to be a different approach in Scarborough. And that's okay. We're going to work through those challenges together as a city. But there is a recognition that the way folks are moving, the way we're experiencing our neighborhoods, the way we're moving around is changing too. And we need to build the infrastructure to support that. We need to focus on safety, and we need to get it delivered at speed. So I'm really thrilled about this. Everybody knows it's sort of the last opportunity to speak to it on this batch of work. It's an exciting moment for Toronto, for our main streets, and for connecting Torontonians across this big, beautiful city. And love to see it. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Madam Speaker, I think it bears mentioning at this point the previous speaker and the first speaker, the chair of this committee. I have to pinch myself every once in a while and remind myself that these are two councillors in their very first term, and yet they are willing to shepherd this and move courageously forward with it. And within this single term, we are seeing the fruits of it. In my neighborhood, it used to be, I'd see a bike once a week and go, yay, cycling is coming. Now I cannot drive through my ward, particularly in the afternoon when people begin to do just local commuting after work or after virtual work. Bikes, e-bikes. For the first time I saw what is just matter of course for you folks downtown, I saw somebody doing their DoorDash delivery on an e-scooter. All these vehicles are going to be in common use, and the differences that we highlight between the suburbs and downtown are actually going to move away over time, because we are intensifying along all of our brand new transit corridors, and we have to start to accommodate. And I just have to say, we're lucky to have a couple of brand new first-term councillors who I think it comes from being at a time in their life where they're seeing mode changes, and maybe it's courageousness, but also maybe they're just better at explaining how mode changes are okay. It's okay to say there's a different way for me to get from one place to another. I'm willing to look at this. I had a consultation about cycling that is one of the near-term things that can happen along Shepherd during reconstruction in my ward and a part of Councillor Billion's. And we had a conversation we could never have had a decade ago, where there was a significant percentage of people, local people, on that virtual consultation saying things such as, I live in a condo at Leslie and Shepherd, but I work at Yonge and Shepherd, and now I'm going to cycle every single time. How soon can we do this? And that's a comment I never would have gotten before, but it's definitely coming, and it's taken the courage of newer councillors to just get on with it. I know that people were shocked and dismayed when Danforth went in. I was one of them. I travel it because it's part of my journey to go to my grandkids and my kids after work. But the other night I was at a concert at the music hall, and I had to stand in line. We're all waiting to do our vaccine QR codes and all of that stuff. So it's kind of a slow line. And in front of me were people just waxing poetic about what life is like on the Danforth now that, you know, the cycling has made it more of this vibrant thing. People are not behind their hunks of metal. They're either on bikes or on foot or on patios. Bravo, don't we just love this? Used to be such a pain to crowd onto the sidewalk to go to anything at the music hall. And here we are spread out and not being overwhelmed by the way the cars peel up to the shoulder. They're embracing the change. And I think we have to take these agents of change on council and thank them for their leadership and carry on, because it's definitely, as soon as people adjust to it, it is definitely making a healthy change for the better in our city. Thank you both, Councillor McKelvey and Councillor Bradford.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Speaker. I haven't had too much to say this council meeting, but I really can't let this go without just being very happy that this is not, we're not fighting. We're not having a sharp disagreement here. We're figuring out how to have a great cycling network in the city. And it really is a new day. I don't want Gary, I don't want you to feel bad that things got ripped out. We've had things ripped out downtown as well. And it really is just getting out. What's the sweet spot to get to introduce a new mode of transportation? And we really just have to find that sweet spot. I'll note, I've mentioned Councillor Lai, but I think I heard her talking about how do you extend, is it Huntingwood? I don't think it's Huntington, I think it's Huntingwood. And I think when that went in, there was all kinds of people saying, tear it out. In the by-election, it was tear it out. Nobody tore it out. And now councillors saying, well, how can we extend that? I think bravo, good for you. We're thinking ahead and thinking to the future, keeping people safe. And I do think that getting in the Danforth bike lane, cycle track, with all of the beauty that's associated with it, and then having the cafes, that was just an added bonus in seeing these beautiful little spots on the street. It went from being a speedway to being kind of a European street, and everybody has embraced it. I really would be remiss if I didn't thank the mayor, because he did go out and he put his reputation on the line. He was clear. I think this is going to be a good thing for this community, because there are 4 BIAs on the Danforth, and it would not be lie to say that a number of them didn't think this was such a great idea. But once we had the cycle track, we had the Cafe TO, the people coming to the neighborhood on bicycles, and we had 24/7 parking. There was never the time when you couldn't be there, or your customer came out and found their car towed. There's nothing worse than that for a business. Or your customer came out and found a big ticket on the windshield because you were parked there. But seriously, cars would be just towed at 4 o'clock. That's not happening. It's much more relaxed. It's a great vibe. And I have to thank the staff. They went above and beyond, and Ms. Gray and her team, very creative. Whole thing, including all the public realm pieces that we added in here, because we do have the ability to make things beautiful while we're making them safe. And that is what we did. And I want to just thank my colleague, Brad Bradford, because together we really did come up with something that was pretty special. And I think everybody wants exactly the same thing. And now it will extend further east. I just want to thank the staff for tweaking that Jones and Danforth. You see, even though there was a bottleneck, now it's fixed. There's no bottleneck. They went in, they sorted the signals, they changed the lanes, so we can keep going until we hit the sweet spot there. As far as the network's concerned, I know that I earlier moved a motion about finding some north-south network linkages, because East York has one bike lane, Cosburn bike lane, that Brad Bradford and I, we have to go out and have a little site visit, because it's pretty rickety at the moment as far as lanes concerned. But there's only one way to get down, and that's to go down on Woodbine, and that's very far east. So we really have to find that way for people to get down from East York, from Cosburn, all the way down to the water using a safe method and the bikes. I also just want to end in saying that I think when we were putting this lane in, just before it went in, and I was in East York talking to some families, and a woman said, "Oh, I would just give anything if my teenager could safely ride to Rosedale to go to high school." And guess what? Everybody's riding safely. So riding safely to get to Birchmount Collegiate, riding safely to get places east, riding safely to get to Vic Park and get to Shoppers World. That would be a great experience to go there and know that when we're safely driving through there, that we're in good hands because it's been well designed and everybody's riding it in a very happy way. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Like I think most of the other speakers, I'm going to thank staff for their hard work over the last 2 years, implementing what I think has been a rather aggressive push of a cycling grid in our city, and not only the bike lanes, but making the roads, generally speaking, safer along those routes. And more inviting to people, as you've heard from the other speakers. I'd also, though, like to thank our community cycling advocates from all across the city, neighborhood by neighborhood, but also Cycle Toronto for their continued advocacy. There were some dark years there where we were removing more infrastructure than we were putting in, and they stuck with us. They kept us driving this issue forward. And like to speak to Shelley's point, it's nice to have more openness on council for the implementation of cycling infrastructure, and that's grown over time. This didn't happen in the last year or 2 years. It has been growing over time, and I think it's a lot to do with a reflection of where our communities are at and how they're moving forward. I think everyone realizes that cycling infrastructure is mainly about three things. Number one, it's safety on our streets, right? Number two, it's about creating options for people. And number three, it's about fighting climate change for me. Now, through the implementation of bike lanes, we can have other benefits around businesses, making it more desirable for people to stop and walk and shop and all those great things. And through active TO and the way we design our bike lanes, we've made an opportunity to reclaim some of that space for those businesses for that public use of sitting and enjoying yourself on the Danforth or on Bloor Street or Yonge Street. But those three core things are critically important to our jobs. Public safety should be number one on our list. Think about what municipalities do. We provide water, we provide transportation options for people to get around, and we have a huge influence over how and where people live. So critically important to people's safety. Next is about options. Not everyone can afford a car. Not everyone can cycle. I get that. But not everyone can afford a car. And the way we've designed our streets have really just left one option. We built our city around one option. Now we're trying to ensure that we have more options, that it's a friendlier place to walk, friendlier and safer place to walk, that it's a friendlier and safer place for people to cycle. And finally, on climate change, we spent a couple hours debating it yesterday, but we can't lose sight of the fact that 75% of trips under 5 kilometers need to be outside of a single occupancy vehicle. The only way we're going to do that, and this is highlighted in the technical report, only way we're going to do that is by getting people out of their cars. Just a fact. We can't electrify ourselves out of that problem, because more people in the city will create more congestion. What we actually need is to create less congestion by giving people options. To my point number two, how do we get people into other options? To point number one, making it safer. Every single survey we do say, I would bike only if, number one, if I had a safe option. So we're providing that through this. And good on Councillor Crawford for evolving through this, talking to his community, identifying what their concerns are, putting them in a motion, and starting to go through it systematically. Because we did that on Bloor Street, the original Bloor pilot.
I like to think was the seed to the east-west connection across the Danforth and all the way now east to west. I'm just going to say that. But we did that. We tested some of those theories around economic development, around the movement of cars, around how different aspects would be implemented, around safety in the lanes. And we found people on bikes spend more money more frequently. The parking impact didn't have the impact that businesses thought it would. People were safer in every mode of transportation on the roads, and the impact in people's times crossing the corridor was only mildly impacted. We got to keep moving on this, folks. It does take some political will and
10
some
seconds.
political guts to do it, and we're certainly lucky that we've had the mayor that we have through this, who's had an open mind to some of this, but also incredibly lucky that we've had our city staff that are starting to bring bolder projects to my desk that I wouldn't have thought possible just a couple of years ago, and I'm very thankful for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put the motions on the screen. IA 26.9 first. It's on the screen by Councillor Crawford. On favor?
Record, please.
Pardon?
Recorded, please.
Recorded. Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, are you present and voting? Councillor Perruzza, are you connected to the meeting? Are you present and voting, sir? Madam Speaker, I reached the conclusion that Councillor Perruzza is not present. And the motion carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Nice job, Gary.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Cressy. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Next motion. Is that it? Item is amended, all in favor?
Recorded vote?
Recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote. On 9, yeah.
Item as amended carries. The vote is 20-2.
Okay, on IE 26.10. Motion by Councillor McKelvey. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay. Councillor Cressy on IE 26.10. All in favor?
Can I have a recorded vote on that one?
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Motion 2 carries, Speaker. The vote is 20-2.
Item is amended.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 20-2.
Thank you. Our next item is IE 26.11, cargo e-bike pilot. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down.
I did, Madam Speaker. I have just a few quick questions.
Okay. Question, Councillor Wong Tam. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to you through staff, I'm just curious with respect to the pilot project, is there going to be a cap on the number of these large cargo e-bikes that would be permitted? Do you know how many we would anticipate coming onto the street?
Through the speaker to Councillor Wong Tam, thanks for the question. Part of the pilot that we're doing is to kind of figure out what's the right size of this program for Toronto. We've done a little bit of looking at other cities' pilots like New York City, and we know there are lots of benefits environmentally, size-wise, etc. I don't necessarily have a sense of exactly how many the cap would be, but again, it's one of the reasons why we would like to do the pilot so that we could understand that.
Okay, thank you. But part of the consideration in the study is that you will be looking at how many of the e-bikes would be allowed on the road. Is that correct? Or is it a matter of just sort of opening it up for the pilot project and then monitoring and seeing what happens?
Go ahead, Janet.
Sorry, through the speaker, this is specific to the large cargo e-bikes. So the City of Toronto had already opted in to allow a number of the other types of cargo e-bikes. So specifically, these are the larger delivery cargo e-bikes, and we would be working with the courier companies like Canada Post, Purolator, and the like to do an evaluation and monitoring.
Okay, thank you. And so they're very large companies that have track records. They've got solid, broad customer base. Some of them are public utilities. So, for example, Canada Post. Those are the type of operators of the e-bikes at some point. Is that correct? Or will it be outsourced to a delivery company? So is it the actual? I guess are they going to be third-party contractors, or is it going to be folks like Canada Post that's buying e-bikes? Just trying to understand.
So they do both models. Some of them are specifically the employees of this, national cross Canada company, but some of these companies do outsource them to other contractors. But again, the encouragement and most pilots through the letter of agreement that we've outlined would encourage training of any of the operators or the employees or contractors using large
Right.
e-bikes.
Okay, thanks, Janet. And there'll be actually a person that's operating the e-bikes. It's not necessarily it's sort of controlled elsewhere. Is that correct?
That's right. There's a human rider or operator of the cargo e-bike.
Okay, fantastic. And the insurance that they'll carry, is it comparable to the insurance that one would carry if they were actually sort of driving a commercial vehicle?
We worked with the Insurance and Risk Management Office to have the appropriate amount of insurance, and it's outlined in the report. I think it's $1 million, and that's specific to the kind of vehicle that they would be operating.
Okay, fantastic. And are there, just out of curiosity, because I've seen these sort of larger cargo e-bikes in other cities, very excited to see them in Toronto. But I'm just curious to know, at some point in time, if they're successful with respect to the model of delivery that you're proposing, is the intention perhaps to see more individuals also be driving, I guess, cargo e-bikes? Is it a mode of transportation for a resident down the street, as well as a vehicle to sort of transport their children or perhaps goods? Or is it only going to be strictly kept as a commercial use?
So in May of this year, earlier, the city already adopted a number of cargo e-bike types, and those ones already have quite a bit of carrying capacity that a lot of families and just regular residents would be using. This one is even going further to enable the delivery and courier companies to essentially replace a box truck or a van. And so the carrying capacity of these is like 800 to 1,000 liters. You're talking 300 kilograms to 400 kilograms. I don't know that a family or resident would need that kind of capacity, but we've already enabled, the City of Toronto has already enabled families to use cargo e-bikes.
Okay, Janet, thank you. And that's the reason I ask is that
Last question.
Thank you. Some of us drive pickup trucks, some drive SUVs, some drive panel vans. And I was just curious to know if this will ultimately be a consumer use product.
I mean, yes, so we've worked with some organizations that are even looking at cargo e-bike lending libraries and ways that they can enable people to try them out, get interested in them. Economic development is also looking at spurring the Greater Toronto Area bike manufacturing industry cluster. So there's definitely a view that this is something that would increase in terms of demand from end consumers and residents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Madam Speaker, I'll keep it very brief. I'm just, number one, moving the recommendations from the committee. I want to thank staff for this report. I'm very excited to see this new sort of larger cargo e-bike coming onto our city streets. I'm really pleased to see us opting into this pilot project. The smaller cargo e-bikes, I think, are largely working well. There's a huge demand for people to purchase them. They're not easy to get your hands on, and they're not necessarily inexpensive, but when you compare that to a cost of a motor vehicle, very, very affordable. But Madam Speaker, more importantly than not, what I think could happen for the City of Toronto is that if the cargo e-bikes are as successful as I hope they can be, and I believe that they will be, ultimately we'll be seeing a shift of large idling big vehicles all over the city, trucks that are sort of randomly parked in bike lanes and other places. We will be eliminating all of that. We could start to repurpose our laneways, which of course have now been, in some ways, the vehicles outsize the laneways. We can see perhaps backdoor delivery once again, as opposed to pulling up on our main streets, which will then allow us to rethink how we use our sidewalks and our main streets, which I believe will allow us to invest in the public realm in much more purposeful ways, wider sidewalks, more tree planting, and other things like that. And of course, it meets our Vision Zero goals at some point, but also our Transformed Heal goals about moving away from fossil fuel dependency. In other cities, we don't have to go too far, but in other cities, I've seen cargo e-bikes and the shape of what looks like a cargo e-bike turned into ambulances and sometimes even firefighting equipment, just to get into those smaller places where a large vehicle and a large truck cannot get. So this could be, and I hope it could be, the pathway to the future. To me, it's the right way for the city to be heading. And this is certainly one pilot project and one form of innovation that we should be supporting. It meets all the different objectives, not to mention the fact that it's a bicycle. It's an e-bicycle. It's a proven technology. There's a human being attached to it. And it sort of meets all the criteria. And I want to thank staff for easing us into it. Smaller cargo bikes tested, works just fine. Moving to the larger cargo bike, now we're going to test it and monitor and to see where this can go. Very excited. Thank you very much.
On the item, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. IE 26.15, Councillor Wong Tam, you held that item down, pedestrian scale street lighting. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion if no one has any questions on the matter.
Does anybody have any questions on this? No? Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. If I can ask the clerk to please put that motion onto the screen, would very much appreciate it. And I want to thank city staff for the report. I recognize that in this sort of field of lighting, we want to be able to illuminate the roadways to keep people safe, but there is a number of heritage legacy lights scattered throughout our city. Standards that are somewhat inconsistent, especially as technology and design aesthetics has changed over time. And oftentimes it's been very difficult to get those lights replaced, whether it's the infrastructure that is outdated or the fact that they're no longer, or that we've moved on to LEDs. The reason why I wanted to do this, Madam Speaker, is because some of the most desirable and iconic neighborhoods in our city have these lights, but at the same time, we've got no real pathway or pathway of consistency on how to protect them and preserve them and update them. Some of them are in Councillor Cressy's ward, the iconic lights and the islands. We don't necessarily want to replace them with sort of large looming acorn lights. That just doesn't work. And we want to be able to keep that pedestrian scale lighting. But every single time these lights break down, it is very difficult to get them replaced. We have them in the village of Yorkville. I have them in little different spots of downtown Toronto, and they seem to have largely been abandoned. You got to go really up close to find a number attached to it. Then you've got to go Toronto Hydro. Toronto Hydro will then determine whether it's theirs or somebody else's. And I think what we need to do is just sort of push all that aside, take control of these assets again. We need to be able to understand who owns them, who controls them, who finances them, and who's responsible for them ultimately. And that's what the motion will do, Madam Speaker, is to really, number one, direct staff to protect these assets where we can, update them, maintain them, and ensure that they're always on. So therefore, nobody has to make a phone call and then to, search around to figure out who owns them and who controls them and whose job is to replace the bulbs. It should just get done. And we need to build that very consistent pathway. So we're not asking residents to call 311, to call Toronto Hydro and just literally burn them out. And that's the last thing we want to do. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So on the motion by Councillor...
Speaker, hang on. Speaker, on a point of order, could we just
okay,
get some
just
clarity?
a sec. Sorry. Councillor Holiday?
Yeah, I'm just confused. There was motion 1A was on CMP for a while, and then I see 1B that just popped up here a couple seconds ago. So is there one or two motions?
There's two.
There's two motions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton, did you want to speak on this item?
just wanted to thank Councillor Wong Tam for putting this motion forward. I had flagged this as being an issue and didn't follow up with my staff to get a motion together. This is incredibly important for us to acknowledge the heritage lights that exist rather than just kind of layer on top, here's a new modern way of doing it, your old lights are going to get torn out. Palmerston Avenue with the gates and the pedestrian lollipop lights, we call them, one went out and Hydro's answer was, well, we're just going to put a 30-foot wooden pole in with a regular light. And we said, well, no, let's figure out how to fix it. And they just said, well, we can't. Or here's a couple other things you could do that would have looked so out of place. So I'm glad this is happening, and thank you for the motion, Councillor Wong.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Madam Speaker, I mean, I must protest just the way that this item popped up. But only for a couple of seconds was the window to really read the motion 2B. Maybe I'll offer the following comments because it's on the floor and it's hard to gauge the effect. My understanding of this project is to try and as best as we can in the City of Toronto, come up with some standards and standardization of pedestrian scale lighting. And I understand there are some historical and some special things around, but I do get concerned if we're beginning to dilute and diversify the inventory, because it puts us back to where we are now with a very difficult set of assets to manage and a very expensive set of assets to manage. So I hope these motions here offer staff enough discretion to work with. Again, it's the words direct that pop up other than request or investigate or, you know, constructive words that allow us to work with these things. So I'm gonna vote for these on good faith, but I just hope we don't stray too far from the principles of what we're trying to do to improve the situation in Toronto, because I just want to get lighting that works and something that's manageable and something that we can pay for, because I think it's important. And clearly what we've got today is not working. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking staff for their work on this report. It's very comprehensive. And then I want to thank Councillor Wong Tam for this motion. You know, I can't speak for everybody, but I will look at my ward and say it's made up of many different neighborhoods. Some are older than others, and they come with, you know, a set of street lights that you won't find standard across the city. And I've run into problems with Toronto Hydro when, you know, for whatever reason, a light pole fails or the fixture on it fails, and it's a one-size-fit-all. The characteristics of the neighborhood don't get taken into place. I've had streets where, as I said, the one pole gets replaced with the lollipop bulb and pole, with the cement pole that stands out with like a sore thumb. The residents say to me, what's going on? Like, why can't this be replaced? And when I explain the process at hand, more often than not, they do their research and they come back and say, well, you know, it's not manufactured. Well, here's 5 different companies that manufacture the pole in question. You know, after amalgamation, we were supposed to be one big happy city, which we're striving towards. But at the same time, I think individual neighborhoods and the characteristics of those neighborhoods and communities need to be respected. And sometimes that's as simple as the heritage lamppost or light post that's in them. And it's not just in downtown Toronto, it's right across the city. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So we'll put the motions by Councillor Wong Tam on the screen. 1A. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. 1B. Okay, 1B is on the screen. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Thank you. Next item, PH 29.2, changing lanes. City of Toronto's review of laneway suites. Councillor Bylaw, you held the item down. Do you have questions? Okay, let's just clear the screen first. Councillor Bylaw, do you have questions? No?
No.
Does anybody have questions?
Yes, I do. I'm trying to, oh, there it is, okay.
Okay, Councillor
I have
Robinson.
questions.
Councillor Robinson, questions.
Yeah, thank you. So when did we approve the laneway houses? It feels like it was in the last year or less.
Through the speaker, Councillor, the original laneway suites was approved in 2018, I believe. And let me just get the date to be accurate. Yeah, the original date for the laneway suites was 2018, and then we extended the permission slightly in 2019.
Okay, thank you. And so now we're relaxing the rules further. Is that what's before us, relaxing the rules?
So we, when it was approved, we were directed to do a monitoring report and review the experience that we've had over the first 100 permits or so. We commissioned a review of our experience to date, and we're recommending some tweaks to the bylaw to deal with accessibility, minor adjustment on height, and a few other technical amendments to really reflect our experience to date.
Okay, and so why is the walkway exception being subtracted from the soft landscaping requirement instead of contributing the 15% hard landscaping allotment? So that seems, just given our debate yesterday and our discussions around the importance of the environment, seems like an odd choice to tackle the soft landscaping versus the hard landscaping. I'm surprised by that allotment. So maybe you can explain that to me.
So it's through the speaker, yes, Councillor, it was a matter of some discussion at Planning and Housing Committee. All we're trying to do really is ensure that we have accessibility to the laneway suites through the rear yard. And through our experience in the design so far, ensuring that we have that walkway for accessibility, knowing that, for example, we may have seniors and others who have accessibility challenges living in these suites. We felt it was an acceptable trade-off and a minor adjustment really to the otherwise the soft open space requirements in the rear yard. The walkways can also be designed as permeable, so we don't perceive a significant conflict between these two objectives of making sure that we still have soft landscaping while we ensure safe accessibility.
Okay, and why are we looking at increasing it? Because I understand people are going and asking for variances and getting them. So why don't we just let the process unfold and people go and get their variances depending on what their issue is versus increasing the height?
Well, the height increase is minor. It's about a foot, and it only, in our minds, relates to some of the projects that have had some HVAC and some other challenges, making sure that is accommodated. But otherwise, these are very minor tweaks. The majority of applications have been happening as of right. And we just feel that it's important to make sure that we facilitate this as a housing option. So it's not unusual that we would tweak a bylaw to make it perform as best we can from lived experience.
And why are you increasing the height? What is the purpose of it? Why are you doing that? Because
again,
developers have asked, or development community has asked you to?
It's not really a development community issue, more so it relates to the monitoring report we did and the review of applications. The actual consultant's recommendation was higher than staff ultimately thought was wise. I think they were recommending 0.5 a meter and staff have come back at 0.3. Again, about a foot difference to deal with HVAC equipment and some of the experiences we've had with some of the applications. It's a very minor adjustment.
So you're saying HVAC equipment, insulation, things like that are altering it?
Yes, so, some of just to be as accommodating as possible with the nature of the construction that takes place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Is there anyone from forestry here?
Councillor Layton, we're here.
Oh yes, they are here.
Sure. I just wanted some kind of guidance here on, like, we've heard that planning don't think this changes to the softscaping won't impact the permeability of the space. What about the plantability? Are we in danger of losing possible sites for private trees as a result of this?
Through the speaker, I'm going to start the answer, and then I'm going to ask Kim Statham to add in some additional details. I think that with planning, we've done a really good job of keeping track of things like tree applications and tree injury permits and tree removal permits. And the amount of tree removals has actually been really very significantly low. So I think, best foot forward, we've done a good job of protecting those spaces. I think when we talk about the soft landscaping and the changes to the soft landscaping, I'm going to ask him to add in some of those details.
Sure, thank you, Janie, and thanks for the question through the speaker. Working with planning related to the softscaping on laneways, what we are finding, of course, is that laneway suites tend to already have the footprint, and through the applications we're seeing, those are being improved from the conditions that they are now. So as we've committed in the report before you, we will be moving forward with our planning colleagues to look through these changes to anticipate whether there will be any other impact to the growing space.
So it is something you're going to be monitoring.
That's correct.
Can we compel, and maybe this is a question back to our chief planner, can we compel those that don't meet or that have a lower amount of softscaping to plant a private tree as part of an application for a new construction, for instance?
I don't believe we can in the situation where we have as of right development. If it was going to committee of adjustment, it may be a condition that we might ask for, but very few, I think it's 5% of these applications have involved a tree issue. It's a very low, and I think Greg Ewens is on the call. He can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a very low impact so far. And we certainly, forestry can refuse the permit if the tree injury is not satisfactory in their view. So there are a couple of ways that we can get at this to maintain. I mean, we're very much cognizant and have been working hard with forestry on this to make sure that we can expand housing options without sacrificing our tree canopy. I think we're very, very mindful of the need to balance those two objectives.
I think the challenge that some of our residents are having is that it's not just about protecting the tree canopy. We have a long way to go to meet our 40% target. And like, I don't know about you, what you're saying, but we have a lot of neighbors that go ahead and just disregard our permeable surfaces bylaws, both on the private and the public side. And it seems to happen without repercussion.
Well,
and even when it's permeable, interlocking, once you pour all your limestone screening down and you compact it so your interlock doesn't move, A, your permeability is largely lost, and B, you have no plantable space and probably won't ever again. And it's not planning's problem and a problem so much with this report. It's a problem we have with property standards and enforcing them on the private and public side, that we're losing plantable area. We're not going to hit our 40% if we continue to take away front and backyards. But shouldn't all be on this one report. I get it.
I don't know if you want me to comment, but I just say that you're pointing out a real challenging part of designing and building in the city around making sure that we have design standards, encouraging people to take an approach. We don't really have a regulatory stick that would allow us to go back in. I mean, maybe I'm guilty of interlocking in my small backyard, But so I know exactly what you're saying around how do we encourage a design standard that meets those goals.
If
Now
I can
just
just
want
add,
a site-specific recommendation in there to require you to put a tree in your backyard. Mr. Linton.
That was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley. Is he there?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is that better?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Linton, when I was doing some reading around laneways and the issues in Toronto, and there was an article in about laneway housing in Vancouver and what they were doing to encourage it. And it talked about a heritage revitalization agreement where you could put up a laneway house if you agreed to preserve the house that's on the property now, the older house. Is that something that we do in Toronto to encourage laneway housing?
Other than an Ontario Heritage Act designation that would preserve the main house, no, we don't have that type of approach. I believe that's followed under special power that Vancouver has under their city charter, and it's not something that we avail ourselves of.
Okay. And the other interesting bit I read about, there was an interview in one article from a builder or a planner. He said while he encouraged laneway houses to build, that they're very expensive, and he would encourage a homeowner to renovate their basement or build out their house before he would encourage building a laneway suite.
Well, I mean, the zoning bylaw permits a secondary suite, and certainly depending on the situation and the desire of the owner of the building, it's an option in the city of Toronto. And I think we're trying to provide as many options for owners to make those housing possibilities, bring forward those housing possibilities.
Okay. And in terms of targets, my understanding is you're close to the number of applications you're expecting every year for laneway houses?
It was very hard. It was very hard to kind of really estimate how much interest through the years now that it's been permitted, 2018, 19, 20, 21. Even with the pandemic, it's been growing slightly every year. I think we've got about 250 odd permit applications. So it's starting to accumulate, but it's very incremental. It still adds up to only one really condo building that any of you see on any given day at a community council. So we're still, I think, in our infancy when it comes to this type of housing.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Linton. Madam Speaker, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's switch it to the speakers list. Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Speaker. All I just have to say is there's quite a bit of correspondence on this particular item in CMP. I think Councillor should read it. There's a whole bunch of residents associations that have put forward a whole bunch of arguments on why they're concerned out of their own experience. So I'll be casting my vote in support of their concerns, and I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Perhaps I hope I can give Councillor Holiday some ideas of things to say back to people that might give them some comfort. I've had people express concerns about the idea of, in our area, it would be garden suites. We don't have any laneways. But, I sort of stayed out of it until I went to Vancouver this summer. As you know, I had family out there, Madam Speaker, but I hadn't been since late 2017. Life gets in the way, and then COVID got in the way. I could not believe in the space of 5 years or thereabouts how many laneway houses there were. And at a family gathering, one of my in-laws said to me, well, it comes down to this. These are not shacks. By the time you meet all the regs, and we're making regs that are quite similar, by the time you meet them, you're talking about building something that's like, in the neighborhood of 500
dollars a square foot. You're not building a shack, you're building a home, and to comply with everything, you end up building a pretty quality structure. That's the only way to meet all the rules. And what has happened over time is enough people have done well with doing this, either in housing members of their own family or making one of these and then finding, lo and behold, they can rent them out for $2,600 a month or more. And they pay for themselves pretty darn quick because you have to build quality to get to yes. That we've now reached a point out there in Vancouver where they're a few years further than us, that basically if you're contracting somebody onto your property to renovate your home, then you're not going to miss the opportunity. The economy of scale is that you right then decide, okay, if we're going to gut our house and renovate it, then what is our laneway potential? Or what is our garden suite potential? And they really are popping up everywhere. But who's living in them would surprise you. What often happens is the well-pensioned owners of the single-family dwelling, they start out renovating their home, and by the end of the process of doing their home in the laneway, they're moving into the laneway home and making way more money on doing a retrofit on their house and renting or selling it on the condition that they remain in the laneway property, because these can be really fabulous homes for well-pensioned seniors, baby boomers, if you will. And there are a lot of those in Vancouver, a lot of those in Toronto. And so it's quite surprising. Is it going to give us a whole bunch of affordable housing? Frankly, I think not. But what you're going to find is it's becoming a lifestyle choice. And what you're ending up with is a lot of high-end small homes. And so it's not going to solve our affordability problem, but is it going to help our supply problem? Yes, because we got to remember that in terms of supply problems, we have it everywhere along the spectrum. You don't really have ample supply until you get to homes that are beyond 5 million. Everywhere else, there just isn't enough supply of houses right now. And this actually helps that, but not as affordably as you would think. The people living in them, as I've said, are people who are doyens of the neighborhood, and they're realizing a whole new lifestyle of the laneway suites. I suspect that in the neighborhoods where there are laneways in Toronto, over time that might be what happened. If only 65% of them, as the report says, are actually getting to yes, it's for us, it's happening a little more slowly, and we have time to see.
Thank you. Councillor Filion?
Yes, I very much support these changes. I very much support the whole laneway initiative. I'll be very happy to support garden suites when they come forward early in the new year. And I'll make a prediction that we are going to see a lot of interest in these additional homes on the same property for people who want to have intergenerational living on their property. So for people who want to build additional suites for their parents and equip them so that they don't end up in with the horrors of long-term care homes, for people who have were lucky enough to buy homes when they were somewhat affordable, but their children will not be, their grandchildren will not be. If a lot of us, if we want our kids to be able to continue to live in Toronto, need to provide opportunities, something other than a basement apartment for them to live in, something where they could have a couple of kids of their own in. And these products, laneway houses and garden suites, provide that. And nobody here needs to be told how unaffordable housing is in Toronto, and that so it will provide housing in a lot of those situations. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a case of the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, because in order to do that for your family, you have to already own a home, which already makes you among the fortunate people in society. But it will at very least provide an opportunity for a lot of young professionals to stay in the city, and for a lot of older folks to age in place with several generations in the same family looking after each other.
Thank you. I just want to remind members of council, we have 9 minutes. Councillor Robinson?
You, I'll be very brief. I would also echo Councillor Holliday's comments about the letters that have come in from Fontra and a number of other residents associations. They're very well articulated and they make a lot of great points. I won't get into that except to say I'm not sure, I'm not going to be voting for this today, and it's because I'm not sure how we balance the recommendation for reduced soft landscaping with our city's efforts to protect permeable lands and expand the Toronto's tree canopies. So I can't square that. And when people say these walkways are permeable, there's many Toronto Water staff that have told me they're not permeable. So permeable is not necessarily permeable. And so I won't be supporting this today simply because of this one piece of the puzzle, which is the reduce soft landscaping, and instead of tackling the hard landscaping. I can't square that and can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Speaker, are you sure you don't want to move to finish this item so we can get it
Well,
done?
I mean, I thought we were going to, but members of council have added their names on. First we had 2, now we have 6.
Speaker, I'd like to move to finish this
Councillor
item.
Wong-Tam to speak.
Can I do that, Madam Speaker? We just move to finish this item. I think
Pardon?
that's what the deputy mayor. I think the deputy mayor would like to finish this item, and so would I.
Okay, why don't you speak, and then we can move that motion after you speak, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Okay, thank you. My motion will be placed on the screen by city staff. Thank you. And the motion is to ask the chief planner to work with transportation services and other relevant city divisions where feasible to deploy greater use of permeable materials, additional landscaping, including tree planting when reconstructing or repaving laneways affected by and adjacent to new laneway and garden suites. Madam Speaker, I think the motion is pretty self-explanatory. I did move a motion at the Planning and Housing Committee that hopefully addressed the concerns that Councillor Robinson raised, which is to try to make sure we did keep some landscaping and not to remove it altogether. And I'll just leave my remarks there just because it's getting late. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday has a question for you. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
I don't think it's any quicker. So are we talking about the city repaving laneways with cobblestones and permeable pavers and all sorts of fancy materials above the asphalt that they've got right now?
I'm not sure who would be paying for it, but it would most likely be the city if it was a city-owned public laneway, yes.
I see.
But I can tell you that cobblestones are not permeable. We're talking about permeable pavers where you actually allow the water to penetrate. And as you noted, I did put in the language where feasible. And if you have ever tried to repave a laneway or reconstruct a laneway, I can tell you it's not easy. The staff are not quick to do that work. But if they are going to do the work, I think that what we need to do is use more permeable, positive climate materials and add more landscaping.
And the money to do all this comes from
the transportation,
because there aren't any.
No, but there is a budget that allows for the staff to repave laneways and reconstruct laneways and roadways when the capital work is due. So what I'm saying is that instead of just pouring asphalt, then do something nicer, especially if we're trying to eliminate hard surface and stormwater runoffs.
Would the councillor agree that this is likely more expensive than asphalt?
I don't know, to be quite honest, Councillor, and the reason being is because landscaping is generally cheaper than hard material. And ultimately, if you want to measure the bottom line, you're going to get a bottom line that's going to benefit the ecology, the environment. You're going to have a benefit to the aesthetic of the neighborhood because you're having more trees and more landscaping. And ultimately, you're bringing in sort of pavers. And that technology and that construction material is rapidly declining in price as more and more people turn to those materials.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bylaw, you would, okay, what I'm going to suggest, we only have 2 more speakers. I hope we only have the 2 speakers and that we complete the item and then do quick releases, then we'll adjourn, a recess. Is that okay? And the confirming bill. Okay. So we have Councillor Bradford.
We have to vote.
Councillor Bradford to speak? Oh, yeah, we have to vote. All in favor? Carried, thanks. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. I think that these changes are welcomed. I really appreciate that the staff have taken the time and that the process has included the opportunity to take a look at the applications that we've received since 2018 and reflect on those applications and bring forward changes to get to the end state of as of right. That is the whole point of what we're trying to do here, create a process that helps facilitate the types of housing options we want to see in our neighborhoods. And, as you heard from Councillor Thullian, that will include garden suites. When we talk about missing middle, when we talk about the EHON work that's coming through planning and housing, all of that is about getting to a process that facilitates the type of housing options in our neighborhoods across the city that we want to see. And this is really the first piece of that. The laneway suites, you're seeing it come through that process on the other side with more refinement. The notion that these should spend more time at C of A, I don't think that's helpful. I don't think that's helpful for any of the folks at C of A and the backlog that we have there across the city. It's about as of right, simplifying the process, building more housing options in more neighborhoods. It helps alleviate the supply issue that Councillor Carroll articulated very well. And that's what we have to do here in Toronto and get on with that. There's always trade-offs on every site. It's not perfect, but we don't want perfect to be the enemy of good. And given the state of affairs of the housing market right now, the housing crisis that we're facing, we need more options across the city at every price point in the market. So this is good work. Thanks to staff, thanks to committee, and everyone, of course, our deputy mayor and a bylaw for helping drive this through City Hall. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, the last speaker, Councillor Bylaw.
Speaker, I think Councillor Bradford said exactly what the goal of this report was it to actually just fine tune what we want to be as of right permission to build laneway houses. And that's what we're doing. We understood what were the most common variances, what we needed to make these good, livable spaces well integrated into our communities, and to be able to not clog our committee of adjustments with applications for something that we as a city have said that we want in our communities. So these are minor changes just to get to that goal. I also think it was really interesting to see some of the reports that came through the research, the surveys that they've done with a lot of the people that have already built the laneway housings. The fact that, yes, this is not affordable housing, but the rents, for example, are a little bit more affordable than what Councillor Perks, read the report. That's what they said, that the rents per square foot is a little bit more affordable than what is being rented. That a lot of people are using these laneways as intergenerational housing. They're either renting it, they're either having their kids in there, their parents in there. I have quite a few in my community. I've visited quite a few. They're quite beautiful structures. I've had people that have inherited a home and it was 2 kids, and so they decided to maintain. They said it's the only way that we are going to be able to afford to live in the community that we grew. So they both are raising their families in there, one with a house in front and one with a house in the back. And that is what it's all about. It's about creating housing options for people in an area of the city that we continue to protect from everything. With so much growth happening in our city, the majority of the land, we're saying, no, this is only going to be for this form of housing. And what we're saying is, let's open it up a little bit, making sure that it integrates with our communities, but giving options for people to still live in our communities. That's what we're making available in here. And for some of the people that are concerned about some of the environmental issues, and we did have this discussion at committee, you know, these are usually wood frame, so much more environmentally friendly than if you're building just 80-story towers in there. So if we build this kind of housing, if we allow this kind of housing, that is also more environmentally friendly. So those units that we're doing in there are more environmentally friendly. And by the way, the region is growing. We can't keep growing with sprawl. We have, and there's only so much more land that we're going to be able to have towers. And we keep hearing from our residents, we don't want 80-story towers. We don't want 80-story towers. So we have 700,000 people coming to the city. We have people that want to continue to live in the city. We want people that want to continue to live in the neighborhoods they grew up. We want people to age, that want to age in the communities where they lived all their life, and we need to give them options. And this is what it is. This is one of those options that we can make it easier for those people as we grow as a city and as we build communities that are more inclusive. So I hope you support this report.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, could I ask to separate 1 and 2, please, of the recommendations and a recorded vote, obviously?
Sure. Okay, 1 and 2 we'll vote on separately. We'll have a recorded vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have a motion by Councillor Wong Tam.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote, yes.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Robinson, are you present and voting? We have a vote for you, but I don't see you. Speaker motion 1 carries. The vote is 21 to 2.
Okay, on items 1 and 2, separate vote on those 2 items, recorded vote. Recorded vote, yes.
Councillor Lai, it appears you did not get the vote. Could you state your vote, please? Councillor Lai, could you state your vote, please?
I cannot commute. Mute.
Yes, Councillor, could you state your vote, please? We've closed the vote, so you won't be able to do it on your console. So if you could just tell us your vote verbally, please.
I can't unmute.
No, we can hear you.
In favor.
Thank you. Parts 1 and 2 of the item carry, Speaker, 21 to 3.
Okay, and the remainder of the recommendations. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair. It's
Yes?
Councillor Ainsley on a point of order.
Yes?
On the voting record that they just showed on the screen, it lists 3 councillors absent, and it lists Councillor Crawford as absent, and I know he voted and I can see him on the screen. I don't know if the clerks picked that up.
Are you referring to recommendation 1 or 2 or Councillor Wong Tam's motion?
With the last 2 votes we have, and they showed the yes, no, and the absence, and they listed Councillor Crawford as absent.
Madam Speaker, we're just taking a look at that.
Yeah, I was here for the 3 votes.
Do you want to re-vote?
Madam Speaker, Councillor Crawford's vote is recorded on parts 1 and 2 of the item. We did not record a vote on Councillor Wong Tam's motion.
Okay, so Councillor Crawford is recorded on recommendation 1 or 2, but is not recorded on Councillor Wong Tam's motion.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so it says here that I can't unmute. So I was here for the 3.
Okay, so what would you suggest?
That happened to me too, Speaker. I just left the meeting and joined again. I think it was frozen, Councillor Crawford.
Okay,
Yeah,
rather than get into a long debate on this, what I'm going to suggest is that we re-vote. Okay?
Members just stand by. We'll just queue up that motion for a second vote.
Recorded vote.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. Just stand by for one more moment. We just have to reverse something in the system so we can call this vote again. The voting panel is now open.
Okay, the panel is open now.
Councillor Bailao, if you'll use the system to vote, please.
Brad, are you at home or City Hall?
The second vote on motion 1 carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
Mr. Crawford's name is on the list. All right, so quick releases. I understand, Councillor Perruzza, you want to release your item CC 38.14. Councillor Perruzza?
Yeah, Speaker, I'm just trying to unmute.
I could hear you.
Yeah. No, what I'd like to do is just simply defer it to the February meeting, Madam Speaker, if I may. There's no urgency to it.
That's not a quick item.
Sorry?
It's not a quick item then.
It's,
No,
okay.
that Councillor Perruzza wants to defer it.
I want to hold it.
Okay.
The assumption of a sewer on Hucknall?
I texted you, Anthony.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, let me look at your text. I'll call you
Okay.
back. Okay, all right.
We'll hold the. All right, Councillor Cressy, quick item. Councillor Cressy?
Can't unmute. It's not unmuting.
No, we can hear you, Councillor Cressy.
Oh, okay. My apologies. My screen says I'm muted. I can release MM 38.49 interim relocation of the YMCA to St. Pat's Market.
Okay, thank you. On favor, show of hands, carried. Any further quick releases? No? Okay,
Speaker, you could always release the motion of mine that you held.
I did.
Oh, great, thank you.
I did this afternoon. I just had one question that the clerk answered my question, and I released it right after lunch. I guess you weren't here?
I was here. I confess, it's all blurring together.
Pay attention, there's going to be a quiz.
Put that part about it blurring together on the record. It's important.
I'm fast, you know. Okay, may I have a motion to introduce a confirming bill? Mayor Tory?
Yes, Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 38 on December 15th and 16th, 2021.
All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, carried. Okay, we'll recess to 9:30 tomorrow, and thank you to staff. Thank you to members.
everyone.
It's
Thank you to staff.
It
Thank
was-
you to you, Speaker.
Yeah.